no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 energy on the floor. You don't need those bad vibes anymore. Trust me, I've been through it, and it ain't worth any of your time at all. Do you feel it now? Do you feel it now? Know that rush I'm talking about. I stay breaking my own limits, and I won't say I'm not gonna win it, 'cause this crown's made for me. You just wait and see. All my haters getting bitter 'cause I'm working overtime. It's my moment, and I own it. Stay in focus, and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. Cause it's my moment, my moment, my moment, oh, my moment, oh. My energy's contagious, I'm the master of my fate. Conquering my fears, I'm in control and taking names. I just speak my truth, babe, you should follow suit. It's my moment, and I own it. Stay in focus, and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. Cause it's my moment, my moment, my moment, oh, my moment, oh. It's my moment.
Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the news, that's why I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm nothing so happening. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so attached? At this point, I do anything for you. wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hardly can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me?
Take one, yeah, you're in the presence of a legend. Street fighter, I'm survivor. Hit the grind cause we keep getting higher. Don't miss this, you wanna witness. My star rise like a beast, no weakness. No weakness, no weakness. Only know how to go undefeated. Oh baby, I'm a champion. Oh, I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. Oh baby, I'm a champion. Oh, I can't stop.
to wait, so let me just abbreviate. It's been a long, long, long time coming. Climbing up and down the walls, I took a tumble, took a fall. It's been a long, long, long time coming. And it just got better. It just got better. It just got better. Hey, hey. And it just got better. It just got better. It just got better. And it's a damn fine day.
You got a marvelous vibe, and I know it starts from inside. So fill your heart with pride and let your light shine brightly. Yo, don't hide. You're a work of art, unforgettable and off the charts. I can't pick a favorite part, cause everything about you is the key to my heart. All right. That's right. Come on, come on. Dang, diggy, dang. Diggy, diggity, dang. All right, okay. All right, okay. Hey. Magnificent. It's incredible. You got a marvelous vibe, and I know it starts from inside. So fill your heart with pride and let your light shine brightly. Yo, don't hide. You're a work of art, unforgettable and off the charts. I can't pick a favorite part, cause everything about you is the key to my heart. All right. Come on, come on. Dang, dicky, dang. All right, okay. Hey. All right. Come on, come on. Dang, dicky, dang. All right, okay. All right, okay. Hey.
One, two, three. I'm only here for the vibes, just trying to have a good time. I'm ready to jump the line, and you're on the outside looking in. So come and make your move, 'cause I got nothing to lose.
Welcome one and all to the Rising 11 Gentlemen's Invitational from Gamepolis in Malaga. My name is Counterfeit, joined by Impetuous Panda. Of course, as we regard our beautiful stage here, Panda, would you like to tell the people what on earth Rising Legends is?
Rising Legends has been the competitive circuit ever since Set 6 started, Gizmos and Gadgets. It's been kind of encompassing all competitive tournaments, Golden Pack Cups as well, EMEA finals, the online qualifiers. But in this case, we're also going to see some kind of, taking in of these more for fun tournaments, invitational tournaments, tournaments that are trying to nurture and help grow the community as well outside of the competitive circuit. So I think it's so important and so happy to be here in Malaga, in person, meeting the players, being with you as well here.
It has been an absolutely baking time here. The weather is being very, very unforgiving indeed. But we've got 32 players brought from all across Europe to be coming here and show exactly what they're made of. So Panda, this isn't just a regular TFT tournament as you alluded to.
No, it's not. It's going to be 2v2v2v2, so it's just going to be regular lobby. It's not double up itself, but just a regular lobby TFT. But players are playing in a team together. They have different bounties they can complete outside of the normal points they can earn in a normal game from 1 to 8. So it's a very unique take on TFT, a bit of a mix of competitive and this more for fun element of trying to, maybe not force, but help out players try different strategies, different ways of playing TFT as well. So I'm just very excited to see how it all plays out.
So in a little bit of context, as to how this has all come together in the first place. So this is not all just happening today. These players have been playing through multiple days of plays before to separate them out into the 4 different groups we've got playing here today. Some of them will be playing on stage, some of them will be playing in a separate area, and that's already started. This upcoming one is going to be our silver lobby, our second lobby up from the bottom.
Yeah, and it's going to be teams 9 through 12th in terms of the online phase. Then we have 5th through 8th. And tomorrow will be the finals with the prismatic lobby, the best of the best. And that'll be the players that finish 1 through 4th in the online phase that has already happened throughout the last week. Important to note, the countries represented is really all of EMEA is going to be here. So we have the main powerhouse nations like Germany, like France, like Spain. Obviously, we are in Spain. You have to have some Spanish representation. But also we have Turkey, and just all over Europe has players represented that have been flown out and will be playing here and trying to represent their own individual prowess, but also their own countries and communities. I think is so important in TFT.
Absolutely, and of course, a huge part of this for our players is getting to meet a lot of the people they've obviously been interacting with potentially for years without never getting the chance to meet them face to face. So no matter how this event goes, I think our players are very, very happy to have made it along at all.
Not just your player, I'm also very happy to meet players like Kevin Parker that I talked a lot online, but I haven't seen him in person. Some of the Spanish guys that I never got to talk to until now, like Chuso, for example. So it's just overall, I think, a really big celebration of TFT with a mix of very sweaty, competitive games and strategies, but also kind of this for fun community element that I think is also very important.
Well, for sure, and of course, one of the things we'll be going into during the course of today, and of course tomorrow we'll be playing our final lobbies as well. It's just how different this will be for our players. Of course, they've had their qualifying stages to get a little bit used to playing as a squad together, but it's worth reiterating this is not double up. This isn't the mode where you share HP pools. In this case, our players will add up the points they get wherever they finish as a team, and that will be their final result.
If you were following along with Super Brawl and Monsters Attack, it's going to be kind of a lot of similar strategies will be employed throughout these games, but instead of being 4v4, it's going to be 2v2v2v2. So a little bit less agency in terms of controlling how much you can kind of hold units from the other team and stuff like this, but still some element that will be very different from a normal game of ranked, online TFT or even a tournament TFT like GSC.
So of course, as you can see on the screen right now, these are all the dates we've been playing. So the initial online phase running between the 5th and 12th of July, and of course the offline phase where we are right now here at LAN, running for today and tomorrow as well. So I have to imagine, particularly for our top prismatic lobby, as you mentioned before, who will be playing in tomorrow's event, 3 games there. They'll be keeping a very close eye on how things progress today and seeing if they can pick up any of the top, most recent developments in the team dynamic.
Not just because of the new format, but also the new patch and the new hotfix patch as well. So it's going to be 2 layers of kind of new meta overall happening here, and players will have to adapt without really having that much of a chance to play online, ranked, play 20 or 30 rankings like they're used to. So it'll be, I think, a very fresh tournament, a very fresh experience in terms of what we expect to see from these players today.
Well, speaking of our players, here is the full list. So they're being listed by their team names. They, of course, as you might be able to tell, have chosen these names themselves. So they've got various little stories behind them. You can see the players in small text next to them, and you can, of course, see where they have finished. So if you kind of put an imaginary line every 4 teams, that's how our lobbies are divided up. And, of course, the top 4 teams playing tomorrow.
And we'll be seeing teams from 9 to 12 in this lobby that's coming up right now. So if you're a fan of any of these players, or if you're just a fan of TFT in general, definitely stay tuned and watch what these players are going to bring to the table. We have a very varied list of players participating here. It's going to be a mix, as we mentioned, of kind of content creators, community figures, and also very much pro players. We have 3 GSC winners here with Saru, with Lumarpin, for example. We have world participants with Enzo and Lelouch. So it's, I think, an eclectic mix, but a very fun mix, and I'm really excited to see how these different teams mesh together as a team, but also kind of in each different lobby with 4 different teams participating.
No, for sure. I think it should be absolutely wild through. So again, a quick reminder of how things are going to play out. We'll be bringing you the 2 games from our silver lobby to start us off. We'll then have an hour break, and then we'll be going on to our gold lobby to end of the day with 3 games played. So a total of 5 with a break pretty much roughly there in the middle. This does mean, of course, for our upcoming lobby, there's going to be a lot of pressure on them to, to get in those points very, very quickly with only 2 games to play.
Exactly. It's not like having the usual 6 games we have in GSCs. It's going to be a smaller sample size, which means that every game matters that much more. You really have to make sure you're bringing your A game from the very start. There's no chance to really warm up. You have to come warmed up already and really perform in that very first chance you have.
Now, the weather's been helping us out in that respect, I'm absolutely certain. But of course, here in the arena, as you can see a little glimpse of behind us, it's absolutely incredible space to be doing this. For a lot of our players, of course, this will be their first chance to get that LAN experience, which, as TFT continues to grow from strength to strength, will become more and more relevant in making sure they can hit the very peaks of TFT.
And here in Málaga Gamepolis is the 10th anniversary of this gaming convention, so a very important year for this, and overall it's one of the biggest hubs of gaming in Málaga, so very important for TFT, but really for the gaming world at large, and really great to see how many fans, how many young kids, and really of all ages are here to show up and care about gaming in general, so it's really great to be here, I think.
And what we're seeing on the left of our screen right now is the separate area, so that's where the bronze competition is currently being played right now. Honestly, it's an amazing setup there. Our players being very well taken care of. But also, we've got this secondary stage, well, the primary, I suppose, stage area, which we'll be seeing in just a second. We can see all these players getting their chances. You can see one of there, and others, getting their last-minute prep in, getting in those last tiny pieces of information that could swing them from first to last or last to first.
And so important to have players from different nationalities that really maybe don't interact as much online, having a chance to meet up in person and really share their thoughts on TFT in general, on where it's going as well in the future, because it is definitely going to many places, I think, in the next few years, and it's just really great to see these players interacting in person as well.
Oh, absolutely. As we were saying before, TFT really feeling like it's entering the golden age. Of course, we're looking forward to next sets and to see how much TFT can grow and what it can eventually be, and I think this is a huge step forward in making that a reality. For our players, even, as we said before, just getting to the LAN at all is a huge motivation by itself. It's an experience that not many people will get to have in their lives to be able to play in this kind of environment.
And I think it's a preview of maybe what we'll see in Las Vegas as well in December, with Riot now implementing these bigger structured tournaments outside of the main competitive circuit. So just very excited for the future of TFT, and I think this is a nice little appetizer to what's to come.
Yes, it's nice we managed to get in there ahead of NA in this particular respect. I know, but of course, you're absolutely right. As TFT starts to move into the live event space more and more, it could only get more and more exciting. We will, in a little minute, have a little interview just before we get into the main serving here. But just before we do, he did mention, of course, where we are in terms of the meta coming in today. We have been seeing a lot of changes recently, including a hotfix really fresh off the presses.
Yeah, Invokers and Taric were quite a bit overtuned coming into yesterday and the day before, after that 13.14 patch came in. A B patch has come in, a hotfix has come in for today. It will be included for the tournament realm for all of our players playing today and tomorrow. And overall, I think the meta is going to be pretty balanced. I think it's going to be a chance to play almost any comp of the game and still find success. I think the meta will be quite open, so I'm really excited to see how it develops.
All right, so as we mentioned before, we have got a special guest coming on to give us a few words before we get started. So Alex, if you wouldn't mind making your way up here, grabbing a headset for yourself.
Get comfortable, Alex.
Yeah. Would you, for the folks at home who may not have seen you before, would you mind introducing yourself for the people?
Hey everybody, I'm Alex. I'm head of competitive operations for TFT in EMEA Esports, or in EMEA for TFT Esports.
So Alex, I know that you were involved in bringing this event to life in the first place. So how did it come to be that we've got a pairs event here rather than just a sort of standard TFT event?
It was a fun Tuesday morning when I got a DM from Max, our product lead in EMEA Esports, and he was like, hey, we're going to do a fun event in Málaga. We need to do a fun tournament. And I thought, okay, I've always been a fan of Double Up, fan of 2v2v2, and that's how this crazy format came to be.
So I want to ask you, Alex, what importance do you give to events like this where players are able to meet in person? You have this kind of crossover of different communities that are maybe a bit segregated, usually with France and Spain, etc. How important do you think it is for the future of TFT?
I think it's incredibly important. You see that now with the future of the Vegas Open, obviously, the one happening in December. So TFT Esports has always been online. That's the beauty of TFT. But we've always felt like as a community, we wanted to give kind of an excuse to get players to meet in person and have this experience of seeing everyone and meeting together.
So, I mean, obviously, this is an incredibly impressive setup we've got here. Longer term, are we hoping to have more things like this in, particularly in EMEA, in EU?
Definitely in the plans. Like, of course, I can't promise everything. I can't definitely say it's going to be happening every time. But we definitely really want to push this, especially on a bigger scale. We really want to see more players, more people having the opportunity to meet together and have fun. It was great to see the players just interacting for the first time. Hey, I've seen you online on Discord a lot, and it's great to finally get them to meet in person and actually see that happen.
So you're also involved with competitive operations with the LEC. What kind of crossover is there between TFT and LEC and League of Legends in general? Where do you see TFT growing? Do you see it kind of following that same structure? Is it a different structure altogether? What is your idea in that comparison?
Definitely different, right? The LEC has, and League of Legends in itself has a very different, I would say, overall architecture to how we do the esport, right? Whereas in TFT esports, we're really embracing how different we can be with TFT esports. We're a bit more wacky, we have more fun, a lot of community driven, and that's the focus we're trying to go for here. We've taken some learnings from League of Legends, some of the professional aspect, and put that into TFT, but we're definitely open to like how TFT in itself is its own game, its own community, how we want to play the game.
Well, I guess we'll turn the question back on you before, like, from the Riot perspective, getting the chance to meet the players in person and have these conversations, how important is that, to you and the other artists here?
I think it's incredibly important because, like, we all know, like, Mort, for example, is like one of the most accessible game devs ever. And as esports, we want to make sure that we also get to talk to our players, get that feedback, like, hey, what do you think of the format? What's working for you? What's not working for you? Where could we improve better? I want to make sure that we're at least always being heard. After every tournament, we like to put out like it's boring, but we put out a Google form to make sure we get that feedback, right? We don't want to be deaf to what everyone feels and how they think the tournament goes.
In the other stage, where the bronze lobby is playing right now, there is a sort of circular, maybe poker-style setup that I think was in discussion a lot when TFT first started with esports, despite it being mostly online the last few years. In the future, with more events maybe happening in person, at LAN events, do you guys want to try and play around with how you can structure, the in-person events, how you can work around with kind of like poker-style table, for example, or stuff like that?
That's a really interesting question because as someone, I come from like the fighting game community and we always have very crazy setups and try to run 1,000 people tournaments, right? So we're always looking at ways to quote-unquote optimize how you run these things. And I really like the poker setup, especially for TFT, just the nature of 1 versus 1, like 8 free-for-all. So who knows? Maybe we might be seeing like lines of tables or we might be seeing more of those poker hubs. Always open suggestions.
Well, actually, I mean, I know this is a particular passion of Mort, who's spoken about it at great length, because I know the TFT community always wants to make their, get themselves heard. You mentioned the feedback forms that will be going around and things. If you're a TFT fan and absolutely you want to get those kind of opinions across in a way that's going to be most easily accessible, how would you recommend people do that?
Like getting into TFT esports?
Oh, in terms of feeding back about TFT esports.
I think it's the way we structured our Discord server, where it was for TFT Rising Legends. All the official things happen on that server, but it's not like gate capped to that you have to participate. If you have these feedback, there is a feedback channel, there's an ask channel. There's so many ways you can interact with our admins, our head referees, myself even. There are many ways for you to shoot over an email or anything. It could be as boring as an email or as interesting as a Discord DM. We're always happy to hear back.
So to let you go now before the game start, is there any shout out you want to give, anyone you want to thank in general, or just any message you want to send to any viewers at home? You're not a streamer or content creator, but still, we'll give you the chance.
I guess one person is Max, product lead for TFT. We miss you here. We wish you were here, but we're hoping having a good time. We're doing our best and having a great time over here. And obviously to all the rioters and I love you all. And to the TFT community. I'm going to stop now. Get this mic away from me.
All right. No,
thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Have a great day and hope you enjoy the games.
Oh gosh, of course, that is one of the wonderful things about LAN. The accessibility of everybody here, the kind of getting the opinions across and hearing things. I mean, of course, it's so easy to miss when you come into an event like this, just how much work goes into putting together an event like this. Seeing that, if you see the time-lapse videos of these kind of events going up and coming down, it gets your appreciation for just, what an incredible thing it is to even be here at all.
Well, the biggest thing I'm looking forward to is the trash talk between players on stage as they contest each other, they hold each other's units. Online, you're kind of limited to what you can do, but on stage here, we might see some players getting up, shouting across the stage. We won't incentivize or incite too much of that, but we'll let nature take its course.
Yeah, I mean, there's no crimes being committed here.
I come from Call of Duty, so I've seen a lot of trash talking in the past.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. We've got a trash talk meta we need to develop. The only problem we've got is that TFT players, as a whole, are incredibly delightful and wholesome.
That's true.
So we need to try and find a way for them to interact with each other, which still, is still noisy, but is still, managing to make sure that everyone stays friends at the end.
So we do have, I think, the first 2 games coming up, the first 4 teams, and maybe we can break down a little bit more about these teams. There are going to be, 4 Spanish players overall out of the 8, so I'm incredibly excited. This is how we're going to start things off. But overall, are there any players that you really want to highlight from the online phase in terms of what they might be bringing to the table for this offline phase?
Well, as we look into this lobby here, it's actually say, we've got a heavy Spanish presence in the competition as well, but I mean, of course, it couldn't go without saying from the UK, Maisie, Marzipan, and Lana, much like myself, Maisie and Lana being for the first time here, they've got, if we're talking about team dynamics, the UK team dynamic is the most adorable. I will die on this hill. We've got this real big brother, little sister energy going on between the two of them, and it's a delight to see.
We also have, of course, Odessa and Lumarfin. Lumarfin won one of the GFCs in set 7 in Dragonland, so a player that has already proven his prowess individually, now having to play in a team. A little bit different. Odessa as well, a very regular player in the very top echelons of ladder, and also in GSCs. And going to the German team, Broken as well. Last set, he had some great performances in the Golden Spatula Cups. And TwoBiers, who's usually our German co-caster, co-streamer, also a very good player, proving that maybe here today.
Yeah, and of course, TwoBiers is one of the players who did make it to the previous, much smaller scale DreamHack Hanover event, where a lot of our players do meet for the first time. Rubik and Zays, of course, finishing things out from Turkey. But oh boy, as you said, it's going to be a really, really interesting setup here. Communication, the way that people approach the game. We could end up in situations here where we've got players on the same team getting first and last in the same lobby. That's very possible.
And we have the bounty system, which is something that we'll have to explain throughout the event because it is a lot to really take in. Essentially, you are playing TFT to some extent normally with a 2v2v2v2 setup. Getting first place will get you 8 points. Getting last place in the lobby will get you only 1 point. But we have bounty set up where if you complete certain challenges, for example, 3-starring 4 different units in a single game. For example, having 5 Yordle in and having 2 4-star Yordles. Just a few different challenges here and there. You get some extra points that add on to your total standing. So you might finish first and complete a bounty. You might get 11 points instead of 8. So overall, we might see some teams really indexing at least one of their players to complete challenges while the other player plays a normal game of TFT. And it's going to be really interesting to see how that all mixes up and what players think is going to be the optimal way to play this tournament out.
Well, in particular, our bounties are going to be the same whether you're playing 2 games in your particular lobby or if you're playing 3. So proportionally, in this particular upcoming silver lobby, it's going to be even more important to get those points in because, as you said, 2-point bounties, 3-point bounties, 4-point bounties, they are achievable. It's definitely not things that players will do by accident necessarily, but if you work towards them, particularly ones like winning with 1 HP is maybe a little hard to pull off, but winning with 100 HP, you can maybe make that happen.
I mean, that must be even harder, no? From my competitive nature at least, I haven't won many games with 100 HP. It doesn't happen very often on ladder, but it happens sometimes. I saw Solo Gasang doing it on stream this last week, so it is a possibility for sure. But we'll look forward to what these players end up doing, and again, what kind of strategy they have from the get-go. From the very start of the game, I think we might see maybe a player right away trying to force some kind of Yordle comp to try and complete that Yordle challenge, for example. So it's going to not really be a normal TFT experience throughout today and tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see particularly how our players approach things because one of the concerns coming in, as you mentioned, with the points being divided between the 2 players is, in an ideal world, you finish first and second in the lobby, but a lot of the time that's not going to be possible. So you maybe whether our players try and play more towards the top 4-star where they get both their players in a reasonable position, or if they go for more of a swing for the fences, try for the first and second, and maybe end up with the 5th and 6th.
We also have a challenge with Piltover, getting 70 stacks on your T-Hex, so that might incentivize players to play that riskier first rate strategy. I think one very common thing we might see from players is, because you can't really manipulate the lobby as much as you can in something like a Super Brawl format with 4v4, you might see players both trying to play 3-cost reroll comps, but different comps altogether that have no overlap with their units, and that makes it so there's less 3 costs in the pool, and both players can more easily hit. So I think some kind of like halfway trying to manipulate the lobby, but not going all the way into just griefing your game to try and do so, is what we'll be seeing a lot of today. In what way exactly is going to be hard to predict. I think the players that played the online phase, which is a similar format, or the same format really, will have experience, and maybe you can bring that experience today to the LAN.
Well, we are certainly talking to some of the players beforehand. We've got some players who are confident enough with their raw TFT skill to say, I don't need to play it like a team game. I'll just play like a regular game, and I'll get so many points it won't matter. But for other players, they've said, we're going to really focus on playing the team aspect of this, try and focus down individual opposing players, or try and play more supportive to their teammates specifically. I think this is something I'm really excited to see what we can do, because you mentioned the Super Bowl before as a 4v4 format where this is extremely apparent. It's definitely, as you said, going to be more subtle here than it would have been there, but there's still going to be an element of how well do you play as a team and how well do you play the lobby as a team.
And for our viewers at home who don't really maybe know these names to perfection, aren't from these communities possibly, just to keep in mind, I think there are a few standout players in terms of their past achievements, both on ladder and in tournaments. One of those, of course, being Lu Marpin, as I mentioned before. He's won a Golden Patchlet Cup. That is not an easy feat, as we know, except if you're Sasa, then I guess it's quite easy. I think won 2 already. Odessa as well, from just his ladder and GSC performances. Rubik from Turkey, similar player that has had a very consistent performance all throughout TFT's history, going back to set 5, set 4 as well. And Lalana, who was rank 1 on EU West last set. He's proven a lot. He made it to Worlds as well back in set 4. And is trying to make a bit of a comeback in terms of his results in this set. I think this is maybe a way to do so as well, proving that he is one of those very, very strong players.
Well, that's the thing. Of course, Paderborn won it in Hanover, but for these players here, if you can get, especially, you come through and get a big win here at LAN, there's only going to be so many opportunities to do so as we check out some of the activities available for the folks around.
Is this TFT related? I don't know.
I could only assume so, perhaps in a more abstract
APM,
way.
maybe you improve your APM with stronger arm coordination. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where I'm going with this.
Well, you meant, so to come back to our players coming up in this lobby, so as part of Team RNG Enjoy, so that's Lu Marpin and Odessa, I was talking to Lu Marpin a little bit last night when we were all out at dinner together, and he really impressed me, honestly, as a player who was extremely thoughtful about TFT as a game. Speaking particularly about the mental game of TFT and how that's definitely an unexplored space. I think one of the big concerns people have when they're going to say their first LAN is what an alien environment it is to play away from home, away from your usual setup, in front of people who you're certain are judging you with very, very judgy eyes. And to be able to keep your focus and concentration under these circumstances, that's a real learned skill.
I mean, Lu Marpin is a special case because he is a professional poker player, so he has a lot of very transferable skills in terms of pressure, in terms of understanding mathematics, and very analytical as well. So I think all of that transfers very well to TFT. And he's also played in a lot of the LAN events that have happened for GSC tournaments in Spain, in Madrid, and in different cities in Spain. So he's, to some extent, used to playing in a LAN event with a different environment, not at home, outside noise, other people cheering for him, but also just general noise that could throw you off your game. In his case, and most of the Spanish players, I think they're kind of used to it. Odessa as well, Chuso as well, so I think they're going to have that upper edge. But as you mentioned, if there's anyone who has never played in a LAN event before, they might have to adapt, and that with only 2 games, there's not that much time to do so, so it will be kind of a skill testing environment for sure.
Well, I mean, speaking of players like that, you mentioned the Spanish team having some of the advantage there. The UK team definitely very much not the case. For Maisie and Lana, I believe it's both of their first times being here on LAN. We've definitely seen them coordinating very closely together. I suppose if you're going to come to a LAN for the very first time, to come as part of a team in particular, that's got to be of more comfort to know that you've got at least one person who's going to have your back at all times.
And this is, of course, a competitive competition, a serious competition, but there aren't the same stakes as a world championship, for example, TFT. So it is kind of in the middle between competition and between just a tournament that tries to incentivize, fostering the community growth, fostering, the fun of this whole environment as well. So I think this is a perfect opportunity to get used to the LAN environment and get used to playing on a stage with people watching you and cheering for you and maybe judging your roll downs and your plays a little bit. I would definitely not want to be a player, but that's on me, I think. But definitely happy to be here casting and getting to see these wonderful games.
So, general friends, we are getting ready for our first lobby to start. Because you get still a few more ducks in a row before that's fully possible. So we'll ask your patience while we go to a very small break. Please stick around. We'll be back as soon as possible with the start of game 1 of 5 for today.
Move on up, get to the core of it. It's your time to remember the dreams. We don't stop. Turning in a spot, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby. me free. You make me come alive. Oh, tomorrow comes and I will follow you. Oh, burning in the smoke, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh, baby, baby. Burning in the smoke, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh, baby, baby. Burning in the smoke, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh, baby, baby. Burning in the smoke, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh, baby, baby.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy cars. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy cars.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rising Legends Invitational. Gamepolis is honestly an incredible place to be here in Malaga. We're here, of course, with Impetuous Panda, with an absolutely overexcitable crowd from the very beginning. We hope you guys will make lots of noise for our players to get the full LAN experience.
And for any fans of competitive EMEA TFT, we saw some notable names there from the French community. Enzo, Doki, Experian, and Brank as well that will be playing tomorrow. So some big names here, a great crowd as well. And overall, I think some great games of TFT coming up very, very soon. We are finally ready to go with the silver lobby with the players we saw early on. 8 players total, 4 different teams representing different countries as well. So just really excited to see how this whole format plays out more than anything, because it's so unique with the bounties especially. I think we're going to have some players just beelining for a specific bounty, playing Piltover, playing Yordles instead of just a usual game of TFT. So really cool to see.
Yeah, and of course, the bounty system was in place during our online part of the event as well, which was in fact one of the reasons why the UK team has made it to this point. They were the team who said, you know what, we're going to prioritize bounties ahead of everything else. And they actually, by doing that, they managed to push themselves just above the line, ahead of other teams that have had raw performance stats which were better than them, but they hadn't got quite as many bounties to their name.
And some bounties, when your placement is kind of locked in, if you think you're 8th place and you can't salvage your position, you might sell off your entire board and try and complete one of the bounties, like getting 3 Goldenator on Heimerdinger's turret, for example. So we're going to see some very unusual things being done that will not be done in like GSCs or ladder, like big tournament games. So don't try and copy anything you see on stage today. It might not be a good idea for your own performance in your games.
No, absolutely. Definitely don't try this at home. But I mean, that's going to be one of those aspects we'll be watching out for here. Is again how well our teams adapt to this environment and eke out every single point available. Of course, if you can pull both of these things together, have a very strong team performance while also managing to land the bounties as well, you can put yourself into an incredibly strong position from even the first game.
And some teams that might have a bigger disparity between the talent of both of those players might have certain players focusing just on bounties, just on challenges from the very beginning, and other players playing kind of a more normal game of TFT, playing what they're given and trying to get their best placement possible. So it's going to be very curious to see how these teams decide their own kind of big picture strategies going into this game 1, and then in game 2 if they adjust that as well, because it's going to be 2 games. If something doesn't work out in game 1, or if you complete certain bounties, you might change your focus for game 2. So it's going to be cool to see how these things overlap.
And it's worth mentioning, of course, the prizes available for all of our players. If they, it's what in this particular lobby, what they'll be trying to do is to get as high on the positioning as possible, because they'll get a larger prize. So even if you can't necessarily come out as very, very top here in the silver lobby, coming in second as a team is still very much worthwhile.
That's one key thing to note. The online phase has locked you into a specific lobby. The best that the teams in this lobby can finish is 9th place in the tournament and that corresponding prize pool. So you can't just jump into that 1st place lobby tomorrow. It's a bit of a different format for this tournament. But obviously players want to do the best they can to represent their own individual talent and their communities and their countries as well. As you mentioned, Alana and Maisie representing the UK. So it's going to be very fun to see how this national aspect comes into play as well, and how much they care about having that pride element come in.
Of course, yes, we saw our players there nervously on stage, I think trying to make sure they keep up their focus. So apologies again for the slight delay on starting. We have got all of our ducks in a row now, so we'll be starting shortly. We do want to make sure, of course, everyone is entirely set up. I mean, that is going to be one of the things as well, as I'm sure many LEC players will tell you, keeping your focus, especially when there is a portal delay, is absolutely crucial. It's worth noting that our Turkish players are playing it from home rather than at the LAN, but everybody else here you can see on the live stage cameras.
And we see Odessa, deciding to keep his anonymity for this event. Going to be wearing a very cute and very, very interesting mask. Might throw the other players off when they know they're getting, beaten by. I mean, Odessa's a very good player, so he might just win a lobby with this mask setup as well. That would be great to see. We see TwoBiers, we see Broken as well. Lumarpin, who again has had so much experience in the GSCs throughout the entirety of Rising Legends history, all the way in set 6 with Gizmos and Gadgets, and leading into this set as well with Runeterra Reforged. Really happy to see him here in person and finding success.
Well, the thing you mentioned before, with this being off of the beaten path a little bit with Rising Legends and not part of the regular GSC circuit, that could potentially lead someone to the regional EMEA finals and then to a global championship. What I'm really hoping for our players here is it makes them more rounded as a TFT player, that you can get to see the game in a different way than you would otherwise be doing it, because you're working with somebody else in this kind of live environment. But potentially you may never team with them before, but I hope long term we will be seeing a lot more TFT of this nature.
And a big opportunity in this LAN event with this whole professional setup with the cameras to showcase more of your personality as a player as well. Usually online, you're hyper focused on having the best results in your GSC games and your ladder games. In this case, you might have a little bit more fun with it. Try and showcase your personality, your flair a tiny bit more as well.
All right, so let's get into our very first lobby. These players will only play 2 games across the entirety of this LAN, and this will be the first. Our first portal is being set up, and we've got a fairly divided opinion.
And Luxkraya crying in the corner alone, not one of the fan favorite portals throughout this new set. It's going to be Yorick's Graveyard to start things off. Shadow Walls for Rise if he comes into play later on in the game. That will be what will decide his Realm Warp ability.
Well, talk to me a little bit about Yorick's Graveyard then, because we know this is going to be one of those portals that does affect the game. As we see in the top right, thank you very much, production, every time a player dies, every other player in the lobby will get a choice of one of the 4 items of the player that died. Presumably, this is going to encourage our players to play pretty friggin' aggressive.
This does also include Tactician's Crown, which is one of the wild options you can get from that anvil when you open it up when a player does die. One key thing to note here is you're going to have a lot of items if you survive long enough in this game, which means you want to try and play compositions that have multiple carries, multiple tanks to make use of those items. If you have a composition that has kind of 1 star unit and everyone else is just a trait bot that doesn't really do much, you're not going to make really good use of those extra items.
No, absolutely. And of course, we're seeing the Cassiopeias on the field right now. It's worth bearing in mind. We are seeing some of our lower cost units getting some fairly substantial buffs in this patch, particularly a couple of the Noxus units, including Cassiopeia.
One of the big goals for the dev team was to make all units clickable. And when it comes to any shop you might see, they wanted to make it worthwhile to buy these units to make sure that you could really field them at any point in the game. That's the case for units like Orianna, who were not so strong, other than just their pilt-over traits in the last few patches. In this patch, they will be much more playable in Sorcerers, generally in Stage 2 as well. Cassiopeia was already, I think, relatively strong before, is now even stronger. You can build around her 100% through Stage 2 if you want to win streak.
Just take a moment to recognize the legends that are coming in here. We knew that there would potentially be a different setup than normal. So we've got Lee Sin, we've got Earth, and we've even got Caitlyn in the mix. So we know we've got something a little bit different here from our players.
And Earth, one of the big reasons this might be seeing plays, there is a bounty to field 3 different emblems on your field in a game of TFT. Earth, of course, helps with exactly this, so it might be some players trying to go for this Earth strategy. We see too healthy there for Odessa, a very interesting augment choice, and also Invoker Crest. It would have been auto-pick in the patch before this hotfix. Maybe now, Odessa has to think about his 3 options and decide which is best.
So, I mean, just take a second to talk about the hotfix coming in. As we see the rerolls and potentially a choice there. So, okay, we will be talking about too healthy. So what are the routes Odessa can take here to make the most out of this augment that gives health to your team based on how many 2 costs you're fielding?
The most classic and popular route will be playing Talia alongside Sets. Talia's ability, her passive of throwing these rocks every time there is a stun or a knock-up effect on the field throughout any fight, works really well with Sets. It kind of wants you to play multiple copies of Talia and multiple copies of Set, so it really synergizes really well with the augment. And similar to Double Trouble, for example, the key thing to make note of with this augment compared to Double Trouble is that you don't really want to 3-star your unit in most cases. You want to play two 2-star copies of Talia, 2 2-star copies of Set, maybe a Teemo and a Swain, and then start pushing levels because every other 2 cost you add will give health to everyone, kind of an exponential effect. So incredibly important to go level 6, roll a little bit, and then try pushing to 7 into 8.
All right, well, I mean, the board for Odessa is looking decent, but doesn't get the first round win. Of course, it's going to take a little while before you can build up that critical mass of synergistic 2 costs. But we're seeing from Lallana, we've mentioned Caitlyn coming in, so going for a very different approach here with his first augment.
And it's a really big tempo push with this with Stars Are Born. It really allows you to have this pretty crazy tempo start where you have a 2-star 2 cost, a 1-star 1 cost. You can decide when you want to buy them from the shop, so it'll be kind of a different, you can decide not to buy on the very first round, wait for better options in the future natural shop after that first round. So it's a unique augment, and I think overall, we can see here, an incredibly strong board. He levels to 5 to really push the tempo of this lobby.
Now, I do like this aggressive play coming out from the UK team. Again, I think somewhat, arguably underdogs in this lobby, so they need to get a strong off of the blocks, and that's what's happening so far. Lallana and Maisie Marzipan, as of this round at least, undefeated. We'll see if Maisie holds on to that streak.
Lallana did get many first place finishes throughout the online phase. I think he's definitely a player that is coming in here to prove his own individual worth, while also trying to fight for his team to finish among the top standings with the bounties and with overall the points they get to accumulate throughout these next 2 games.
So, of course, an interesting thing about us playing in a pairs format here rather than actual double up is that with Lallana and Maisie Marzipan both on win streaks, they're going to face off against each other at some point and break one of the streaks.
In Stage 2 especially, it's where it's most important because you get that snowball effect with the 5 streak. If you're able to win going into Krug and then all of Stage 3, it really sets you up for success for the future stages in the game. So we might see some players purposely weakening their board, even if they can't guarantee they're playing their teammates, just in case they do face their teammates to make sure they can, 5 win streak or 5 loss streak. Either way will have a pretty big impact, I think.
Well, Maisie going up against Rubik from Turkey, who does have a win streak as well. Both players with a pretty solid looking board. We do see that there's a little bit of Shadow Isles going through. It is one of the traits that got the changes more recently. It looks like Macy won't be able to hold on to that streak.
And Rage Blade, generally an okay slam, especially in stage 2, because fights do take so long, there isn't that much DPS, and overall that means that you're able to stack this Rage Blade quite a lot, and that could win you some fights. Overall, not the most ideal item combo on Orianna with the Rage Blade and the Gunblade, but still can do work. A very close fight here. The two buff, 1-star carries, but in the end, Cassiopeia comes out on top with that Twin Fang, able to seal the deal.
Well, Turkish fans celebrate as Rubik remains the only undefeated player. It's worth noting, of course, Orianna getting the change recently to make it a little bit more, more able to take those endgame fights.
Talia here, very important for Odessa for his 2 healthy comp. You want to try and find as many of the relevant 2-cost units as quickly as possible, and right away it lands right in front of him. He just has to take a few steps, and Talia is now on his board, I assume, in the next round.
So we started off this lobby with Team UK playing pretty darn aggressively here, but I'm noticing from TwoBiers and Lumarpin down towards the bottom, they've got a lot of unslammed items at this point.
That's a big indicator of not trying to have board strength, trying to lose streak instead, and we're seeing why. Lumarpin, as we're seeing here, in a normal game of GSC, he might not be playing Tristana reroll. It's not really considered to be an S-tier comp right now in the meta. But because we have bounties revolving around Yordles, he's now maybe incentivized, hey, I have a good start for Tristana. I have Trade Sector as my augment. I'm going to be able to roll a lot and find these upgrades. I'm going to try and play a game Tristana reroll and see how it pans out.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the most pointed composition you can play towards bounties. We've got a bounty for if you get 4 units to 3-star. We've got a bounty for basically playing 5 Yordles to full effect as well. So this could be an enormous amount of points for Spaniards coming out of this game.
And we have a Heimerdinger bounty as well. So Lumarpin,
True.
He calculated the odds with his poker background. He said, yes, this is a good plan. This is my strategy to go into for this game 1. Going to be losing here, but that's completely fine. He is trying to lose streak all of this stage, the next round ideally as well, to get that lose streak gold and going to stage 3 with a lot of gold to roll with while he's still level 4. We're going to have that 1 round after Krugs while he still has the best 1-cost odds to roll for Viego 3, Tristana 3, Maokai 3, and Poppy 3, all 4 of those, and that will also accomplish a bounty if he's able to do so.
Yeah, I mean, looking pretty good so far, finding the upgrades to make sure that even if the losses don't go so well, that they are at least maintained at a decent level. Of course, we've got Trade Sector in there to make sure those come through a little bit faster. As we check in with Rubik again, still the undefeated player in the lobby. 1 more round to go to make the most of that money.
And very open with his items as well, just generically good items, and Jewel Gauntlet will work very well in a host of different comps right now in the meta. AP has had a pretty great place right now with Invokers being playable, Sorcerers being obviously much stronger. You can also just play this on a Kai'Sa or a Kalista with Challengers, for example. So Jewel Gauntlet, after that, a little bit of AP that was added to the item, I think has become one of the most popular items to build, even early on in Stage 2.
Yeah, we can see Rubik's looking, I was going to say it was looking decent, but I actually think that Lana's managed to recover a little bit of strength while being off screen. It's going to be a huge amount on whether or not this last execute comes through in a timely fashion. Orianna going to shield herself, and no, nobody leaves stage 2 with a big payout.
Malzahar did not miss his ult, which is very important, and that ended up being a loss for Rubik. A close loss in this case. We also saw Warwick, the healing buff, also helping him stand a little bit longer there against that Maokai, but in the end, takes the hit. And Lumarpin now finally trying to assemble his board. We will be seeing a very big roll down after this Krugs round.
And just before we get to the roll down, I really want to mention, we're talking about how the Spanish players are approaching this lobby. Notice we've got Odessa on the win streak, Lumarpin on the loss streak. They are playing this lobby so well.
A lot of Odessa's win streak is, to some extent, lucky because you can't really dictate what 2 costs you find and how impactful they will be with 2 healthy. Sometimes you just have to take the losses in stage 2 and then have your big roll down at 3-2 to assemble more or less your standard board with 2 Talias and 2 sets. In this case, he was able to find a big enough win streak, a big enough spike off that Talia from Carousel to now win streak these last few fights as well.
I mean, we were talking about, for the Lana and for Maisie, how trying to run both your players as win-streaking players just isn't going to be possible long term. But running a win-streaking and a loss-streaking player seems to make all the sense in the world.
One thing to note, if Lumarpin goes into a fight with the Talia in his shop, he will be incentivized to buy it and sell it, to return it to the pool. It's a very small optimization, but it does help his teammate Odessa have those natural shops favor him more with more sets and more Talias.
I mean, with the caliber of players we've got here, even the smallest of advantages is one that's going to be gone for. And from Lumarpin, though, this is such an important time, rolling down a ton of gold. Doesn't quite get to the point of being able to upgrade any more than this, and it's going to spend nearly all of it just while the odds, as you say, are the best at level 4.
And is unfortunately still a tiny bit far away, 1 off of the Maokai, 1 off of the Tristana. quite a bit off of the Poppy and the Viego. Has to decide what items to slam as well. Tank items are online. We could be seeing, in my opinion, waiting until the carousel to find a bow for Last Whisper or maybe a Gunblade for the Tristana. That was the usual traditional build when Tristana was incredibly popular. It might have changed now with this last patch though.
So taking a second to talk about what we saw from Lalana there, of course, the Star is Born board. Why have people not been taking this augment before, and why is it being played now, do you think, by Lalana?
It's just there's not as strong options as there were before. I think a lot of the other legends were nerfed, and now it gives an opening for other legends to come in and to have their chance in the spotlight, especially if you're a tempo player that wants to play a very strong stage 2, which Lalana is. One of his biggest strengths as a player overall, his entirety playing TFT, is he's very strong at win streaking stage 2, at knowing how to make his board, what units to buy, what units not to buy. But I think it's really a legend that really suits him as a player, which is, I think, the goal for legends in general. Mortdog kind of went over this. They want to make sure to incentivize players that have a certain playstyle to be able to fulfill that playstyle more often.
All right, so we mentioned before, Limarpin very, very close to moving forward in that very bountiful position. Again, only 2 games for these players. They can only get each bounty a single time across the games they're playing, but if you can lock down multiple bounties in a single game, I mean, that's got to be the optimal way to play, right?
And with bounties, giving you 2 to 3 to 4 points, that's almost, if you think about in placements, especially over just 2 games, just so impactful. You cannot ignore this part of the tournament. You have to be focusing in one way or another on these bounties.
As we look across our augments on the right-hand side, hopefully we'll get those back in a second. We did spot there were a few interesting choices coming in. Maisie picking up the Bruiser emblem, so we're seeing some of our players starting to narrow down their lines of play here at 3-2.
A great passing from Viego onto that backline, but does not survive that Talia ult. Odessa seems to be incredibly strong with that early Soraka 2 as well. The Zeke slam to give attack speed to both the Teemo 2 and that Talia. And overall, he'll slowly be shifting into this, I think, more standard version of the Talia comp for that 2 healthy augment. And we're seeing it now. Limarpin finds his first 3-star upgrade. Tristana comes online. No items just yet, waiting for this next carousel to slam something.
So do bear in mind, one of the greatest bounties available, 4 points. That's as good as going up from 5th to a 1st place, is from getting 4 units to 3-star. I mean, this is just going to be absolutely nightmarish. Even if Limarpin finishes this one out, I don't think he's going to finish it in dead last, but even if he did, he would have earned so many points for the team.
And we're seeing this 2 healthy board being built here. Galio with the recent buffs is also a consideration for this board. I've also played it the last week really, and there's a chance to play Galio over Swain in some cases if you find enough copies of Galio as just the main tank to buy time for those sets to have more and more ults and not die too early.
Yeah, we can see the Swain getting some good work in. Recently changed to have his ult pop a little bit more. Odessa, I think it's going to it's going to be pretty tight here as to whether or not the streak goes away. But we can see the Freaky Friday employed by Rubik to make sure this Kalista is incredibly strong to deal with. I think it's just, got enough to put down Odessa and make sure that streak doesn't continue.
Almost, I would say, perfect Kalista item. That's a Kalista 2 as well. Rubik, I think, very correctly analyzed his tempo position with his augment picking Friday to make sure he can continue that win streak, continue having a very high HP going to stage 4. And that looks like a very, very strong board. I think Odessa was destined to lose there. But that shows that he only lost by 1 unit, so I think his comp is still very strong right now with 2 healthy.
So we take a quick glance across the overall lobby. Lalana currently streaking in 1st place, as you noted, picking up the very aggressive augment choice and getting paid off for it. Rubik as well, doing very well from before. Down towards the bottom, Limarpin, of course, has been working very quietly away towards a massively strong board, as stays and Maisie Marzipan just above.
Odessa did pick up a glove for that JG on Talia, as well as another copy of Galio. So a very good carousel start for Odessa, finding the units he wants with the items he wants every single time until now in these first 2 carousels. Looking at Lalana's board, we're seeing why we talk about Lalana as a strong tempo player. He is currently level 7 already at 3-5. He's leveled up. He has his board almost fully upgraded when we're looking at the front line with that Cassidy already itemized. It just looks like a player that will be incredibly strong all throughout stage 3 and 4, and will have a lot of breathing room to make sure he hits his maximum cap for this comp going into stage 5.
Now the social distancing at Prismatic being picked up there to make sure there's as much raw power on the board as possible. We've got a pretty strong front line, though the Cassidy being kept a little bit more conservatively towards the right-hand side. The backliners, of course, buoyed up by the Sorcerer buff, means they'll be able to tear through, and once they start getting kills, they're likely to get more.
And so much time being bought by the Swain here. Will it be enough? It looks like it is. Swain has withstood the entirety of that firefight throughout this fight, and finally Odessa gets a big win against Lalana. That just goes to show how strong 2 healthy is as an augment. If you know how to pilot it, you can very easily finish 2nd, sometimes even 1st place with this gold augment.
So if I'm not mistaken, what happened in the previous rounds, I believe Lana and Odessa have broken each other's streaks back and forth between the two, just reflecting how intense the top of this lobby is. Rubik, though, takes the position as front runner, 96 HP and a win streak as well.
Lumarpin has hit a Poppy 3-star as well, so getting closer and closer to one of the first players to accomplish a bounty. We're seeing it here, 1 off of Maokai and 2 off of Viego. The moment he's able to find these last 2 upgrades, his board will be strong, yes, but he will also have completed a bounty and earned his team a few extra points before the game has even ended.
So, from where Lumarpin is right now, having made this concession to the format, how far do you think he can take the Tristana board long term?
I mean, it's not a bad comp by any margin. I think it's weaker than Kill Reroll or was in the last patch. Not sure exactly how these two are going to fare in this current patch after the hotfix and the recent nerfs to Kaelix and especially the Poppy 4-star. The stun on Poppy 4-star was nerfed from 1 second to 0.25, which, it might sound like a little small difference. It's actually incredibly impactful. I think Poppy was by far the star in the show, above Tristana and Kill in those reroll comps because of how impactful her stun was to buy time for these units to really scale into the late game or into the later stages of a fight. With this nerf to Poppy, we'll see how it affects this comp in general, with Maokai being the main tank here.
Worth noting, of course, Amazing Modspan handing out the loss to Lumarpin was a pretty harsh loss, pushing him down to 17 HP. It does feel like Lumarpin, while he's played the game incredibly well from a tournament perspective, it might be that he's a little too close to the edge to recover.
And he has picked up a very unique augment that I have never seen in competitive play just yet. Spectral Supplies will be the augment choice here for Lumarpin. So that's why you're seeing all these different items pop up as that fight started. Does find the Gunblade for Tristana if he wants it, and then is left with some awkward items that hits the Viego 3, 1 off of this bounty now. Only needs to hit 1 more Maokai to complete the very first bounty of this tournament, of this game 1 we're seeing for the silver lobby. And there we go. Maokai is found. The front line has been secured. This Maokai will be surviving for a very, very long time, especially if he gets that 3rd tank item. And now Lumarpin can start leveling and trying to find 5 Yordle. That's the next step.
Yeah, it's all coming together. Lumarpin must have a huge sigh of relief that didn't take another loss beyond there. But aggressive players like Alana will be looking to try and punish, trying to stay at level 4, level 5 for as long as possible. We have got the building on Alana's board of something stronger long term, but right now, items being held by the Orianna.
Could have slammed the sword on Tristana trying to find a Deathblade, for example, but I think very correctly identifies he has items he has to close out on his bench. He has components he has to make use of, which can't really be used from Maokai's 3rd tank item, having that tier and that rod. And this is not really an AP comp, so very smartly slams that Gunblade on the Viego as well. And now has an empty tier that can become a Redemption or a Protector's Vow on that Maokai on this next carousel on stage 4.
All right, as we head to our final augment, it's going to be Silvers to go with the gold and Prismatic from before. But as we can see, even in the Lumarpin shop, we have got some potentially high-impact choices.
Bronze ticket, a little bit late. We've done most of our rerolling already, but thank you very much, game. Gunner Heart could be potential if you want to go for that 4-gunner line, but the biggest distinction here is that he does not want to go for 4-gunner. He wants to instead slot in the extra Yordle. There's 2 variations of this comp coming to the late game, so I think it makes more sense to go for the 1, 2, 3.
All right, that will be the choice, Lumarpin. Gonna hold his breath a bit. Zaze is only just above him. She's got 18 HP right now, so we've up for a potential couple of early eliminations. Again, having one of your teammates eliminated isn't the end of the world, but you really need to hit, 1st or 2nd place if your teammate goes out in 7th or 8th.
And we're looking now at Zaze's board, what she's able to do. She has a Yasuo with almost perfect items, but that is a Yasuo 1. He needs to get stronger. His last breath won't be as effective as it will be once his unit has been upgraded. The last sword component has been slammed. Could be a Deathblade, could be an IE, could be really almost anything for this Yasuo. He wants that AD, and we'll see how he fares against this Kaisa board from Amazing Marzipan. So makes very good use of that Gunblade, of that Archangels in a stalling fight with all these extra Bruiser emblems as well. A very strong front line means the fight will last very long, and you can stack this Archangels up to almost 120, but not quite enough. That last pass might have done it, couldn't get it off.
Yeah, I'm honestly pretty impressed that Zaze, who's currently getting attacked by a cat. Of course, that's one of the reasons.
That's part of the bounties, Peter.
The bounty system is your cat will get unleashed upon you. Of course, that's one of the things, unfortunately, our players here at LAN won't have the opportunity to be assaulted by the cats in the mid-game. Of course, Makes knows a lot about that. But for Zaze, though, all the focus in the world is required. As you mentioned, the Yasuo not fully online as yet, also getting nerfed recently as well to have just a little bit less damage in, means he's a little less able to delete those backliners solo.
Tough spot to be in, level 7, 0 gold. You've rolled it all down, you've hoped for the best, but the best has not arrived. Maybe this carousel could have a Kaisa, and that could help her upgrade there. We'll need that first the second Yasuo and then finding the third Yasuo. So 2 off, gonna be a little bit unrealistic with no gold whatsoever. Gonna have to get fortunate in the next few fights.
We have got our 2 lowest HP players against each other right now, so whoever loses out here is likely ended out for early elimination. The Tristana, of course, with 2 items, does not get dealt with at all by that lacking Yasuo. I think it's going to be a fairly substantial loss, though not one that drives Zaze out of the game entirely.
We'll see now what this carousel has for our players. 5 costs will be entering the game now in this carousel. Rise can now appear in this carousel as well. If players are trying to get to a vertical of their traits, for example, with Void, with Belveth, maybe for Maisie, this will be a good chance to do so. We do see an Aatrox and a Cassante alongside some 4-cost carries such as Gwen and Urgot, but really nothing that I think our players were angling for too much.
No, and I mean, now we've got 3 players with Maisie dropping down to 26, potentially going to be dropping out early on. We've got a big separation between the top 5 and the bottom 3, so things are going to continue to heat up because Rubik is right up at the top, still win streaking, having on 96 HP. Presumably he's only lost a single time across this game.
Of course, he gets that first copy of Freaky Friday of that Infinity Force and gets a second as well, and now has a Challenger Heart. So overall, just very tempo-heavy options for Rubik, allowing him to continue this win streak, to maintain it throughout every single stage of the game until now. We're seeing it now with Odessa. He has this Talia fully itemized. He has the set online. The Swain is the one that's taking most of these items here. So because you don't really have a tier component item, for example, Protector's Vow or Redemption, I think the items fit perfectly on this Swain. And we're seeing this hybrid variation with the buffs of Soraka and Galio. They now find their place in this 2 healthy comp as well.
Let's take a little bit of stock of where our teams are overall. So we mentioned, of course, Rubik is currently riding high in #1 position. Zaysu is now at the bottom currently, which would mean that the high rollers, the Turkish team, potentially headed for an 8th and 1st finish, kind of neutralizing this first game for them. For Broken and Spritney Beers, we haven't talked about them for a little while. They're currently towards the middle of the pack, perhaps looking for a couple of top 4 finishes themselves.
A small loss there for Odessa. Very strong frontline on TwoBiers' side. He had the Jarvan 2, the Sandra itemized as well. Just overall, a very strong frontline. And Trickster's Glass on Akshan, so all that damage is coming from a single unit, but he's copied twice, and he has that extra DPS on both corners.
So we do have our first elimination, which means the items from Yorick's Graveyard will be available to every single player in this lobby. You said right back at the beginning you were looking for compositions that had a lot of places to put items, because if they get to the top 4, there's going to be a lot of items to place.
This is the case for Broken. Has that Senna, has that Gwen online as well. Is sitting pretty healthy in terms of his gold economy, 52 gold to work with, so he is trying to stabilize at this position and then eventually try to level to level 8 and upgrade most of his board to those 4 and 5 costs.
Jerry Lumarpin, again, up for potential elimination here against Broken's board. Lumarpin scored the 4 points. There we go. So from before, as you noted, that's 4 tournament points in on a 2-game tournament. That's an enormous amount achieved. Even if Lumarpin goes out in this round, his work has been done.
But has not had a chance to fit in those 5 Yordles, has not had a chance to find that Heimerdinger, which would have been the ideal outcome for a game like this. If he got to that late game, he could have done so. It looks like it will be enough for this fight at the very least. The Viego's still doing work now that he's an upgrade to a 3-star. And the Tristana, of course, triple items now. You have the true DPS coming from this 4-cost Yordle carry.
Yeah, looking very good indeed. Maisie dropping down to 16 HP means that maybe Lumarpin is not destined for a 7th place. Again, notice that we've got Odessa, who was win streaking before, start to slip down the table. The Spanish team looking a little bit more precarious than perhaps Spanish viewers would like.
And Broken sitting comfortably at 41 HP, TwoBiers as well. The Germans doing very well in this first lobby, 2nd and 3rd in the current standings. Things can shift dramatically in stage 5 as different players try and hit their next spike. If they've been saving gold and kind of tanking their HP, now they have a chance to use that gold to become stronger than the rest of the lobby. That's kind of how it works in TFT with the different, the lobby tempo and the different spikes players might be going for in terms of their comp.
No, very well noticed there. We see Broken's economy is absolutely off the charts. We do know that from the online stage, there were a few teams able to pull off getting 1st and 2nd in the lobby, which of course is absolutely incredible. But what else will be incredible? It's a 3-star Talia.
Talia 3 has been found. You have to sacrifice one of the Teemos to do so, which is a gruesome thing to imagine, sacrificing a kind soul to just Teemo to get your Talia 3 to be upgraded. But
no. going to use his lesser champion duplicator.
That does make sense as well, and instead going to just wait one more round to make this upgrade. He does have enough HP to do so. He's not on that last life just yet.
All right, I like it. Of course, certainly our Spanish players know how to play on the edge of the knife. Going to be up against here, of course, newly or recently buffed Ari. And we've got, of course, the Shadow Isles board. You've also got some pretty significant recent changes. We can see how powerful it is right now.
And there is the option to, instead of 3-starring into Talia, to, as I mentioned, play 2 copies of Talia and instead just play 2 2-star copies. Odessa has decided it's more valuable to play this 3-star copy instead. Maybe just got a lot of extra copies before he was able to go 7. But the chance he's going to have of hitting this Talia, and now, if he goes to this level 7, he has this extra Talia on the bench. He can slot in, and that will make effective or passive alongside the 3-star version. And once he slots the Talia in, every unit on this board will get 101, or 111 rather, extra HP, which is a big, impactful thing to do in Stage 5.
Well, not the only one who needs a big impact. Amazing Marzipan with the Brawler composition. Did get the information, of course. Barry Bannon, famed UK player, notorious for one-tricking compositions from the beginning of time, has apparently been giving some tips to Mezi Marzipan to try and put together the composition. We'll keep an eye on Lumarpin on the left-hand side, Mezi Marzipan on the right-hand side, both of them up for a potential elimination.
Lumarpin is facing his teammate Odessa, so going to be a rough one if he ends up losing here. At the very least, he knows he is helping Odessa try and reach those further placements in his own game. It's going to be a close fight here if the Swain's able to survive. But the Swain now finally turns onto this Tristana, Viego all by himself. Lumarpin, unfortunately, taken out. Finally, this Tristana comp cannot make it to 5-year-olds, cannot find a Heimerdinger. And on Mazy's side, he is able to win, survive at least one more round. Kaisa putting in the work.
I love having our cameras there for the two players. Lumarpin just be like, oh, well, I did what I needed to in that game. And Mazy going absolutely huge. Again, thank you for production reminders. The Yorick's Graveyard will kick in again. Every player gets a choice of 1 of 4 items. You can see from Mazy's side, we got the potential to build up a Callista as a secondary carry.
A big spike coming through if Mazy can find 2 more copies of Rek'Sai. This Rek'Sai, she will put in the work, especially if she gets a 3rd item, maybe from Yorick Graveyard if another player dies in the next few rounds. A Carousel is coming after this. She could maybe find a Rek'Sai there and find another in the shop coming up, but she has to first win this next fight.
Oh boy, there's the 2 UK players on both sides of the screen, both up for elimination in this round. Lana went for strength early on. Mazy Marzipan has tried to re-roll to that strength, but hasn't quite found the composition that she was looking for. There will be an elimination on the right-hand side. Lana going to be looking over to see what happens to Mazy if she follows suit.
One more cast, it comes through, and Mazy's able to do it. She defeats that Aksham board from TwoBiers. Ecstatic to survive just one more round. If she can make the top 4, it would be a huge thing for Team UK. She's already 5th, and Lana, unfortunately, though, taken out in 6th place.
All right, well, it's a lot of pressure on Mazy's shoulder. As you mentioned before, the experience level competitively between some of our teams is pretty large, and Lana, of course, has done pretty much everything there is to do. So can look on now and hope and pray Mazy can pull off a miracle.
Mazy would have loved to find that BT as a 3rd Rek'Sai item. The healing, so important, especially with the recent nerfs to the healing onto that Rek'Sai unit. Instead, QSS has been picked up. Will be important to keep Rek'Sai out of any kind of CC in the first 15 seconds of that fight. But more importantly, you need to find this Rek'Sai 3. You need to find this next upgrade. Has at least one more tank item that can be equipped here onto maybe that Cho'Gath or that Vi, or maybe a Shojin on the Callista. Not the ideal item, but could work.
All right, so we've got a little bit of Magic Shred coming to the composition. For me, for Mazy's board, it's looking pretty good. The only thing that's really jumping out to me is missing is we don't have a healing item there for the Rek'Sai. I mean, she's going to get very, very tanky, absolutely. But as we find one more Rek'Sai, which again is one short of what she needs, she's going to have to survive another round against the 2 healthy board.
And this 2 healthy board has now been fully upgraded. Swain 3, Set 3, Teemo 3, Talia 3, and we see here the wonderful interaction between Set's face breaker ability and Talia's stones being tossed at these units that are knocked up. We see they're working from front to back and slowly chipping away at the enemy's board. Can this Kaisa ramp up enough? I think it's not going to be the case. Maybe her last cast coming through, she's finally taken down, and Mazy alongside her in 5th place. The best friends are once again together, 5th and 6th for the Team UK.
Absolutely, they could not bear to be parted. I mean, we're seeing some extremely good boards here. And with even more items coming in, Mazy's items being shared, well, not shared amongst, everyone's getting to duplicate these items and add to the boards. We can see so many carries here for TwoBiers. We've even got ourselves a 3-star Action who's being duplicated. Yeah, this is a scary, scary board.
Yeah, 2 3-star actions, but one of them is a little bro that cannot receive any items, unfortunately, so just have to stay there in the corner, trying to slowly chip away at the corner unit.
And then as well, we've got the second one coming in for the Germans as well. There's just so much power here. The TwoBiers is on the lower end, on a loss streak right now, up against the board of Broken.
And Broken, these are both German players facing each other, so maybe they time the Zephyr to make sure it didn't hit the big action. I'm not sure exactly how they're trying to manage their HP. TwoBiers is at 19 HP right now, and Broken has quite a little bit more than that at 23, so it's going to be maybe a little bit better for Broken, or for TwoBiers to try and win this one. He has more HP, or less HP to work with. He won't be in that last loss if he loses this one in this case, but so close. The Akshan cannot quite do it. It looks like Gwen with her snip does take over, and TwoBiers will stay alive.
So currently in the leading position, Rubik from Turkey, Odessa from Spain, and Broken and TwoBiers just below. Thank you very much, production, for showing us exactly how everything is going. As we mentioned before, TwoBiers and Broken, for both of them to make top 4, that's an incredible showing, because Rubik is making up for Zays going out in 8th place, and for Odessa making up for Lumarpin going out in 7th.
And somehow the team names are just perfectly describing this first game. The best friends finishing together in the standings. The high rollers, obviously you high roll some games with Rubik, and you low roll some others with an 8th place for Zays. We have 2 Broken, very clearly 2 Broken, both of them finishing in the top 4. And the RNG enjoyers, I'm not sure about that one just yet. If Odessa wins, then maybe I'll give him that RNG win here as well.
So I suppose what's really left here, while we've got good performances secured for the German players, again, Rubik in particular has to make this first place stick to the end of the game, or they're going to be in a very similar position to Team UK.
You do have, again, as I mentioned, multiple carries, because this is what it's really going to work for this portal. You have a Yasuo with 3 items, Kaisa with 3 items, Kalista with 3 items, and even the Gwen coming in with that Shadow Owls, with her snip, trying to get into that backline access and help out with these fights. Odessa will be facing TwoBiers. TwoBiers is fighting maybe on his last fight if he loses this last fight.
Yeah, I mean, we know that the Akshan will be able to hit incredibly hard and will punch into the backline, taking out the Teemo, but the big carry is still alive of that Talia. And the front lines are absolutely massive here with all these extra items coming in, but the Akshan lands the shot. The Talia is still alive and is now going to hit the underbelly of the comp.
I think it won't be enough. Talia doesn't have enough time. Odessa takes a loss, but is still alive as well. Had a lot more HP to work with. 21 for Odessa, 11 for TwoBiers. And Rubik is finally taken down a notch. He is no longer leading by as much. Maybe it is Broken that could come back and win this out.
That would be absolutely huge. You can see from Odessa here, things have pretty much come together. Broken, of course, running. You mentioned that we've seen some changes to Aatrox in this most recent patch. A little bit more relevant than he's been before as an actual carry himself.
And Broken is trying to go for the triple emblem bounty. He has 2 right now, playing this Earth Legend, the Shadow Alt emblem, and the Slayer emblem. He picked up the carousel that we just saw in Stage 5. Maybe if Broken can survive until this next carousel, he'll find an emblem on it, and he can pick up a bounty as well. So we'll see if that works out for the German player.
No, I could be wrong on this one, so I'll be prepared to be correct. I believe all 3 emblems have to be on the same unit.
Oh, that's next level. I understand why it's a bounty now then.
Yes, it's a lot harder than it seems on first blush. But TwoBiers, I think, will be sent out here, having done a pretty damn good job of making it into the top 4 with his teammate. While he would have hoped for more, I think this is the best finish he could have recently gotten.
Broken could, of course, if he thinks maybe the last few fights are doomed, he has no chance to actually win or place any higher than he currently is if he survives for a little bit longer. He could sell off the units with emblems and just all place them on a unit before the actual game ends. So you could be quite creative with how you accomplish these bounties and how you maybe mess up your board to do so. Also a very good portal to complete this bounty on. If someone dies with an emblem, you could just pick it off of this item component option and just have that the challenge done that way.
I suppose Broken's only problem at this point is being too strong to reasonably want to give up first place. But you're right, with only 2 games to play, actually getting first place might be actually less important than hitting up as many bounties as you can.
If the bounty is worth more than that 1 placement, of course, it's going to be, completely correct to do so, unless you plan to do it in the next game, which could be the chance if Broken is playing the Earth Legend. He might save that for game 2 instead.
All right, we'll see how Odessa does here on a single life right now. Of course, we've seen this Talia board multiple times and seen how powerful it can be. But the backline of Broken has been building up and up. We've got the Rise, we've got the Ari, we've got the Senna as well, but the damage is actually not quite enough. That massive HP pool going to be keeping alive and sending the loss to Broken instead.
And this is the case for Odessa. As he's able to level up and add more 2-cost units, he only gets stronger and stronger and stronger. And every single unit added buffs every unit that came before it. So it's really kind of an exponential effect. We do see an emblem here. Broken is on 3 HP. There's a Noxus emblem right in front of him. Does he go for the strategy? Does he not?
No.
He does not. He goes for the Sunfire Cape instead, maybe thinking, I can win this lobby, I can get stronger, and I can actually do this.
Oh boy, it's a pretty big ask though. Rubik is, as much as we thought maybe he'd have to relinquish his grip on the top spot, has managed to maintain 55 HP. And with Odessa and Broken both on a single life, you can end up in a situation where Rubik could win this round.
Rubik with a double Zephyr on the front line, though, it's going to be so impactful for those kind of main tanks like the Swain and the Set we saw on Odessa's board, for example. We'll see how it plays out. He is going to be facing Broken 99 right now. And we'll see how important it is for these Zephyrs to hit that front line. Maybe there'll be moves last second. The Gwen could be hitting another backline carry instead. So every single player here in this final 3 on their toes, making sure they are not losing a fight due to positioning, especially due to a Zephyr, which is really heartbreaking.
Oh yeah, massively impactful as an item as Rubik gets the chance to cut down Broken right here and now. On the backside, we keep working forwards with Archangel's build up stronger and stronger, but you see from the Rubik side of things, the backliners are nothing to sniff at either, but it's all about whether the front lines can stay up for a few moments longer. Kaiser is building up as well, and the dominoes are starting to fall.
The Gwen has to take over here. She has one more cast. She doesn't go for it, doesn't get it. The Gwen dies, and that means that Broken will also be defeated. 3rd place for the German player. It now comes down to Odessa versus Rubik, Spain versus Turkey to see the champion of this game 1.
Oh boy. So as we look at each of their boards, they will change significantly with the addition of a final item coming in, harvested there from a Broken to try and make it even stronger. It looks like from Odessa's side of things, gonna pump that front line a little bit more.
He does not quite have enough time to go 9, enough time to add a 9th 2-cost unit to his board. And second, to try and roll down, trying to find any small optimization, but really will come down to positioning for this last fight to see if Odessa can outlast Rubik.
Rubik's got multiple lives. Odessa's got only a single one. Fighting out from the top. This is a must-win scenario for a Turkish player whose teammate is watching from home, hoping that some way Turkey can salvage this game with an amazing performance. Coming down to the very tail end, the front lines collapse again. The Yasuo doesn't die, and Turkey will be able to breathe again. Odessa coming in second.
And we saw that the Zephyrs were so important. The set went up in the air for 6 seconds. That's 6 seconds that you don't have that main tank soaking up damage, but also 6 seconds of lost facebreaker abilities, getting that to Leah more and more procs, more and more DPS on the board. So overall, Zephyrs in Yorick's Graveyard, a very popular item to pick because you're able to really take full control over how these last few fights go, and we saw why it's so impactful in this last fight.
Of course, as well, as we wait for the points to be finalized there, we do need to remember that we did see the bounty being picked up there, so an even better game for Spain than initially appeared. But again, our players are only going to get to play one single more time. They will be playing against the same players they played in the last round, but coming into this one, we had our certain expectations. What did that first game tell you about how our players were approaching this event?
I'm surprised we didn't see more players trying to really beeline for those bounties specifically. I think most players did just play a pretty regular, normal game of TFT, really Lumarfin being the exception. So we'll see if game 2 that changes, if players are saving their kind of focusing on bounties game for game 2, trying to play game 1 normally. I'm not sure how much players will adapt after this game 1, but overall we saw a lot of different comps. I think the patch definitely looks good, and overall the level play seemed quite nice.
All right, gentlemen friends, we will be headed to a short break where we get ourselves ready for the second lobby. These players will play one more time today, and when they're done, we'll know who is going to be the top of this particular section. Again, later on, after an hour's break, we will be bringing you the gold lobby, which will be a whole heap of new players to end out today's entertainment. But for now, stick with us. We'll be back after the break.
better leave your worries at the door. Release that energy on the floor. You don't need those bad vibes anymore.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Rising Legends Invitational here, live from Malaga at the Gamepolis event. Oh my gosh, this first game was pretty friggin' intense. And in particular, I think the standout part of that was how well Spain were able to navigate this event, being the only ones to grab themselves a bounty from the first game.
We will see that changes for game 2. I think some teams are keeping this part of their strategy in reserve for this final game. It is only 2 games for this silver lobby we're seeing right now, so this is really the do or die moment for all of these players on the stage right now. They have to really try to accumulate as many points as possible to finish in that first place for this lobby. Right now, Spain is in the front, I agree, but they're the only players who have completed a bounty, so they're still, and you can't complete a bounty 2 times, so some teams might have a chance to actually do that bounty and maybe several others in this next game.
Yeah, so for anyone who is just joining us now, of course, we're in the second part of the silver lobby here. So all of our players, the 30 players here at LAN, have been divided up into 4 different lobbies. The bronze lobby has been playing off stream. We're seeing the silver lobby right now, who've got one more game to try and determine their final makeup. You finish high, you get more prizes as well. We'll be bringing you the gold lobby after an hour's break once this one is done. But for now, this will be the last time we see the players here in this particular event, and the pressure, as we expected, is going to be enormous on them.
And some surprises in that last game. Maisie finishing ahead of Lana. Lana, a player who has proven tournament experience, GSC experience, Worlds experience. I mean, that is like the highest caliber of player we have in EMEA. And Maisie, someone who isn't playing in GSCs, isn't playing at that highest level, but shows that she has the talent and the skill to still, finish in the 5th place in this last lobby. So very curious to see how those dynamics maybe change or how they play out entirely in this next game.
Well, absolutely. I mean, particularly for the players who haven't got that same competitive experience, they get the kind of mentorship from a high-level player, in this such a directed way where she's going to have a very specific thing she needs to be doing in each game. But we'll come back to that in a minute because we've got our total points in. As we can see, it's very, very close between each of the players. Two Broken, having taken the top 4 positions in the previous game, are ahead of the pack, but it's not by a huge margin.
Yeah, they were the most consistent team, both in the top 4, as you mentioned. No bounties completed for them, so they have the full spectrum of bounties available to complete in this game too. If they want to maybe even mathematically guarantee their win with this lead they currently have, if they complete all the bounties, maybe they're able to do so. But we will see exactly what kind of creative strategy they employ, or if they just, again, play a regular game of TFT. If they think they're good enough, they can rely on their own individual skill and don't have to, get into the bounties. Maybe that's their strategy.
Well, I mean, I think you made a really good point in the previous game that the Yordle-Tristana composition seems like the most direct way to access all those bounties. As we saw, theoretically, it could have gotten more than it did, but ultimately, from my opinion, it felt like the right choice to push up and at least, get a reasonable outcome there. But, of course, we've been talking a lot about the bounties, but, the Two Broken squad, they didn't get any bounties at all and just concentrated on pure player performance, and it's got them ahead of everybody else.
Exactly, and some bounties are going to be a little bit RNG, winning with 1 HP. You have to get a little bit fortunate that it happens, that you get to the HP threshold. Maybe picking something like Last Stand could be a way to kind of try and force that. So there are certain strategies that you can try and have a better odds or better chances of actually completing those bounties. We'll see if someone gets offered Last Stand. I think it'll be a guaranteed pick just because of the bounty itself.
No, I absolutely agree with you. So we already talked a little bit about the Tristana composition. Of course, we saw the Talia composition doing some pretty good work from there. Are there any of those compositions you saw from Game 1 you'd like to see brought forward into Game 2 as well?
I think Talia's really fun to see. I think with finding the Exodia combination of 2 healthy as your first augment and then double trouble makes it even more interesting. You can 3-star Talia and then get a 2-star copy as well to play 2 copies. So that would be kind of the crazy thing to see. The rest of the comps, I think, were very straightforward. It goes to show how open this meta is. We saw Akshan, we saw the Deadeyes, we saw the Challengers as well. We saw, Rex to some extent finding some success. So I think most comps are now playable, and you can play pretty openly in a roll down at 4-1, with Invokers being toned down a tiny bit and Sorcerers still having their place in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of credit to Riot for making that hotfix happen very, very quickly as well, to go from a very much a 1 composition setup to now being in a really, really good spot. It certainly seems as the set is progressing, we're getting closer and closer in and having a really good environment for our players to show exactly how good they are.
We even saw Broken playing this kind of flex Shadow Owls comp with the emblem that I think found a lot of success, third place for him with that Gwen as a carry, who she was slept on most of this set. She was kind of the tertiary option in some comps, not really at the same level as Yasuo and Kaisa. I think that's all been kind of narrowed down, and all these 4-cost carries are relatively at the same level, which is so good for the balance, because most players at a very high level are rolling down at 7 and playing around what they're hitting. They're not trying to force, oh, I'm playing Challenger because of this, or I'm playing, I like this comp, I'm going to play this no matter what. They want to dictate their gameplay according to what they hit to make sure they're always going to be stable. And I think having all the 4-costs at the same level helps with this.
All right, so coming into our second and final lobby for this particular setup of players. Again, 3 more games to come in a couple of hours' time as we move to a different set of players. But at this point, TwoBroken, the German players, they seem to have figured out their way to get ahead of the pack. If they get a strong finish here, maybe with a few bounties as well, then they're going to guarantee themselves the top finish out from the silver lobby.
Talking about strong finishes, strong starts as well. Scuttle Puddle might be the portal pick. Some players trying to, troll a bit or sidestep into different options. Alana is eyeing that Targon Prime instead. There's a small chance it could go there. There's even a Democracy, but no, it will be Scuttle Puddle. Odessa takes that winning vote. And this is a very unique portal overall. It gives every single player throughout the game way more resource when it comes to gold, which means you can, level to 9 in most games. You can get 3-star 4-cost in most games. You can hit your cap for pretty much any comp you want to play. And it makes the early game very special as well. You are sometimes incentivized to play a single ranged unit, such as Kale, for example. And in this portal, you can win every single stage 1 fight with a single ranged unit, which means that you're able to get a lot more gold by getting interest in these first few fights as well.
Yeah, Dessa's got an interesting situation here. He's got the Darius and the Karma both potentially lines in, and a 2-star immediately on Samira.
Peter. I have a small inkling that this might be Noxus.
Like, this is one of we haven't seen any Noxus being played yet, at least in the first game. I was kind of surprised that wasn't the case.
A lot of Noxus' traits is a trait that you can't force. You have to be given an option to play it, because you have to win streak with Noxus to find power from the trait by conquering your opponents throughout stages 2 and 3. If you try and force it and pivot into it, you don't have power on the trait. You haven't won with the Noxus trait active throughout stage 2, and you'll be losing all your fights in stage 3 and 4. So it's very important to have a situation like this. A Samira, 2-star, right away, recently buffed. She has way less mana to cast and to get that armor penetration online. And also a Darius from that very first initial orb, which is kind of the key to success for this Noxus comp.
So talk to me, I mean, we've sort of touched this really briefly in game 1. Both Cassiopeia and Samira getting buffs as of the most recent patch. Does that change things for Noxus in a meaningful way?
I think not too much. The stars of the show will still be this Darius, the Katarina, maybe later on with a Noxus emblem, a Zir, or a Nasus, for example. But it will make the early game even stronger, as if Noxus needed this. But it will be even easier to win streak. You had great items for this as well there. With he had the glove component and also the bow, which feeds into the IE for Darius, the Titan's Resolve as well. Maybe even the Jewel Gauntlet for Katarina.
All right, we're checking Wednesdays on the first long, which will be Silver. Going for honor roll. This feels like a pretty good setup to get CAs back in and start scoring some major points.
Many players on ladder are scared to play kill reroll. Even in the last patch, they thought it was too risky. The one portal where it is much less risky is this one, because you have so much more gold to work with to hit your 3-stars and then even have gold to continue leveling up to 9, where kill really hits that crazy power spike.
We've got some interesting options here as well. Odessa might be eyeing that blood money, or perhaps going down saying, okay, United Resistance instead. I mean, we talked about the raw power of Noxus early on. We haven't actually got that active for Odessa, which is going to be a little bit disappointing, but doesn't want to spend any more money trying to find the Noxus 3.
The items also turn out to not really be ideal. I think this is the best case use of these items, ideally finding a Titan's Resolve later on for this bow component and swapping off of that Samira later on. Because it's Samira 2, I think it's correct to build items on her and then eventually pivot into a different unit like Darius in the later games. All that matters right now is winning fights. It doesn't matter who is this, if it's Darius killing units, if it's Samira. All that matters is you win fights all of stage 2.
Yes, you can certainly justify pumping money into leveling as Maisie loses that to Rubik. Of course, Rubik winning our previous game, very impressive indeed. Has put together a pretty damn scary early board.
Has the Zon land as well, has the Jinx, which is still a viable reroll option despite the nerf to Robotic Arm alongside the Jinx, the nerf to Runons as well with both Akshan and Jinx. Can still work out, especially with these items. You have the Deathblade right away, one of the most important AD items on really any AD carry, especially Jinx and Akshan.
Yeah, I mean, I like this as well. I mean, Rubik has got a ton of money in the bank as well as a very strong board. And the Chem mod in play thanks to the Warwick with the Gargoyles, as we will be seeing Broken goes a little random here and finds himself in the Shadow Isles.
Once again, same as last game, he finds maybe his comfort within this line, within the Shadow Isles line, which is, again, a very flexible line you can build around Kalista, Gwen, and that Senna much later into the game. So once again, a tempo start for Broken. Also for Lallana, we saw leveling to 5 very early like he did in Stage 2 in that Game 1. So we can see how much Lallana values playing for that win streak early on.
So talk to me a little bit about the changes that came in recently for Shadow Isles. As we said with the Noxus before, is that a significant change to them? Are they something much more pursuable?
It's not just a change of Shadow, it's more the fact that everything else has been toned down a tiny bit, which allows Shadows to compete at that same level when it comes to Gwen as a carry, for example, in that later game. And Shadow's emblem has always been fairly good, the prismatic option especially. So we'll see exactly how much that impacts in the meta today and just in general on ladder until the next few weeks. But I think, like I mentioned before, I think the power level has been evened out among most of the forecasts.
The check with Lumarpin, of course, running a very different game last time around, bringing out the Spoils of War early on. This feels like we're going to see a very different Lumarpin here in Game 2.
Surprised he isn't trying to push for more levels. We all saw the Draven meta, how that played out with Spoils of War. You wanted to level and just have the highest chance possible of killing units and winning these fights. In this case now, Lumarpin valuing that 10 econ threshold and will potentially be losing here to his teammate who is playing Noxus, and it does make sense. But maybe not. This is looking like a very strong board. The Jin with the Shojin, despite not being an AP caster, his ability is so impactful with how much damage he can do in Stage 2. It looks like the Darius will hang on in the end. The Dunk Master comes through, knocks and Guillotine on the Jin, on the Malzahar, wins the fight for Odessa, continues his win streak.
We did note before that some of our players, maybe if they thought they would come up against Odessa, who's on a win streak, may try and hold back a little bit to try and make sure they lose their teammate and keep one streak intact. Certainly Spain demonstrated that in our previous game. Having one win streaking player, one loss streaking player gets you the most money out of the lobby possible.
And we see here a pretty different Stage 2 to Game 1. A lot more items have been slammed. Players are trying to preserve HP, play for stronger boards overall. No one is kind of full open, loose streaking like we saw Lumarpin in the last game.
Yeah, I mean, looking at where our players are right now, we've got Team UK up towards the top, Odessa and Broken sharing those spots up there, and then TwoBiers down towards the bottom on 61 HP, definitely trying something a little spicy in this game.
Odessa picks up a rod here. Curious to see what he is trying to slam with that. If he might be angling more toward Katarina as a carry, or maybe trying to get out of Noxus altogether as we move into later stages of the game.
Yeah, as we know before, the items weren't exactly perfect, and Noxus can be explosive, but here for Broken on a 3-round win streak, could potentially go up against Odessa in this next round. I'm certainly liking this board from Broken at this point. We've got some pretty good itemization, good frontline, good backline. What's not to like?
Could be slamming this Hodge as well on the Kalista if he thinks it will be necessary to win this next fight. Could also be saving these components for Jewel Gauntlet for Kalista, a Shiv maybe with that tier. We'll see. I think he's facing here against one of the weaker players, his teammate TwoBiers, so he says, okay, it's okay not to slam this, I'll keep my options open. If he can keep both these components on the bench for the next 2 fights, he will have much more possibilities with his item components from Crux to then build the best possible items to go into Stage 3.
So we got a quick glimpse at TwoBiers. We were looking out for the player who might be going for Tristana reroll. It's looking like that's going to be TwoBiers in this game. Has the blood money augment as well. Is that going to be, what kind of impact will that have on how well TwoBiers is going to be playing this one?
Well, we saw 2 players trying to go for it. That's the biggest thing.
Oh,
Zace
right.
has already hit Poppy 3 with honor roll, and she still has so much gold to work with. So if someone's in a good spot for this, I think it will be Zace, the Turkish player. She is just absolutely already on a roll when it comes to her upgrades. She has a Poppy already here. She has a Rage Blade built on Kill as well. And we talked about it. This is one of the portals that really wants you to play a comp like Kill reroll. You have so much gold to work with.
So one of the interesting facets of this as well, you notice, we've got the contested composition here. It's looking like Zace is actually not going to be building towards the Tristana variation, but using a lot of the same units will instead be going for the classic of the previous patch, the Kale Slayer.
And you can still, at some point in the game, pivot into 5 Yordles because you will be playing the Poppy and the Kled all throughout because of their synergies with the Slayer for Kled, and alongside that 3rd Yordle to get the 4-star Poppy throughout most of the mid-game with that team with Tristana. And then you can just slot in the Heimer later on and that 1 Yordle you're missing. So this comp is still close enough to Tristana where it can eventually get that bounty for the 5 Yordles as well. And in a portal like this, Kill will definitely survive until the late game, especially with this start, which I think puts her in a very good position to complete multiple bounties. The 4-3 cost alongside the Yordle bounty as well.
So do remember that our German squad known as Two Broken, are on 11 points, 2 points ahead of the RNG Enjoyers from Spain and the High Rollers from Turkey. The UK squad, the best friends, currently in last place with 7 points. They need a hell of a game here if they're going to win out the silver lobby.
And we'll see here all the different components and gold and just rewards overall you get from these beefed up PvE rounds on this Scuttle Puddle portal.
I mean, we can see Zace, even being contested, is still going to have a very, very healthy looking bench. A ton of items to slam as we take a look across. Thank you very much, production, for showing us the two contesting players head to head.
I haven't seen that. We've seen the head-to-head, near the end of the game. This is now the next level, a head-to-head reroll view of both of these players. Zace, of course, has already hit her Poppy, both fighting for the Maokai especially. The Tristana is only going to be for one player on the left for TwoBiers, and the kill only for the Zace, but there is still quite a bit of overlap. The honor roll, I think, will help Zace much more. And both players are rolling on this round because they have the best chances of finding one cross unit before they level naturally to 5. Kill 3 was found for Zace. She's now finally sorting out her items and trying to build the best possible option with the components she had open.
Yeah, this could potentially turn into a win streak as well. Of course, Zace, long time looking to get up to level 9 to bring that KL fully online up against Lalana, who's currently in 3rd overall. Broken and Odessa both still keeping their win streaks intact. It's looking like we're going to see a little bit of an upturn in the lobby.
And a heads-up play by Zace. Usually when you play this comp, you don't get a Tristana 3-star instead of just a Teemo 2 or a Teemo 1 ideally to fill in that Yordle trait. In this case, if you find a lot of natural Tristanas and you're very far away from Maokai, it is correct to hold Tristanas as well, and we see she's been rewarded here, 1 away from that Tristana 3.
All right, so Zace has got a big decision to make here with a second augment coming in. TwoBiers in particular, of course, who's using that blood money, very motivated to go down to low health. He's getting paid gold for doing so, but slowed down a lot by Zace contesting. The 3 stars are starting to arrive, but for TwoBiers, we wonder how much that slowdown will have made a difference.
And we see here the clear impact of that early Poppy 3 for Zace has made it so much harder for TwoBiers to find his own Poppy 3, now only 1 away from completing the bounty of those 4 3-cost units on your board. Tristana has also been found, and Zace equally also 1 away, missing that Tristana.
All right, well, TwoBiers feeling a little bit more comfortable, has the gunner in place as well. I'm going to be going for that light, making sure that those bastions on the front line stay up for as long as possible and let the gunners scale up through the round. Lalana, though, hungry for blood. The challenger set up very, very good, picking up the Toma traits. Seems to have locked himself down a particular line now.
And we see, similar players from last game also playing high tempo in the start. Odessa win streaking similar to last game, Broken as well throughout most of that stage 2, 3, and 4. Rubik is the one player who has fallen off a little bit compared to that game 1. He's now sitting near the middle of the standings, really 6th place currently in the HP standings. And as these 2 reroll players spike, it'll be much harder for the other players in the lobby to actually match their own level at this point in stage 3.
Well, talk to me a little bit about I think this is kind of where you're going with this whole idea of the power spikes kind of in play currently, compared to, for our reroll players who are getting their 3 stars in line versus the players who have got power in the future, but maybe not right now.
Different comps spike at different points in the game, so it's expected, or you can plan for losing at a certain point, and then eventually you have to start winning at a certain point and you end up losing. So KO reroll, for example, it is normal and even expected and understood you will be losing all of stages 2 and 3, and the whole purpose of this is to hit that very crazy spike of having your whole board or almost your whole board 3-star to then win out the rest of the game, which makes it so that any player that is kind of risking and very low HP in stage 4, if they face one of these Exodia boards that have hit this massive spike, they might be in big, big trouble. They might be, ending their game much earlier than expected.
Yeah, Lumapin up against the current form of this KL board. You can see the front line is very, very good indeed, even without an augment to back up those bastions. They are very, very strong, and the KL gets the free bar to the end. So Zaze has definitely arrived in the lobby, starting to push up and take away HP from the other players.
She is still 1 away from that Maokai. No Maokais in the carousel, unfortunately for her. She has to potentially wait to hit that Maokai before she can go level 6, level 7, level 8, and then level 9. So the KL reroll comp is all about hitting your 3 stars and then using every single inch of your gold economy to start leveling and not rolling a single time until you get to level 8 and ideally level 9 to really hit that power spike with KL.
Well, speaking of spiking, Odessa still on a win streak, still undefeated. Bear in mind, we do have a bounty for making it all the way to the end of the game with 100 HP, which, as you said, is not a very likely circumstance, but it's still possible for Odessa.
And we're seeing here, when Odessa picked up that rod, it made me understand that he's probably not playing Noxus because it just did not make sense. He was instead wanting to build a Titan's Resolve or potentially an IE for that Darius for the next stage. But in his case, he's now pivoting into a Zir, it looks like, playing very flexibly and just trying to do anything possible to make his board stronger as his natural shop offers him more options. He got on a Zir early on, said, hey, I'm going to play around this Zir now instead, and potentially we'll play a very traditional Zir Lux board when we go into stage 4.
Yeah, and as you said, just making use of absolutely every 2-star he can lay his hands upon. The strategists, of course, very mildly touched as of the most recent patch, making them a little bit less appealing, but the board still has enormous strength inside it. Our two Spanish players against each other. And what irony it would be indeed if Lamarpin was the one to step in and end his teammate's win streak.
How much can this Azir and his Arise ability do? How much can the Sand Soldiers do? It's not going to be enough. Odessa will be taken down finally. He can't get that 100 HP win. He was the last player that had the chance to do so, so that bounty is now off the table for all 8 players in this game too. Odessa still sitting very comfortably. HP is going to be so much to work with for stage 4. He can really tank a lot of hits, maybe work to going fast 8 instead, and then rolling down for that complete board with the Nasus 2, the Lux 2, and the Azir 2 as we move into stage 5 later on.
We can confirm one bounty has been secured by TwoBiers. 4 units up to 3-star. That's worth 4 points by itself. One of the most sought after bounties here, one of the more achievable ones as well.
And they were the leading team after game 1, so a huge influx of points puts them even more so in the lead. The Germans, who have been so strong individually in GSCs in the last few sets, are now showing they can do it in a 2v2 format as well. And Maisie, once again, seems to be in her comfortable position, playing Rek'Sai reroll, playing this vertical Bruiser and Void line with Maldahar as a carry right now, but hopefully that will become a Kaisa as we move into stage 4.
I think we're at the stage of the competition now I can reveal what Maisie told me before, which, yes, she was being directly coached by Barry Bannon in the notorious Rek'Sai one trick. She said, you know what, can't play the same level as these other players, but maybe I can play one composition at roughly the same level as one of these players.
I think it's a very good analysis of your position in this tournament if you think you don't quite have the level to play TFT as openly and flexibly as top competitors such as Lalana, for example. I think it's very correct to do this. Focus on one line, try and master it in the little time you have to prep for a tournament like this, and then potentially see the results. We saw 5th place from her in game 1, which I think is definitely a good result in a tournament like this with players of this caliber, and maybe a similar result in this game.
So looking across our economies, you didn't know Ruby, of course, winning our previous lobby and propping up Turkey's performance as a squad, is currently in a pretty precarious spot on 2 gold without a streak really either. Feels like he's really set up to plummet down the table going into stage 4.
Maybe Zayce will be the savior in this game too, the opposite of what happened in game 1. Kayle, as you mentioned, if you hit your comp, it is incredibly strong as well. She was missing 1 Maokai earlier on. We'll see how far she is off of getting that last Maokai and just generally her entire upgrade. We see her rolling down. She has no gold to work with, and we don't see an upgrade there, so it seems like she's just a little bit too far off. Has hit the Kled 2, though, at the very least.
We have got confirmation Zayce did also get that same bounty, so that's another 4 points into the pocket of Turkey. What a difference this will be between the teams that get these huge bounties and those that don't.
Big augment choice coming up potentially as well, especially for Zayce. A Slayer +1 would be huge. There's so many augments that are so powerful for this kill comp if you hit the right one, but really for any player, especially those working around maybe emblems. We saw earlier Broken had that Shadow's emblem once again. Maybe he will be trying to go for that bounty where you have 3 emblems on a singular unit in this game too.
This round so important for Zayce. She hasn't got the money in the bank. She needs to get this gold from getting the wins. And right now, Kayle is up to the job. Edge of Night, a very good investment in making sure she's the big cannon that brings down the opponents.
And one very interesting thing about Kayle reroll, once you hit all of your upgrades, you want to start pumping levels, as I mentioned before. You have to find that fine balance of not being weak enough, because every level you go up, you get 1 more Slayer, and that gives you so much more damage and Omnivamp for that kill. You have to find that balance of knowing when to level without ruining your econ. The one thing Scuttle Puddle offers is that every single PvE round at the end of a stage gives you a huge influx of gold to maybe go from 0 to 30 or 10 to 50 gold and get your econ right back up again. So it's much more likely to see in situations like this where you level up very early to go 7, you have no econ whatsoever, but you hope to recover this at the end of the stage.
You see Keys really thinking about what augment to go for there, decides to go for the Petrocyte Shackles. So we'll be pumping the power into the Kayle specifically. We'll be getting a little bit more bonus against some of the other units in the lobby as well. So this is a big moment for Zay. She's on the win streak. She needs to keep this streak going.
Well, Kale and the Poppy as well going to be a huge beneficiary of this augment. Even the Jarvan, as he comes into later in the game, right now it's a Garen, just going to be a trade bot for now. Once that Jarvan is found, we'll be slotted into this comp and can potentially do a lot in terms of stalling out for this Kale to really scale up her Rage Blade.
And we can see already she's hitting pretty darn hard. Even the Shadow Isles with a big old shield recently buffed to last a little bit longer in the patch. Managing to tear through. The front line of the one cost is still proving too hard to get through.
Zace holding that Zed on her board. Going to have to find a Gwen as well in the future before once she goes H, she wants to find that Gwen already online. This is an interesting decision of making the Z2 or not. In some cases, it's correct not to do so because you just want to have more gold to level quicker. And you don't really, that doesn't really impact the winning or losing a fight by too much. But instead, she opts to make it there in the end. Lumarpin might be going for the Heimerdinger bounty. He needs to get 3 Goldenators on this turret.
Yeah, so this is, again, one of the more achievable ones. I suppose the Marpin will maybe get the gold for more Goldenators from the Goldenator that he's got right now. This would be massive.
Pyramid scheme, P, are you trying to?
I'm just saying, invest early with these Goldenators and maybe you'll come out ahead. Of course, if you go up against a player like Zaze, who's putting absolutely everything into bringing the win streak forward, maybe that little bit of lost power from the turret could be the difference maker.
You do have some amount of backline access with this Kai'Sa, depending how and where she ults. She might kill off the kill early into the fight, but the Edge of Night will be very helpful with making sure this kill survives. The Poppy doing so much with her stun. Despite it being reduced, it's still a massive knock-up effect that buys so much time for this kill. We see it there. The Kai'Sa almost pulling off the kill survives, and another fight win for Zace.
So just checking on our bounty score, so it's 3 points for a 3 Goldenator turret. That's not a small amount of tournament points at all for something that you can get away with.
Spatula on the carousel, potentially an emblem that could be made in the future. We'll see if any player is open to trying to fulfill this bounty here as well. It's on a Rise as well, which is a unit you can slot into almost any comp.
So it's worth noting one of the things that did change between the online stage and this stage, the land stage of the competition, is a lot of our bounties, like having the 3 emblems, only kick in if you can hit a top 4. I think that's probably come into place because some of our players, once they see they're hitting for an 8, will immediately change to just going for bounties. So you've got to find a balance in this game between bounties and performance.
Maybe now trying to optimize her item situation. Does get that TG onto the Sejuani, which can use a lot of different items, tank items, but also AP items, can use things like Morello, for example. So overall, with her shielding and kind of AoE magic ability, she can use multiple items. In this case, it's going to be a great Shroud that can really take someone by surprise. Considering this is a TG, you can't really plan for this, and some players might not have scouted that she has this item online.
Oh boy, I can't help but wondering if that Giant Slayer might be better positioned on the Rek'Sai instead. But either way around it, Macy Marzipan has made a bet, has to line it against Rubik, who currently has recovered his position from earlier on. We do not have a Rek'Sai 3 in place as of yet, and she's been ripped apart by the newly buffed Aphelios. This could be the end of the line for Maisie. She's accepted her fate.
It looks like it is. She bows to the crowd, and that will be her exit from this tournament, but not yet. Team UK, Lalana is still very much alive, second place currently in the HB standings, and he can have at least one fight for his own individual honor in this last game.
Well, absolutely. You know that for our players, now they've got the chance to meet each other in person, bragging rights are all the more essential for later on to say, hey, you remember that time I beat you live on stage in Malaga? I remember vividly.
TwoBiers has completed 1 bounty. He has a Gunner emblem on Viego. Maybe he can find 2 more with a mix of carousel offers potentially. That might be a way to do so. But we'll see how that goes for him. Still streaking. We see both win streak players hit their boards and now have started win streaking, haven't lost in a while, and are trying to climb up the standings. Rubik as well is doing pretty well there.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge, as we check in with Odessa as well, the Broken hitting the Shadow Isle 6 board. This is an absolutely massive amount of shielding and mana coming in for all of these Shadow Isle units.
And we see Odessa having a hard time breaking through all these shields. Azir has been taken down. His game plan, as I mentioned, was to go past 8 and try to assemble most of his board, but he's missing key upgrades. Look at his bench. It's full of 4-cost units that are not currently giving power to his board. There's no 2-star Jarvan, there's no 2-star Azir or Nasus, so he is still waiting for some high roll moments or maybe just enough gold to roll down after this 4-7 PvE round.
So a lot of eyes on TwoBiers, a lot of eyes on a Broken as the current leaders here in the Silver Lobby. They just need to do what they did last time around and get solid performances across both. The Marpin went out in 7th in the previous game. It could be happening again.
But he also has another bounty completed, has 3 golden eaters on that turret, so Martin is a bit of a techno genius himself, understanding how important these bounties are and making sure he can earn some points for his team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that pushes him up effectively in position considerably, and it's something, you know, as we see with a massive loss streak, he has more control over. Okay, maybe this board starts to get creeping a little bit higher with the 2-star Heimer.
He's trying to go for the Taric 3-star as well. Despite the recent hotfix nerf, he is a very strong unit. The idea for, he has a duplicator on the bench, so still can get it if he doesn't find it naturally. That will be the case here in the end. Gets that Taric 3, hoping the Taric can do enough to really cement his frontline and buy time for this Gwen and this Kai'Sa to do work.
All right, Limopin got some big ambitions of maybe taking down some of our other players, a lot of them around 20, 30 HP or so. So hitting the top 4 is not out of the question. We've got one player who decides, Odessa's like, I don't need bounties, they're for schmucks anyway. I'm going to build a turret the regular way.
And he does have the Zephyr hitting that Azir, buying a lot of time before that Azir can ramp up the Rage Blade. So the fight may be going in favor of Lumarpin, but not the case. We see all the upgrades have been hit for Odessa. Kai'Sa can do it by herself. Lumarpin will be eliminated once again in 7th. 2 7s in a row, one more, and maybe he's a jackpot, but we don't have 3 games in this lobby, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of impressed that Odessa managed to put together the Heimerdinger. It's worth noting, of course, you know, with the bounties being such a new system in place for this particular tournament, each team can only get each bounty once, so having the regular Heimerdinger makes all the sense in the world.
Zace needs to find 1 Heimerdinger. She has a Teemo on the bench, 3 Yordles on her board. Can she do it? She's level 8, potentially on her last life. She has little gold to work with. Will she continue rolling? Will she try to go 9 and win the game outright? Does she think she's strong enough? It's a very interesting, middle ground between these 2 decisions.
Oh boy, yeah, the guarantee points versus the potential guarantee of winning the entire lobby and maybe swiping up the points as well. Up against Lallana right now, the last surviving member of the Best Friends squad. We'll see if that friendship survives this round.
Right away, the Jarvan has been taken down. Kai'Sa alive, but only a singular item, and Kill is still healthy. Doesn't have healing, doesn't have Omnivamp, but will have it from the Slayer trade itself, and will be able to potentially finish out this fight. It looks like it will be the case. Kalista trying her best, but it won't be enough. Poppy still fairly, almost full health, and then Kai'Sa cannot do it by herself. Alana taken down, a big hit down to 16 HP.
I will have to wait for confirmation of that. I think we might have seen Alana going for the Goldenator bounty as well, but we'll wait official confirmation. Yep, as you see, there's Goldenators on the board, so there we go. This, of course, the Best Friends, known in the online stage for being the team that were most clued in on the bounties. They got a whole heap of bonus points because of getting the most bounties out of anybody. In this case, this will be their first bounty coming in. The rest of the field seems to have caught up with them.
The emblems as well can be very impactful in this next carousel. If there are emblems to be offered, especially if they make sense for your comp, you will be incentivized to pick it to try and go for that 3 emblem bounty.
All right, Lallana going to try and hold on here against Broken, and we can see that the board from Broken side of things is very scary indeed. We've got the beginnings of backline carries from Lallana, but for this time being, Yasuo is sent front and center, trying to take down everybody, but cannot stand up to the Gwen.
He did so much, but it's not going to be quite enough. The Heimer turret is not really adding too much combat strength to the board. It's just that gold generation, and that will be a loss. Lallana will be big enough. The answer is no. He's at 1 HP, and if he finds a way to win, this could be the most planned and big brain play of all time. Strategist on the Ahri, Gunner emblem as well on the Kayle could be both very interesting options. Shadow Owl's emblem as well for Broken 99.
Yeah, we talked about the Shadow Owl's emblem being massively impactful if it gets put on a unit that benefits a lot from hitting all the mana in the world. And there's quite a few units that love to have basically unlimited mana.
We see Odessa playing the Strategist Azir Lux comp, picks up a Strategist emblem, perfect for him. The same for TwoBiers playing Tristana reroll, finds the Gunner emblem as well.
So a lot of our lobby pushing their power even further as we come close to the edge. Lallana on 1 HP, TwoBiers on 10. Top 4 very much still up for grabs for either of them.
We'll see what these players can do. We can see how capped out this lobby has become due to Scuttle Puddle, level 9 for Broken before we even get to stage 6. Trying to roll for some last minute upgrades here, trying to maybe sell off his board and get some higher cost units like Ahri online. Ahri, who's now incredibly strong with her Essence Thief. If she gets those 3 casts off, the board just explodes, it seems like in most cases.
Yeah, very scary indeed, but it looks like our 2 challengers to the top 4 position will be up against each other. Lallana, of course, will be looking for a couple of executes. The backline is still not that strong, but the front line is pretty damn good. Shen barely gets his shield up in time, but the front lines are not even comparable anymore. Lalana, with gold in his eyes, will be sent out in the bottom 4.
I just love seeing this Maokai being shot by a turret for a full minute and just not, it's just tickling. It's like it's but a scratch. Absolutely no damage being done to the double stone plate 3-star Maokai.
Again, do remember though, as we'll have to figure out the bounties when it's all said and done, because that may have been enough for Lalana to push the squad from the UK up another prize bracket. For now though, we look for the rest of our players. You can see Broken and TwoBiers up here at the top. The German players, they've made the top 4 as a squad again.
And Broken now, 2 Shadow Halls Emblem. How does that Zephyr on the Kalista could be so important for these next few fights. He has still so much HP to work with though, sitting at the top of these HP standings.
Up against TwoBiers. It's looking like the 2 German players will not be able to fight for the top 1 unless somehow, I suppose, TwoBiers holds on in this round as Tristana are pumping out an absolute ton of damage. The backliners are starting to get a little threatened here. Gwen right in the center of everything is still up on full health. She's so hard to deal with. She takes the aggro, but it doesn't even dent her.
And Tristana has been evaporated from the board, as has TwoBiers from this final game of this silver lobby. 4th place for TwoBiers, 3rd place for Rubik. Cannot emulate that 1st place he got in game 1, and it's now down to Spain versus Germany. Broken 99 versus Odessa to see who wins this game 2 and who is able to maybe, leapfrog their team up in the standings when it comes to the total points for this lobby.
We certainly know that for Odessa, masked up as he is, needs to really get the 1st place finish here for Spain to have that real shot at finishing out the silver lobby in the 1st place. We've still got a few more carries that need to be itemized. Of course, we're not on the Yorick's graveyard like we were before, so there's still plenty to find places for.
And Lumarpin has done his job, has completed the bounty. It was maybe his role on this team. But Odessa is trying to win the lobby. That's his role. Play flexibly, play openly, but play to win these lobbies entirely.
The 2-star Ari on the bench for Odessa are going to be a big step forward and maybe an item to go with her as well.
Has to find a way to fit this in. We don't see a Lux on this board, so there is still that Sorcerer slot open, and that will be the case. Ari comes online. We'll see how much you can do, how much cash you can get off before she's taken down. The TG not ideal though, Deathblade Runa.
Oh boy, sometimes more giveth, sometimes more taketh away. Still though, we've got the Kalista in the far right-hand corner who's pumping out the damage. This here from Odessa's side of things. A very thoughtful look on his face as the Gwen will again prove incredibly hard to shift. She eventually falls down to the raw DPS, but the rest of the units are still online.
Odessa now taken down to what could be his last life. 15 HP is around that threshold where you start to get very scared in stage 6 with the extra damage you take from the units that are alive on your opponent's board once you take a loss. So a big enough loss here, 5-6 units, that's going to be enough to eliminate Odessa here and declare Broken 99 the winner of this game 2.
Oh my gosh, Odessa's board though is just getting stronger and stronger. We've got the Sion coming in at 2 stars as well to provide the extra level of disruption, but the Thieves' Gloves have again been unkind to Broken.
Well, Double Redemption helps with some AoE damage that might be coming into that backline, at least for the Senna and this Ahri. And the 2 tiers do help as components, giving her that first cast coming a little bit earlier on. But yeah, definitely far from ideal. Ahri wants that blue buff, wants that JG, wants those extra AP items.
All right, let's see if it can happen right here. Broken with enough HP to survive. Odessa, very much not so, fighting at the top of your screen. That is it, it's hitting like an absolute truck, ripping in with the Sand Soldiers to every other opponent. And Broken is not just going to take a loss, but a huge loss.
Azir taking down the end, but Nasus will be enough. Redemption, Bramble, Ionic Spark, great items on this Nasus as a frontline tank, really sponging all of that damage, but also enabling his carries, Ionic Spark, reducing that magic resistance from the opponent's board.
All right, talk to me about what Broken's going to need to do here, because it looks like Odessa is fishing for an even stronger board.
Well, hope for better Ahri items. 3 rounds now in a row. Double Warmog, still not exactly the ideal.
Frontline Ahri?
It's a possibility. The extra damage she'll be taking might give her enough mana to cast earlier. A bit of a risky strategy, though. And we're looking at the board from Odessa. Could not find that Lux 2 throughout the entire game. Finally found it, but opted to sell it off and just focus on this Ahri instead.
All right, Odessa fighting for Spain. The RNG enjoyers maybe 1 round away from securing the 1st place in this, the second and only lobby these players have left to play today. Again, we will be seeing the gold lobby a little later on today. Broken did get the Goldenator into place, so that's the points locked down for the German squad to push them ahead.
It's all about this Gwen. The Gwen has to survive, but she's finally taken down in a burst of damage. Can Azir lock this round off? Can Azir win out against the Ahri? Looks like it will be the case. Odessa's board is too strong. Broken taken down to 2 HP, which is not 1 HP, unfortunately, or else he could have had a crazy comeback plus a bounty completion as well.
Unbroken for the time being, holding on by a fingertip. Odessa puts in the chalice of power. But Broken, I think a tribute act to those 2 Warmogs from before, picks up another Warmog to his own to make sure Ahri should never go hungry.
And there is that Zephyr on Kalista, which is going to be so impactful for this fight. It just barely missed in the last fight. There was a last-second change from Odessa, moving the Teemo into the corner, giving up some of that Chalice power only to the Azir, but still dodging the Zephyr, which is the more important thing in this fight. So positioning will be so impactful here. Shrouds on both sides. Incredibly important positioning-dependent units like Jarvan, where they ult could decide to fight outright at this stage of the game. So much is at play here with the Teemo and the Azir shuffling, playing musical chairs. Finally, Azir goes into the middle spot. Will that be enough? It looks like it will be the case. Kalista hits only the Ahri with no items.
I do like that decision from Broken, saying I'm not going to take part in this particular episode of musical chairs, as we do see K'Sante knocking back that 2-star Siren from the front line. It's going to be how long Nasus can stay up, and it's not long at all. The damage from the Ahri, she's finally rolled items that make sense for her, and she's a completely different unit. Broken moving forward strength to strength, and finally Ahri shows us exactly what she's capable of.
And he just was waiting, saying, at some point, Ahri will have usable items that will allow me to win this fight. She was a 2-star, one of the strongest 5-costs in the game right now. And as you mentioned, it all came together. The two items that I mentioned are ideal on Ahri. Blue buff and the Jewel Gauntlet came through, and that was, I think, the deciding factor in this win from Broken 99. Still a great showing from both players at the end here. I think 2 incredibly capped boards.
No, absolutely. I mean, wow. I think you said, we kind of got to put this in the context of the overall Rising Legend scene, of course. You mentioned, Germany last season really felt they were going to step into the limelight and try and take some of that spotlight away from France. Ultimately, it didn't really work out that way, but I think they're showing us they're going from strength to strength here, to come in as the favorites into that second lobby and to dominate it that hard. I think speaks very well of their future chances.
And not just that, their focus on the strategy for this game too. Both teams, Spain and Germany, had a very similar strategy. TwoBiers and Numarpin were essentially trying to go for these bounties, complete these challenges, complete all the side missions in this RPG in this game too. While we had the other 2 players playing for the strongest board possible, we had both Broken 99 and Odessa finishing with incredibly capped out boards in the end. So I think it really makes sense in this format to have at least one player focusing on bounties and trying to go get those extra points along the way.
No, absolutely. I mean, this has been such, we've got the unusual environment of the LAN setup here, as you can see our players celebrating afterwards.
There's TwoBiers.
There we go, TwoBiers. We see you over there.
Wrong wave. Wave to us.
You gotta make sure you got the right camera, TwoBiers. Honestly, I can do a criticize. I get it wrong every time myself. But I mean, for our players to be in this environment, they're playing in an unfamiliar space in the LAN. They're playing, in an unfamiliar format where they've got more things to think about than ever before. They're playing as a team. They're playing as the bounties as well. I think that was so incredibly crisp play from the German squad.
We'll have to see how the points get added up. It's not just the placements from these 2 games, also the bounties that were added between the teams. So we have to see how the standings pan out in the end, who ends up winning this silver lobby. And we'll see a lot more TFT as well in the gold lobby later today, as you mentioned. A bit of a break, and then 3 games instead of 2 for that gold lobby with some big names coming in, like Lelouch, for example. Super excited to see how he manages to play in a setting like this one.
So we're just waiting on confirmation to see if we might be able to get the points this side of the break. If not, then we'll take a short break while those are calculated and give the final result. Of course, after that previous game, we knew the Germans coming in were the strongest squad, and of course, finishing in first place and doing so well overall means they pretty much guaranteed themselves the ownership of the silver lobby. But we saw the other players to account for. But I mean, as you mentioned, we've got the 3 games coming out for the gold lobby later on. Do you think, are there lessons learned here from the 2 games we have seen for those 3 games later on?
I think the German strategy was very good. Game 1, don't focus on bounties at all, especially the bounties that you think are quite achievable and quite forcible to some extent, like we saw with Tristana Reroll. You can just play this comp, if you have Scuttle Puddle, it really does favor you to make sure you have enough gold to hit your entire thing. I think that helped out TwoBiers quite a bit. But there are comps or bounties like the Goldinator, for example, you can do in game 2. You can focus more on just playing a normal game in game 1. So that might be a strategy we see. And in 3 games, it's even more different. You have even more chances to complete bounties. You might even have a different kind of perfect spot in stage 2 to go for a certain bounty right away. And you know, hey, this is probably the best chance I'll have to complete this. I'm going to go for it in this game, in game 1, maybe game 2, etc. So the more games you have, the more kind of ways you have to navigate this different challenge. So I'm curious to see what these players bring to the table.
It definitely feels like there's a lot of context at play there. As like you say, in the 2 games here, if you've got potentially a good game coming to push yourself down a path that maybe not be optimal and potentially give up on getting a first place in that game because you say, I want the bounties above everything else, I think it's really interesting going forward. We know that our players, of course, who are playing later today have been in the audience watching directly, I'm sure making notes of what's been working, what's not been working. But I think you're absolutely right. In that last game in particular, we saw so many bounties being slammed in across the board, they almost neutralized each other.
And the online phase was quite similar, so players do have already some experience in terms of how to navigate the situation, how to best optimize the strategies of going for bounties or not. So it's not entirely new to them. I think there are still some things to pick up as we see how it plays out on LAN with the different pressure and how everything plays out here. But I'm just really excited to see how the gold lobby, which in theory was better adapted to this format because they got better played in the online phase, what strategies they have, if there's anything more innovative or anything that they've figured out between the online phase and now, for example. I'm just very curious to see how some of the brightest minds in TFT can navigate the situation.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the wonderful things about this whole situation. You're giving more opportunities to show that. I mean, for anyone who saw the Super Bowl from before, the French squad in particular, and German squads, all trying to figure out exactly every single, extra percentage point they could get out of the event. And I think that's one of the things that's hopefully is going to be the case going forward, is our players, not just being tested on the same sort of skills that we tested on if they were playing on ladder, but instead on how well they can adapt to potentially almost entirely novel situations.
And Ryan, tomorrow we have the Prismatic lobby, which is in theory the players that best navigated the situation on the online phase, the players that were best able to adapt to playing as a team, to know exactly how to play through the situation as we saw today. So I'm curious to see, especially that lobby tomorrow, how that plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have received word that we've got our final standings raised. So as we've said before, the German squad did spectacularly in that previous game, but there's still a lot riding on it. And we see Spain, of course, managing to just eke out ahead of the High Rollers on the same amount of points, winning on tiebreakers there. The best friends, nice and snug at the bottom there, but still had a pretty darn good time.
The most important thing is the friends we made along the way, Peter. That's the way we should focus, the 4th place for the best friends. And we see an equal amount of high roll and RNG for the RNG teams. They end up right in the middle with 18 points. So I think everything is playing out perfectly to how these teams are named. And Too Broken, indeed, they are Too Broken, showing up, performing at a high level. You mentioned Germany as a country has been popping off in TRCs and GSCs as well. A lot of 3 initial letters in TFT apparently. But they've been so strong and they proved it here today. TwoBiers, a caster who is not necessarily a pro player, but he's showing he has the level of play to match with some of these players and really play so well.
It's actually amazing to be in that kind of position and have that kind of level of consistent performance. But friends, that will, of course, bring us to the end of this particular segment. We will be taking around an hour's break or so before coming back in with our Golden Lobby, which will have even more exciting players playing 3 games back-to-back in a very similar situation indeed. So we hope you'll stick around, or at least come back in an hour or so to see that. Again, tomorrow we'll be coming in a little bit earlier with our Platinum Lobby, which will contain only the very, very best. For now, though, we'll see you in approximately an hour's time. We hope to see you then, and have a good time.
Move on up, get to the core of it. It's your time to remember the dreams. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Set me free. You make me come alive. Oh, tomorrow comes and I will follow you. Oh, turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want.
stop us, oh they're gonna. We gonna do it how we wanna, yeah, yeah. Stop trying to tell us to behave and go, go at your favorite age. Don't stop, drop, just duck and roll. We keep on cooking and we can't say no, so we gonna do it how we wanna. We gonna do it how we like it. We gonna do it how we wanna. We gonna do it how we like it. Saying our bullets to your brain. Oh yes they are. They sounding all the same but won't take all the blame. Oh yes they are. We sliding like an anaconda. We pass it like we're Maradona. Yeah, yeah. They tryna hate us, no they're gonna. We wanna do it how we wanna. Yeah, yeah. Stop tryna tell us to behave and go, go at your favorite age. Don't stop, drop, just rock and roll. We keep on cooking and we can't say no, so we gonna do it how we wanna. We gonna do it how we like it. We gonna do it how we wanna. We gonna do it how we like it. Saying our bullets to your brain. Oh yes they are. They sounding all the same but won't take all the blame. Oh yes they are. We gonna do it. We gonna do it. We gonna do it how we wanna. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We gonna do it. We gonna do it. We gonna do it how we like it. We gonna do it how we wanna. We gonna do it how we like it. Yeah. We gonna do it how we wanna. We gonna do it how we like it. You were saying our bullets to your brain. Oh yes they are. They sounding all the same but won't take all the blame. Oh yes they are. You better leave your worries at the door. Release that energy on the floor. You don't need those bad vibes anymore. Trust me, I've been through it, and it ain't worth any of your time at all. Do you feel it now? Do you feel it now? Know that rush I'm talking about. 'Cause baby, you got nothing left to lose. Oh no. I stay breaking my own limits, and I won't say I'm not gonna win it, 'cause this crown's made for me. You just wait and see. All my haters getting bitter 'cause I'm working overtime. It's my moment and I own it. Stay in focus and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. 'Cause it's my moment. My moment. My moment. Oh. My moment. Oh. My energy's contagious, I'm the master of my fate. Conquering my fears, I'm in control and taking names. I just speak my truth, babe, you should follow suit. It's my moment, and I own it. Stay in focus, and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. 'Cause it's my moment. My moment. My moment. Oh. My moment. Oh. It's my moment.
I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, 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 moving wild. Money, diamonds, I'm in full control. Private islands, this is how I roll. PJ, easy, where you want to go. Watch me, watch me, watch me roll. New York, London, I'm in ecstasy. Landed Paris, with a place to be. Always flexing, all eyes on me. Watch me, watch me, watch me roll. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, 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 moving wild.
Hey, you're looking wild. You're looking wild. You're looking wild. Watch me, watch me, watch me. I like the way you're looking. New York, London, I'm in ecstasy. Landed Paris, with a place to be. Always flexing, all eyes on me. Always eyes on me. Watch me, watch me.
My thoughts are racing every time I see you. Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the news. This way I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm nothing so stopping you. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so tough? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hardly can't deny it. It's so obvious, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hardly can't deny it. It's so obvious, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. And what you doing to me? It's a
lose the weight. So let me just abbreviate. It's been a long, long, long time coming.
Back everyone to the Rising Legends Invitational here in Malaga at the Gamepolis. We had an incredible first 2 games with our silver lobby. Now we'll be moving on to 3 games with our golden and shiny new fresh lobby. Fresh new faces, fresh new 3 games to determine who will be finishing out on top.
I'm very curious to compare the strategy between that game, or that lobby number 1, the silver lobby we just saw, those 2 games, and now what we'll see from the players in this one. With 3 games, you might change the way you play out your bounties, where you want to decide to focus on them. If you focus on them more naturally, if you try and enforce them, like we saw just on the rerollers, trying to get the Goldenator, the 5 Yordles, the 4-3 cost. So very curious to see the difference, especially between those 2 strategies.
So just quickly to recap, for anyone who is coming in just for our second half. So our players are playing in teams of 2. Their points will be added together at the end of every lobby to give the team's total score. So you potentially have a first and a last place. We definitely saw that in our first couple of games. Or potentially, if you just happen to be off the charts, maybe you'll both hit the top 4. But the bounties, of course, that David mentioned, extra ways for our players to get points. Again, for anyone who's coming into this new one, we'll get into more detail as they go on. But I do believe, Panna, that we've actually got our winners from the silver lobby who are so enthusiastic about being interviewed. They're on their way here. I've never seen 2 people walk more slowly in my life up the stairway.
It is a dangerous way to get up here, so I think I don't blame them. They've already won the pride and glory of winning their lobby. Now they have to come here to interview with us, the very annoying casters. But we have to know what their strategies are. We have to know what their game plan was coming into that lobby. We'll sort out the technical details now. Someone get a headset, someone get a microphone, and we'll start with the questions, because we have a lot of burning questions to find out exactly what was your game plan. I'll start off, if you guys want. Broken, welcome, both of you, TwoBiers. Great job with the game. I think it was really nice. Game plan, overall, coming into this tournament, there's a bounty system. It's very different to a normal game of TFT. What was your game plan as a team?
We just looked at the bounties, but we didn't really train that much or had much thought, to be honest.
Natural talent. Okay, got it. Great answer. Well, TwoBiers, do you have anything different?
Yeah.
Up, more.
It was just bounty hunting, for sure. Yeah.
Oh, bounty hunters, okay. I don't think our microphone's working so well, but we'll do our best to sort of pass the answers along, I suppose. So could you tell me, for anyone who's not familiar with the both of you, do you have history together? Are you long-term pals, you might say?
We just met. I knew him a bit before, but it's our first time really playing together.
Okay, got it.
Oh, right, okay. Well, that's even more impressive.
Yeah.
Coming into this tournament with the competition in your lobby especially, was there any team you feared more than any other? Overall, how was your expectations coming to the tournament? Do you guys think you were the favorite of your lobby? You guys were kind of middle of the pack. What was your expectation coming into it?
You? I kind of feared Leilana. I think he's a really strong player. But overall, we are a really strong team, to be honest. I think so. From our ELO in solo queue.
TwoBiers, you agree?
I was a bit afraid because there were no augment stats anymore, so I was completely lost.
Same as me.
Yeah, just play the old meta.
So I suppose what is your guys' experience? Have either of you been to a LAN before? What has it been like being here?
It's not my first LAN. I was on another LAN before, but it's really fun. I'm having a great time.
It helps that you won. I think that definitely lifts your spirits overall.
How about you, TwoBiers?
Yeah, it's really cool to play on a big stage, and it's really cool to meet all the players. We just met on ladder, and now you can see the faces, so it's pretty cool, yeah.
And finally, any last shout outs you guys want to give? Anyone that helped you prep? Any viewers or fans that you guys want to thank for making it all the way over here?
I want to thank Spiritus Spy. He talks a lot with me about TFT, and I think he's a great help.
Nice. TwoBiers, you? Any shout outs?
No.
No one to thank. He's a lone wolf. He's got here all by himself.
He did it all on his own.
Despite it being a team tournament, he has no one. Not even. You want to thank your teammate maybe, Broken 99, for having some great games as well. Not a grateful person.
okay.
All right, TwoBiers, we got it. No, I'm joking. But thank you so much, both of you, for coming up here. I know you guys weren't so thrilled to come do the interview, but I'm happy you guys came up, shared your thoughts about the games, and hopefully you guys will watch the next lobby as well and see what they can cook for us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
All right. Take
Thank
care,
you for
guys.
having us. Yeah.
All right,
Thank you.
let's get that back off you.
There we go. Careful going down. It's a steep ladder. But great to hear from our players. Good to hear they're having fun as well in this very unique format, in a LAN event as well, as they mentioned, for TwoBiers, his first time here, and it's great to really have them, as you mentioned. Even for us casters, getting to see the players in person, having now a personality to put on the player itself, on the results they have in tournaments, is, I think, really helpful and going to be great for the future of TFT as well in EMEA.
Well, of course, as we look back at some of the highlights from our first series, I think you're absolutely right. TFT has always been a very personality-centric game, coming out of the streamers most strongly. So, honestly, to make an impression, on a stage like this can do wonders for your career. People will have seen these events, seen you, in person, seen TwoBiers standing strong and proud and alone, without any help, for having an incredible game.
And TwoBiers is one of the best ladder names, in my opinion, in TFT. Spritney Beers, very strong one. I'm a big fan of it. So props to him with the creativity as well. But props to maybe our players coming up with their creativity and seeing how they want to tackle the challenge of completing both the bounties while also placing highly. We saw a mix of that strategy from the German players that were able to win their lobby. And just some big names coming up as well. I think I'm especially excited for Lelouch and Blackfire Ice and what they can bring to the table. 4 Polish players in this next lobby. So if you are a Polish viewer, you've come at the right time. It's going to be great for you to see some of the biggest Polish stars here.
Well, talk to me a little bit about the Polish TFT scene. Where do they stand in comparison to, say, the big hitters of France and Germany?
So Germany and France are kind of S tier. They have usually around 20 players qualified to most of the GSCs. They have just a really good amount of players, but also a very deep pool of players that are at this very high Challenger Plus level. When it comes to Poland, they're kind of that next tier alongside Spain, alongside Turkey, that usually have between 10 and 15 players qualified to GSCs. The, I think, biggest upside for Poland is that they have a very defined and polished TRC system. They have the Ultra Liga all the way back since set 4, and I think it's done a lot to develop relationships, friendships between the scene, and also help these players have their own brand, their own personality on stage and throughout many different events. So very excited. We have a lot of world participants from Poland, Zabroyson, Set 6, and Gizmos and Gadgets, Lelouch and Dragonlance, for example. So they have some very strong players, and some of them are here on the stage today.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, we know that the building of relationships that comes from here is only going to make a region stronger. It's worth mentioning, of course, if you're watching at home and you don't know what the TRCs are all about, you can find it on the Rising Legends website, risinglegends.gg. There's a TRC section right along the top. That will send you a link to your local one. So wherever you are in EMEA, there'll be some place you can play with players local to you, and perhaps one day you too will be on a stage like this playing alongside your country folk.
That's right, not just viewing, but you can actually play if you are, a high enough rank, Diamond 2 and above in most cases for most TRCs. You have the chance to play these open qualifiers, to have a chance to find your way into these, national leagues as well. So it's really exciting, I think, time for TFT. A very inclusive time for players of all ranks to find their spot in this competitive circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. And even while you're playing in the TRCs, you're absolutely building up. But looking forward then to our next lobby. So again, this will not be the last time we'll be taking to this team format. That will be tomorrow. We'll be playing at the very top level. This is just only at one step below. As you said, the player quality here is absolutely outstanding. You mentioned Lelouch, of course, as well, the Polish players. Is there anyone else you want to bring to the forefront before we actually see the lobby laid out for us?
Well, there's another Polish player, Shredin, who is accused of being a high roller by Lelouch. I think he's a great player. In my defense, he's also an Ultra Liga champion, a lot like Lelouch as well. Lelouch, the most recent champion, but Shredin has also won that national competition in Poland a few sets ago. So just a very strong quality of players. Wojtek as well, very strong ladder player, has showed up in many GSCs. And Blackfire Ice, who is a caster, who is the official caster for really all the Polish competitions, but is also a great player, a great content creator as well, kind of a dad figure in the Polish community. I think that really binds the community together with a bit more maturity and more of an adult figure that I think is important in most communities. So overall, very happy with them. And then the Spanish players as well, Safo and Alicia, 2 very strong players. Safo especially, he's in many different GSCs, always qualifies, or almost always through the open qualifiers, and a player I expect a lot from today.
Yeah, I mean, I know that you spent a little bit of time actually with the known as the close distance mates, Shredin and Wojtek, traveling and such. What kind of, we're talking about how close you feel the teams are. So we saw in the last, for the last lobby, you don't have to be an incredibly close pairing to have a strong team here. But what impression did you get of that particular team?
Oh, I think the name is completely justified. The close distance pals, it's cheeky, it's witty, but it's also true, at least from my own experience. And talking about Experian is in this lobby as well. Aha.
Nice segue.
He's a past GSC winner as well, someone we didn't mention before when we talked about Lumarpin and Lelouch, but also a very, very strong player who's had, I think more of his results came in past sets and gizmos and gadgets in set 7, but I think he's definitely a player that can at any point in time show up and prove he's one of the best French players, or definitely trying to show it in this tournament today alongside Doki, another caster, but also a very strong player on ladder. So I think the quality of every single team here today is very high, all Grandmaster and above. So I think we can expect to see some very high-level TFT.
So again, just recapping, for the people who've only come into this series, and for those who just want to be reminded. So in terms of the the first series you saw, I think one thing you should point out really well was with all these bounces in place, players need certain conditions to fulfill to earn these extra points. That's a lot of extra points they could potentially be gaining. And in our first lobby, we did see a lot of our players took advantage of it.
Yeah, I think you cannot ignore the bounties. That is definitely a losing strategy. I'm not sure how much you want to warp your game plan around the bounties, but to some extent, if you have an opener that wants you to play a reroll comp like Kale or like Tristana, for example, having something like Scuttle Puddle as a portal, that really incentivizes you to try and go for this Yordle bounty and all the having the 3-star 4 costs or 4 3-star bounties. So depending on the portal, and now with 3 different games, you have more of a sample size to kind of choose at which point in time it's going to be best for you to focus on the bounties and when it's best to just play a normal game of TFT. So very curious how the players navigate this, and if they just leave all their homework for the game 3 where they all have to start suddenly focusing on bounties and trying to complete all these different things.
And a small shout, of course, to Boyces, who's been doing the organization of a lot of this tournament, particularly in the online stage, as we do take a look at all the shining faces of our players here. You can see there's a lot of focus on the faces there. Again, it's a potentially unique experience for all of us. It's the experience looking probably the most relaxed out of any of our players there. Seems to be entirely in his element.
Yeah, a player that I think one of his biggest strengths as a player is he's very cool, calm, and collected. In most cases, I think he definitely knows how to keep his cool and make sure he's playing at the best of his ability. I think he's someone that's definitely going to be not nervous at all when it comes to this LAN situation. We do have now in this lobby all 8 players here in Malaga. Everyone is here at their PC, so it's just great to see. Something that is unfortunately quite rare in TFT up until this point due to many reasons throughout the world, but now later this year going to Las Vegas for the December LAN as well. Very big open tournament that's going to be happening, and hopefully in the future we'll be seeing a lot more of this, and this might be commonplace instead of the online events, so very excited for this time. Yeah,
it's a fantastic time to be a TFT fan. Of course, we know that the development of TFT is really stepping up, particularly once we come to set 10 and onwards, and to have these LAN events alongside it. Of course, you mentioned the North American LAN in our first series as being a big high point for the development of TFT as a scene. We'll see how it plays out here. You can see
Lelouch side-eyeing his opponents, making sure they're maybe off their game, trying to distract them potentially a little bit. Lelouch is a player that wants to maximize his odds at winning in any kind of tournament. He's a very competitive player, representing Z10 alongside Travis, and a few different teams represented here as well. At ECL with Oxygen Gaming, we have Anonymous for Shredden. So it's great to see players coming here and also be able to rep their teams.
So for our newer viewers, what do teams do for players? Why does it matter that these players are on these teams?
In the case of Lelouch, for example, the clearest case is that he is teammates with Travis. They're both incredibly strong players, both right now top 10 on the EUS ladder, and this makes it so you're almost forced to trade your ideas and your thoughts with someone else, have this kind of feedback loop of in the end, hopefully both players, or maybe multiple players in a team, are able to all rise up together, sharing their own insights, their own hidden techs on a new patch or an old patch, even if they develop new things in the meta. So I think always, either with a team officially or unofficially with a scrim group, it's going to be very important for players to work together and to try and figure out a game that is very complex. TFT is incredibly hard to really navigate and to figure out with each patch and all the changes that happen. Having people on your side, having teammates on your side or players on your side working with you is going to be so relevant.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely more than the sum of their parts. Of course, we do know players like, of course, Cambiz, Double 61, and Carmichael, of course, hugely influential in the development of the TFT scene. So as we get ready for round one, our players is getting everything sorted out on stage. Of course, LAN, need to make sure everything's working absolutely perfectly. We'll be getting it right into that game one in just a second. So before we do, or as it's loading in, you mentioned the Tristana competition as being a very high bounty kind of competition. Are there any other comps you'd like to see our players busting out in game one? Maybe even ones that we haven't seen yet?
We didn't see too much Noxus. I think it isn't as strong as it was before. You do need to have a high roll start for it. If you have a high roll start, it can be a comp you can get 4 different 3-stars in with Darius and Katarina, the obvious ones, but also you can reroll for Kled and Swain along the way. One of the augments that would definitely help with that is Think Fast, but it has been disabled due to the recent problems we've had with infinite rerolls essentially in the last patch. The Hotfix has come in. We have changes to Invokers, changes to Taric, and Think Fast is disabled, so that's going to be a little bit harder for players maybe to hit this bounty outside of playing 1-cost rerolls. But Kale, we saw if Scuttle Puddle is one of the offered portals, it could be an incredibly strong option. And as the caster blessing comes through, I should learn to not speak when portals are coming through. Scuttle Puddle is one of the options, and it is voted 7-1 in this case now. One special player deciding not to go for Scuttle Puddle, and his voice saying, he wants it in the group.
Come on, someone.
We have our outsiders here trying to be the rebels without a cause, but it will be Scuttle Puddle in the end, it looks like.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've seen exactly what before. Of course, you talked about having this extra injection of gold from these Scuttle Crabs into the game will help push things further. We'll see which players are able to take most advantage of it. But of course, we're looking to see if we do get any early drops that might give our players direction.
And mostly just that, what comps can make best use of these extra resources. Kale is the biggest one simply because the dangerous thing about Kale is not hitting your 3-stars. You usually do hit them every single game because you're playing a strategy that's revolving around this. The key thing is when you hit them. If you hit them too late or you use up all your economy to do so, you can no longer come back into the game. You can no longer fight for that tempo level up from 6 to 9 and win out. In this case, you have this failsafe of having so much extra gold. It's much easier to make it past that very dangerous part of the game where you're stuck on level 6, stuck on level 7.
All right, so we are seeing, as we look at our legends on the right-hand side there, Aurelion Sol, we expect to see some of that. We are seeing the Caitlyn, which we saw with Lana making good use of in our first series. But we've also got the Lush with the Earth there. Another way to access one of the bounties is to get 3 emblems on a single unit. Earth's going to make that a little bit easier.
And right away, we saw that strategy in the last few games from some teams of having one player dedicated to chasing those bounties, one player playing normally. It seems to me like Blackfire Ice and Lelouch, Blackfire Ice playing Lee Sin is going to be tried to play a little bit more reroll. It could definitely be something like not just on a reroll, something like that Kale reroll, for example, with those reroll augments that will help him out, like Trade Sector if he finds that gold augment, start things off at 2-1. Similar case for Earth. This might be going into the emblem strategy, or maybe just Lelouch thinks Earth is a very strong legend right now.
Yeah, I mean, certainly talking to Lelouch on the way here to the venue today, definitely a very strategic player, looks to history for inspiration on how to get better and better. So certainly a player with a lot of momentum behind him, as we do find some pretty nice early drops here for Sappho.
And one bounty we have not mentioned, you get, I believe it's 4, maybe 3 additional points for having 5 upgraded 5-cost units. So essentially a capped out legendary board. What legend allows you to do this, Peter? It is going to be Aurelion Sol, even more so on a portal like Scuttle Puddle that gives you so much extra gold to make it to level 9, to have gold to roll down. So that could be the game plan for Experian, trying to go for that bounty. And just it's all about having a fully upgraded 5-cost board, essentially.
Yeah, so again, just a reminder of what the points will be. So a player who comes in first will contribute 8 points to the team. Player who comes in last will contribute 1. The bounties are 2, 3, and 4 points respectively, and are very much achievable, so that can change the outcome of a game dramatically.
We're seeing the first augments offered now, 2 healthy, once again for a Spanish player. In this case, it's not Odessa, it's going to be Sappho instead. Does he take it? No, it's going to be Portable Forge instead. He's giving 3 options here. Hull Crusher not really considered to be one of the stronger ones, but Eternal Winter, incredibly strong, especially in a meta like this one that's now going a little bit back more into attack speed carries like Aphelios, like Zeri, with Azir still being in his place in the meta. So Eternal Winter will have overall a lot of impact. Lelouch playing a different strategy altogether, fielding a singular unit. Soraka is strong, maybe not this strong, Lelouch, you might have to field a more, or just full open in this case.
Yeah, this is interesting. I was thinking that we'd be seeing this, particularly if people were leaning towards the more of the Aurelion Sol side of things, particularly since we've got gold augments coming in, but Lelouch is holding off on pushing through and finding out what that Tomo traits will be giving him. Of course, this will mean he's going to be taking some pretty heavy hits early on.
This is a strategy that is not implemented as often in ladder games and tournament games. It has been very correct to do so in the past. For example, Set 7's Katarina reroll meta, for example, was a very strong one where you would just want to open for it and then roll your gold for a very strong board that would be stable. The risky thing here is if you're not able to get a board that is stable enough, it's going to be very hard to actually not lose too much more HP in stage 3 and 4. In this case, with so much gold from Scuttle Puddle, I think it makes a lot of sense to hit your 50 gold threshold as fast as possible and then just start accumulating infinite gold throughout this game.
Yeah, so Lelouch, knowing that 50 gold is shortly coming into his pockets, willing to make a board that actually has some content on it. But I do notice we've got some interesting augments coming in. Shredding picking up the Rift Walker, not something we've seen so far today.
Today, and really at all, in GSCs especially, it's not picked as often. It's not considered to be maybe the most competitive augment unless you have a very good start for it in terms of the amount of Kassadins you have, the items you have, the components. If they are well suited for Kassadin as a carry, could be fantastic as well. I think it's a bit hit or miss. The way Kassadin's ability works, it's hard to predict in some cases where he's going to ult to and if his ability will actually clear out the opponent's backline. But when it works, it's so satisfying.
So something else we're seeing, which we haven't seen very much of at all, we've got the Piltover coming in for, I believe, for Blackfire Ice there. There is a specific bounty attached to getting the T-Hex up to 70 stacks, and importantly, you don't need to convert those into power to get the bounty.
So maybe this might be Piltover with no cash out, which is definitely a unique game strategy, I think only applicable to a tournament like this.
Well, hey, if it works, it works. I mean, at this point, all Blackfire Ice needs to do is build up stacks. Unfortunately for him, Piltover does really like you to have as many losses as possible, and because we've got several players, I think, playing very weak in this lobby, Blackfire has started off with a win.
Even Lelouch might be the one to ruin his streak in the next few rounds because he was open forwarding, might be building a board now. We see it here. He's already reached level 5, or rather 50 gold. Now he's able to buy some units and bring them onto the table and make sure that he's not going to be winning here against Blackfire Ice. We'll see if it'll be the case or not.
It's worth noting, of course, for Blackfire Ice as well. If he was taking losses, he would be buoyed up by the Metabolic Accelerator, giving 2 HP back around. So far, that will just get a minimal amount of usage. As Blackfire duels with his teammate, and unfortunately, is a little too good at winning.
Lelouch lacking a little suspect team synergy here. The 2 win streak on Piltover, I think, not really the game plan most of the time for this trait, but maybe Blackfire Ice knows some hidden tech that we are not aware of.
Well, talk to me about this, because, with the Piltover, how much of a difference would it be making if, say, Blackfire was on a 2-loss streak now compared to where he is?
It just really slows down your gold, especially because you want to have that 5 loss into just having infinite gold. But Scuttle Puddle will be a little bit less noticeable. Gold is a little bit more fake because you get so much gold from the PvE rounds anyway. But it's more about, especially reaching 70 stacks on a T-Hex is incredibly difficult. I'm not sure if you'll be able to achieve it without having kind of everything working optimally.
So under these circumstances, do you think that maybe we would even be seeing it getting sold off longer term?
I guess we'll see how close or how realistic Blackfire Ice thinks it is. We have 3 games playing in this lobby, so there are more chances. You can kind of quit on a strategy if it's not really working. Sometimes it does happen. You lean into something in the game for one reason or another. It could be players griefing you. It could be just how the game works out. You have to change game plans halfway through.
All right, we check back in with Sappho, currently undefeated, as is Doki as well. Interesting item pickups here, the Infinity Edge and the Dual Gauntlet on the same composition, along with the Sniper's Focus. A lot of backline damage.
We're getting word that Shredden very purposely griefed the strategy from Blackfire Ice in that earlier round he won before playing Lelouch. So again, these players are scouting, are trying to make sure they can have the best results with their own standings, but also ruining other players' bounties is incredibly important because those are points that it's almost like placements essentially.
Well, I mean, this is something we didn't necessarily get to talk about a ton in the previous game. I'm not sure it was necessarily super relevant, but from some of the players we've been talking to, we've definitely seen, there's been a lot of thought going into how to make the most of this particular format and where you can find your edge in any particular game. I mean, Sappho has certainly been putting together a board worthy of a strong early streak. Has the chance to upgrade and maybe even put in our friend Talia there, but right now, good gold, good board, everything's to like.
Very awkward from a trait perspective. He already has 3 Shurima in, and the 3 Shurima units he has in are already upgraded and doing their own role within this board. Renekton, solo frontline alongside the Vi, the Dual Gauntlet, Cassiopeia is a perfect carrier for that in stage 2, and Akshan, who has the IE and the Sniper's Focus built as well. So a little bit awkward there.
You noted the whole griefing each other's lost streaks thing. We've now got boards, so Lelouch is playing literally nothing, and we've got the Kassadin board on the other side as well. The Rift Walker from Shredden, who's only playing Kassadin, but we can't, not everybody can lost streak.
I believe Lelouch thinks he has hedge fund. Someone will have to inform him. He does not have hedge fund. He can use his gold under 100, but I think he's a good enough player to know what he's doing. I think he's just opting to just full open stage 2, guarantee he'll be losing all of these fights, getting even more gold and then having that just crazy spike later on. He could get level up at 3-2, for example, might save his gold until that augment comes up, and he decides if he wants to use his gold or not. That's the optimization there.
Well, so talk to me about Shredden a little bit here, who was playing the pretty much open board, but has now got a good amount of gold in the bank. Yeah, the Rift Walk, not something, as you said, we see very often. Can you run us through like what it does and what kind of thing we're looking for from Shredden long term?
Well, you definitely want to 3-star this casting. I think that's why he was purposely losing that stage 2. If you see you're not strong enough to win fights or to win streak, especially in stage 2, you can opt to just full open, hold only the units you know you're going to be playing in your ultimate reroll comp with this Cassidy reroll. And if you don't find those units in your shop regardless, then you're happy to full open, get as much gold as possible. And I assume he'll roll down at 3-2, trying to get at least a Cassidy 2-star and try and find some stability there. And then a final roll down after Wolf.
So of course, for the uninitiated to the Rift Walkers, the Cassidy will no longer disarm, but will be gaining AP every time he uses his ultimate. He'll be hopping around the board, all kinds of stuff. He's got Omni Vamp already to bring him back online. I mean, longer term for this Cassidy, would you like to see him built more damage-wise or more tank-wise?
I think normally Hodge, JG, you want at least one healing item. In this case, it's Justice. Sometimes Ionic Spark is correct, but I think mostly it will be JG as the next item. That's the next priority. And then the third item really depends. I think it's going to be what you're really missing, what components you have open as well. Cassidy is to some degree a tempo comp, but in this case, Bramble has been slamming those Cassidy, so more of a tank build coming in here, which is not something you see as often, I think, with this Cassidy.
Well, I mean, I suppose he does have effectively infinite scaling within the round, but even with the Bramble Vest, gets one shot in the face by the Jhin, who apparently got nerfed, but you wouldn't notice it based on that previous round.
Jhin is still a very, very strong unit. The Vel'Koz and the Liana, I think, cannot quite clean up here. A very strong board from Experian with this Irelia. Also nerfed, but still also very, very strong. She was just incredibly strong before, now a bit more toned down. And with that Gargoyle is going to help so much with the armor.
All right, so let's take stock of where we are, Sappho, and simply both on win streaks as we come to our next emblem. And Void Crest is going to be a little bit tempting here for Shredden.
This team is called Close Distance Mates. He's being offered Long Distance Pals. I think the synergy there is too much. He has to take it, and he does. I think this is perfect synergy with their team name as well, so he gets that little extra flare buff from picking up this augment.
All right, you're right. Yeah, the players, they've got to play here for their audience. They've got to play for the memes. Oh my gosh. Well, still, we're seeing some of our players coming through with their level ups as well here on 3-2 as they look to make their board that little bit stronger. Shredden, of course, will be marshalling the resources, making the roll down, as you said, to look for that Cassidy too.
Found a second copy, can't find the third. Lelouch is holding one essentially in his shop by not re-rolling here, and that will be a little bit less likely for Shredden to find them in his own shop.
Interesting for Lelouch, still has not popped that Toma trait from the very beginning of the game. Still has managed to keep the loss streak intact with an awful lot of money in the bank. Is at least now playing a board, and it's looking like it's going to be the regular Akshan priority.
And I think the biggest reason why he's not using the Tome, he's trying to maybe get Freljord in to tailor the Tome towards Freljord as well as maybe things like Deadeye, for example. Just because if he's playing the Akshan board, having that spike from 3 to 4 Freljord is massive in terms of how much you can do stunning and CCing the opponent's board later in stage 4 and 5.
It's worth noting as well, one of the bounties for today, which will be worth 2 points, is playing for Freljord. So keep your eye out for if players manage to find the avenue to do that. Right now, though, Lelouch's board a little bit stronger. The streak is now over, so Lelouch will have to put together something a little bit more promising going forwards.
And for how much he fully open forwarded, he really is not that low in HP. He has a board that now is definitely going to be doing things. This Renekton here, Solo Freljord, going to be doing a lot with 3 items already stacked onto him. And this Akshan especially, Akshan 2, Deathblade, a very strong, not start obviously, but the mid game will be very strong for Lelouch. I definitely expect him to do quite well going to stage 4.
All right, as we check in with Ducky, we can see what he's up to. We've got ourselves an interesting eclectic selection of units from Doki's side of things. He's currently up towards, let's see, roughly, yes, the midpoint of the board. Simply is still win streaking up at the top, but Doki's board is proving pretty tough to knock over.
And the Tarek doing a perfect bodyguard cosplay there, getting in the way of all these shots, trying to take down the President Oriana with 2 items on her. Not going to be successful. Doki has a big win here in Lelouch, another loss. A few more of these, he might be in trouble, might have really an urgency to stabilize his board. There's Lysandra here for Lelouch, potentially.
I'm really fascinated. I think for me, the biggest thing right now remaining up in there is where Lelouch is going to be going with this one long term. We know, of course, he's a spectacular level player that where other players might inspire doubts, I think he's more than earned faith he's going to turn this around.
Has the option to pick up another BF sword for this Akshan. Akshan definitely wants a lot of items that are built around this BF sword, i.e. Giant Slayer, probably the best combo alongside the Deathblade right now. After the changes to how Runan interacts with the Deadeye traits, it is no longer best in slot to build Runans on Akshan or on Jinx. So we see the kind of the prevalence and the importance of swords for this comp for Lelouch.
So the Piltover start has remained in place. We can see there's quite a lot of stacks ready to go if and only if Blackfire Ice can break this loss streak. It's not leveling. Oh, well, I speak to you saying does level up. Maybe it's trying to at least soften the losses, but one more, unupgraded Jinx doesn't seem like it's going to swing around.
And he's still pretty healthy for this stage of the game, 60 plus HP. Some players playing Piltover are at under 30 at this point in time, so has not been open forwarding, has won a few fights as well in stage 2, and still has a lot of gold to work with due to Scuttle Battle being the portal on offer.
So talk to me a little bit about Zeri, changed as of this most recent patch. We can see that this board looks like it's putting towards Zeri longer term. Is that an option that you're excited to see Blackfire go for?
I'm excited that Zeri is a clickable unit more than anything. It's a unit that you can actually play on your board and it will do things. Was not the case, unfortunately, last patch. She was, in most cases, even worse than Jinx as a carry, and Jinx is a 2-cost unit, so something was definitely very wrong there. I think it's a big miss if some units cannot be played on your board because it makes certain roll downs feel more unlucky if you only hit Zeri, for example, and they're not playable. So very happy to see her back in the meta to some extent. And I think fairly strong. You have definitely a lot of AD options now with both Aphelios and Zeri. And you can once again play this flex AD meta roll down between hitting Aphelios or Zeris and then building your board around them.
So let's talk a little bit about what Doki's got going on here. Right now we can see the Augurs have been kept very, very generic up until this point. Contagion and grabbing the Winters as well. We've got AP items being built up. I presume we're not going to be singing Oriada carry long term though.
No, because the Shiv has not been slammed yet, that means that he's still staying open to multicasters, staying open to sorcerers, and staying open to Azir, Lux, duo carry with a strategist frontline, with a Shurima frontline board. So he has pieces of all 3 of these comps, maybe even invokers, who knows? I think they are still strong enough to be played in a tournament like this. So he is staying open with the slams and with the units he has on his board for 3 or 4 different angles of playing AP. We'll have to see on stage 4 when he rolls down what units he hits. If he hits multiple Azirs and Naxxuses, then he'll probably go into that line.
Up against Blackfire Ice, who, again, would not be too upset if losing this round. Has an absolute ton of gas ready to go in that T-Hex if they can get the cash out. Of course, Blackfire, we still don't, I think at this point we can fairly safely say going for the 70 stacks on the T-Hex is off the table.
For this game, yes. I think generally it will be a very difficult balance to complete, especially compared to many of the other ones that are a little bit more forcible in most cases and do align with strategies that certain comps already have, like just trying to reroll with the Yordles, etc. This is a little bit more out there. You have to have a Piltover start to even consider it. And even then, things have to go really, really well for that to pan out and to get 70 stacks on the T-Hex. So we'll see if anyone in the tournament throughout today and tomorrow can actually achieve this one.
So taking a quick look at our economy over on the right-hand side, one that does stand out to me is Lelouch, who's got almost nothing in the bank at all. I'm really hoping that goal went into an incredible board, or Lelouch is in major trouble.
We talked about it. He needed to stabilize. He was feeling some amount of pressure after kind of open forwarding most of the game, or at least most of stage 2. And we'll see what board he's assembled and if he has achieved that stability where he's able to say, hey, I'm low HP, but I'm not going to lose any more HP from now on. Looking at Shredden's board, also rolling down heavily for this Cassidy 3-star. He's 1 copy away now, so great management of his gold up until this point. Stayed on level 6 to have the best odds of hitting that 3-star 2-cost. It's hitting everything else but the Cassidy for now. Still has 30 gold to work with. Finally going to use a duplicator and going to go in and get that Cassidy 3-star.
So it's worth noting, while we've got the Bramble Vest in place as well, Cassidy is a Bastion. So with all of this lifesteal and the ramping power of the Augment, he's going to be hitting very hard, while also being very hard to actually even touch.
We'll see what this next augment is, because for comps like this one, where you have a super unit like Cassidy, if you find ways to essentially get a 4th or 5th item on this Cassidy, in the terms of stats or dual loaders, things like this, it can be incredibly impactful as well.
All right.
Morning Light for Bastions could be so strong.
That is going to be gross as hell. Since the entire front line is Bastions, that's going to be tempting. Do either of the other ones draw you at all?
Gift from the Fallen is just pure stats for every unit. That's also a consideration. But I think Morning Light has to be the choice here. It plays perfectly into the strategy you're already going for with the Bastion units. It buffs up not only the Cassidy, but really everyone else. And it gives you the choice to play another small Cassidy 1 if you wanted to. I don't think that's the right play, though.
No, I mean, so it means it's going to be even more tough now. The Morning Light will give Cassidy a get out of jail free card. Of course, the more damage you do to him, the more he's going to cast. And if you can't put him down, he's just going to get stronger.
And the Galio coming in here for that Invoker, giving mana to everyone on this team. Trying to figure out which is the best unit to have this long-distance pal synergy alongside the Cassidy. And especially in the future, I'm curious to see as this board evolves, what 2 units Shredder wants to focus on alongside this Kassadin to really power them up.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the Kassadin is going to be gaining a huge amount of AP longer term. He could be sharing with someone else. Certainly he's got enough tankiness to spare, and there's now Invoker in the mix as well, with an Aphelios in the backline as an alternate damage source for Shredden.
We've got a win for Blackfire Ice as well, so is able to essentially cash out that power into the T-Hex and maybe win some more games now playing that Piltover Zeri line instead. The Kassadin still seemingly very strong here. Gwen, snip, can't cut through this Bastion unit. Too much shielding, too much power, too much healing, especially from BT and the Hand of Justice.
It definitely does not feel like a great matchup between the two, but you mentioned Blackfire Ice and Lelouch, currently both in the bottom half of the table, but with Blackfire getting that cash out and Lelouch on a win streak as well, things could be about to change pretty dramatically for half the Polish players in the game.
Looking now at the board for Blackfire Ice, Zeri 2 has been hit, second item slammed as well. Unfortunate components remaining here on the item bench. 2 rods, not really ideal. You can build Rabadons on the Jace because it just scales up the attack speed he gives to his adjacent unit, so that is a way of kind of buffing Zeri through the use of rods. Not ideal though. You potentially want to look at other options in the next few carousels.
Yeah, I mean, so Blackfire's of course got the 41 stack T-Hex, which is pretty friggin' impressive. And you can see there just how incredibly scary that is to go up against. Because on the right-hand side, the HP values are starting to shrink. So this feels like, for Black Lelouch Ice, a creatively named team, their fortunes are only improving.
We saw a big win there from Blackfire Ice against Arithia, but she hasn't really rolled down. She's still at 50 gold in her bank, level 7, so maybe she's looking for a spike on level 8 instead, trying to go fast 8 and try and make her board with the Azir board especially. You want to be level 8 to have those higher odds at finding those 4 costs like Nasus and the Azir.
Well, of course, Ryze making his debut on the carousel here. Very nice to see him along again. I do notice on the left-hand side, Shredden building up to Bastion 5, a suggestion that maybe we'll be seeing even Bastion 6 long-term.
If Cassante finds a spot in the board and in his shop somewhere, it's not easy to find Cassante that early into the game. We see the urgency these players are feeling from the tempo of this lobby with these incredibly strong spikes that the reroll boards have hit. Everyone has slammed almost all of their items. There are very few components open. Players are trying to really squeeze out all the power they can onto their boards and make sure they are not losing fights. And if they are, they're losing them by as few units as possible.
Arithia going to be going up a level, finding a 2-star Shadwani, as you can see on the bottom right of your screen right now, as the boards continue to get stronger. A reroll for Wojtek here, looking to find some 3-star, 3-custom, does do it. Vel'Koz on the field. We've also got a very powerful looking Sona as well. So this is the multicaster reroll variant based around the 3 costs.
And a huge spike potentially coming in with the 4 Sorcerer coming online, spiking both the Vel'Koz's damage and the Lux as well. Taric is a unit that usually is going to be missing here. Going to have a chance to have that unit come in, help the front line, find some more stall and stability for that front line, and then buy some time for Vel'Koz and Lux to really start dealing a lot of damage. Especially with the Archangel slammed, you want to really ramp and stall out for a much longer fight.
It's not working here against Experian though. It does manage to chew through a fair amount of units for Wojtek, but not quite enough. And we've also got a pal, pretty early on into this one, Experian up to level 9. So it's going to be pretty tough to avoid getting a lot of those legendary units up to 2-star.
And Experience as well, so much HP to work with. He is not in this dire situation where he's exchanged all of his HP to make it to 9, and then you have like this one fight left in you, like Kill Reroll, for example. He is still very, very healthy, so definitely a player that we could see potentially fulfilling that bounty of finding 5 upgraded 5 costs as the rest of these games go through. You have a way higher chance of hitting these legendary units in your shops now, level 9, and we still have so much of the game left, potentially up to stage 6, so a lot of time for Experience to work this out.
Yes, I mean, well, this is the composition that's named for the augment. It pays to learn. Experian is definitely in a very, very commanding position right now. I mean, as we go up against Arithia, who of course is currently lowest along with Wojtek, just above 20 HP on both of them. They really need the wins to come now.
And we're seeing now, has her spike paid off? She's now level 8. She has no gold to work with comparing to before we saw that carousel fight against Blackfire Ice. She has fully used all her economy to try and find the strongest board she can build. The Azir has been triple itemized, and it looks like it is at least working for now. She's going to be winning this fight against Experian. It will be relatively close, though. We'll see in stage 5 if she can keep it up, and she can try and stabilize her HP and hopefully finish in the top 4.
I certainly don't hate seeing the dual Lotus in there as well for just further power. As we take a quick look at the economy heading towards stage 5, We have got a decent amount of gold down there for Doki to run towards the bottom, but for a lot of other players, they have been spending aggressively.
And it's no problem on a portal like Scuttle Puddle because you recover so much of your economy so quickly. We'll see it now. You can compare here with really any player. Look at the gold total now for Doki. Look what it will be after this PV round is over. You get 20 gold worth of value or more even from these Scuttle Puddle rounds. So it's very easy to recover your economy after a big roll down.
We're getting confirmation from Boyces himself that Shredden is very close to claiming that bounty. It feels like it's only a matter of time considering he's on a 9-round win streak at the top of the lobby with a ton of HP to work with. I don't think there's anyone even in a position to stop him.
We're seeing it now, and Wojtek hits the Sona 3-star as well. He's close to the Swain. He's rolling for it. The Warwick is not what you want, but the Swain is.
All right.
And we're seeing it now. 3-star units, and not 1-cost units. No, these are much, much higher tiered units.
That's not going to be good enough, though. We need to have 4 3-star units to get the 4-point bounty, but you're absolutely right. Maybe that will be coming as we check in with Doki. And
going for the Goldenator.
Well, there we go. That by itself is 3 points immediately.
He's still one off, has only 2 of those Goldenators purchased for now, has to start slamming these items, has 4 components still on his bench, has to decide what are the best items he can build with what he's offered here, because there's not going to be any more single components offered in this game. We're now moving on to full items in the next stage carousel. You have to slam all your items you can now.
So talk to me a bit about this Goldenator, because the triple Goldenator bounty, which is on the table. How much are you giving up to play that, say, regular, versus a regular Heimerdinger turret?
Quite a bit, because Heimerdinger does offer a lot of power, especially if you're missing Shred or Sunder, if you don't have Last Whisper, you don't have Freljord, you don't have Shiv or Ionic Spark online. Heimerdinger helps shore up those weaknesses. He's kind of like the ultimate utility bot to some degree, but also has some amount of damage with Mechanical Swarm added as that 3rd turret. Even with double Goldenator, you can add Mechanical Swarm as a 3rd option, and then that helps spread the burn, and you're able to execute more units. So 3 Goldenator is not really optimal in any situation. 2 can be sometimes, especially with a very early Heimerdinger level 7. You can get 2 Goldenators, have a Mechanical Swarm, and kind of snowball your lead into an even bigger, more monstrous lead.
Do want to take a second to acknowledge Shredden on a 10-round lead with 26,000 damage coming out of that Castan in the previous rounds. Also an Archangel being put on the Soraka to further pump damage into him. Shredden is in a great spot.
He's missing that Cassante though, has to go 8 at some point in this game, a little bit later on, only sitting on 10 gold and level 7 to try and find the Cassante and hit that next 6 Bastion power spike.
Blue Clovers member Aricia is in pretty big trouble though, just took a loss off the previous round. So Azir's going to have to try and bust through a very, very fierce looking front line. He's left all in his lane zone, and as soon as he takes aggro, he's going to be in for a whole world of hurt. I think we're looking at elimination potentially right now.
This Nasus is buying so much time, but I don't think it's enough. Nasus now taken down, Aatrox taken down, Azir finally taken down as well, and Alicia unfortunately will fall in 8th place for this game. Won 3 games though in this gold lobby, so there is a chance to come back into it to find those points and those bounties in the next 2 games.
So that was Aricia from Blue Clover. Sappho will be her teammate. So again, as we talked about in our first series, really needs to get a 1st or 2nd place to just reset the tournament for them. Otherwise, they'll be fighting an uphill battle for the next 2 games.
And overall, the HP totals have been evened out quite a bit when it comes to that 3rd place position all the way down to 7th. Anyone can still place anywhere, I think, in this kind of threshold. The next few fights will definitely decide it. Before we get into stage 6, I think most of these players will be eliminated. We're seeing now Blackfire Ice with that Zeri carry up against Shredden. Where does the Cassidy go? Does the Cassidy have Challenger AI? Does he have Bronze AI? That's really the deciding factor in how these fights pan out. It looks like Cassidy is not able, never mind, the Caster Blessing comes through. Cassidy one-shots the Zeri, and Shredden will come out victorious in this fight.
Gosh, I mean, talk to me about a theoretical future where this Castan doesn't just absolutely annihilate anybody. So far, we've seen the entire lobby can't stand up to this reroll. I mean, is there anything they can do?
You have the extra stats and the Archangel stats, especially the extra AP that's scaling for the Castan as well as the fight goes on from the Soraka. So just perfectly navigated augment choice from Shredden alongside Morning Light, giving him some more survivability. The Bramble helping as well to make sure he's not one-shot by anything. So it's just a really great build from Shredden. He found the angle to play this and find success with it. And once he hits 6 Bastion as well, I'm curious to see if anyone can kill this Cassidy.
It's really terrifying to think that this isn't even the final form of this board, which currently can't be dealt with. Worth noting that Doki has been knocked out from the Brave and the Bold. So Experian, who's currently in 2nd place, will need to make up the difference. We have had, say, I believe multiple Golden Aces coming through, at least with certainly Blackfire Ice is on the path to another one as well. So you mentioned it back in our first series, our players were keeping these kind of bounties for later games. It seems like here in the gold lobby, our players can't wait to get them out of the way.
If you have an angle for it, if you have the chance to do so, I think it makes sense. Maybe you're not forcing it, but if the game gives it to you, if you find a Heimerdinger, you have the gold to go for Goldenator, you think you're not going to win the lobby anyway, that might be the correct choice. We're going to see Blackfire Ice fighting for his life, 17 HP for the Polish player, fighting his teammate Lelouch in what could be the deciding fight. If he loses by enough units, I think it won't be that lopsided of a fight. Maybe I'm wrong, though. This entire backline is in big trouble. All half HP, the Akshan cleaning up shop. The Rise still alive. It's a big loss, but not big enough. Blackfire Eyes down to 3 HP.
He's just saw a little conversation at home with each other like, yep, that worked out pretty much as well as it could have. There are only 6 players left in, with Shredden, of course, proving to be the absolutely unstoppable force at the top of the lobby. You pointed out before, the HP values for everybody else in this lobby are absolutely minuscule.
Passes out the T-Hex, needs that extra gold to find the Goldenator, but has no gold, only gets components. He has to maybe sell off his units to find the Goldenator upgrade. And unfortunately, we saw their hands above his head. Cannot believe that he got absolutely no gold from the T-Hex cash out.
Oh my gosh, I mean, you've got 1 life left. Surely you take... I mean, there isn't a Goldenator in the shop at the moment, so Blackfire might give up his only chance of winning and still not get it anyway. These are the decisions our players have never faced before. Blackfire on the right, Lelouch on the left. We could be seeing 2 eliminations right now.
Not even enough gold for Blackfire Ice to buy a 10th unit to put onto his board, so just a very unfortunate situation and cash out overall. We'll see if it'll be enough. Experian versus Blackfire Ice on the right. Blackfire Ice cheering Lelouch as well. He's winning this fight. He has 1 more chance to try and find that 3rd Goldenator upgrade, to maybe find a few more placements as well as this game goes on.
Well, an absolute reprieve for Blackfire Ice. I don't think you can quite believe what was happening there.
And Lelouch takes the loss first instead. The Akshan could not do enough. Lelouch eliminated in 6th place. Simply Wojtek eliminated in 5th place. 2 Polish players remain, alongside 1 Spanish and 1 French with Experian and Safo.
Gosh, considering how many Polish players we started with, that's still going to be a pretty disheartening number, but hey, there's still a possibility they can push further than this. Shredden, of course, seems pretty much guaranteed to win the entire lobby, so...
Is there not a bounty for a 15-win streak? I think we should retroactively add it, because he's absolutely smurfing on the competition, has not lost a fight in several stages rather, of TFT, all the way back in stage 3. Hits some more upgrades as well, finds a Cassante, finally, 6 Bastion. Riftwalker Castanen is now online.
All right, and of course, he's not the only threat in this composition. We've got now the 2 items Soraka, the 3 item Aphelios. This board is absolutely disgusting.
In the last-minute swap there, making sure long-distance pals does go onto that Castanen in the end. We'll see if Castanen will have a good angle to position and go into this backline. We're seeing Experian with a very upgraded board of 5-cost legendaries. Belveth 2, Rise 2, Ari 2. A very scary board to be facing.
Again, this is building towards a bounty if you get the 5 units upgraded to 2-star, but I do wonder, sure, all of these units are very top caliber, but individually, I don't know if they've got the punch to take down Castanen, who right now is on almost full health. He's healing up from the Hand of Justice and the Bloodthirster as well. We've got the Morning Light as an extra insurance policy. I don't think this Castanen is dying for the rest of this game.
And that will be it for Experian as well. Only Safo and Shredden remain. Shredden not only winning this lobby, it looks like, but also completed the bounty for 4 3-star units as well. So just a wonderful game 1 from the close distant mates team. Simply Wojtek doing his job, finishing 5th, adding some points to the tally, and Shredden popping off in this game 1.
Yeah, well, I mean, as you said, I think it's going to be so much to do with having a Scholar Puddle around to provide the extra gold to get, because a lot of our bounties, of course, do require a lot of money to make them happen. But now it's all coming down to how many points can these players extract from this game. Blackfire is gone, Experian is gone, Safo and Shredded are all that remains, and this Castanen, I mean, I don't believe he can ever die.
And the Yasuo, I think, will not be able to kill this Soraka, unfortunately, so the AP scaling will continue on the Archangel. The Castanen is just farming, picking off units 1 by 1. The Yasuo goes for round 2. Can I kill Soraka now? But no, she says she heals herself back up to full. Kaisa is the last unit left alive alongside the Gwen. She's good, but she's not that good, and that will be the end of the road for Safo. Shredden takes the lobby win, dominates, playing a very interesting comp, and right away Lelouch is already at his ear saying, you high roll this game, as we heard him accusing Shredden before of being a high roller.
You've got to make sure your opponents know exactly what you think of them at every single opportunity.
All right, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was congratulating him for the game win.
Let's be honest. We know exactly what was going on there.
Probably not.
Oh my gosh, so we got something we had not seen before today. Absolutely dominating through there again, but also a lobby that was worth an enormous amount of points across the board. And if you're any of the, well, of course, we'll have to work out how it all works out when the dust settles, but if you're a team that didn't pick up, say, multiple big bounties in this game, you're in some pretty serious trouble. But friends, we will be headed to break. When we return, we'll be bringing back the same players again. They'll be playing 3 times total to see who is going to be the kings of the Golden Lobby. Stay tuned, we'll be back soon.
Put your hands up, lose control. Any second now we'll bring the house down, 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 down. Tell me if you like what you see. Tell me if you like what you see. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second now we'll bring the house down. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second now we'll bring the house down. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second now we'll bring the house down. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second now we'll bring the house down, 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 down. Tell me if you like what you see. Any second now we'll bring the house down. Tell me if you like what you see. Any second now we'll bring the house down, 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 down.
I stay breaking my own limits, and I won't say I'm not gonna win it, 'cause this crown's made for me. You just wait and see. All my haters.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rising Legends Invitational in Gamepolis in Malaga. My gosh, what an incredible game one we had here in the gold lobby. I don't think anyone was really had that on their bingo card of a Kassadin that literally could not die.
It's wonderful having these transformative augments in the game and having them played by some of the best players in EMEA, because it really, you get to see the power of them too healthy. We saw with Odessa. Now we see the Riftwalker Cassidy as well. They're not normal games in TFT. You can't force them. You have to play them only when you're given to them. Some players maybe aren't offered the augment very often, and they're not comfortable enough to pick it. They're not experienced enough to know how to pilot it. In this case, Shredden, I think, definitely knows what's up, knows how to play that augment perfectly, and had a just dominating win in that first game. 2 more games left, though. There is still time. Lumarpin eliminated, but now watching from the sidelines, trying to see maybe what went wrong with his team in the silver lobby. But a lot to learn overall I think, for everyone in this gold lobby. Great level of play already in this first game.
So, of course, a global conversation we're having here is the position of the teams when it comes to the bounties. That first game absolutely smothered in bounties thanks to the amount of gold on display. So a lot of our teams will have had that kind of done and dusted. They can only get those bounties a single time as a team. So it's going to give them a lot more room in the games to come to play as they normally want to play.
Exactly. You're not really forced to play a reroll comp if you're not in the best spot for it, because you've already accomplished that from at least from the closest mates team with simply Wojtek and Shredden. And likewise for the Heimerdinger with a Goldenator, for example, for many teams. So overall, as we move along, it's either going to be you haven't done your homework and you have to now go into game 2 or go into game 3 thinking I have to complete these bounties or else I will not have enough points. I will not end up winning this gold lobby. Or the opposite. I've already done my bounties. I can now play optimal TFT play to the best of my ability with the best of what I'm offered and play as if it's a normal game of GSC or a ladder game as well.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw from that previous game, of course, mentioned the Goldenator. We've got some bounties in place which are kind of causing our players to play really much a strictly worse board than they'd be playing otherwise. In some cases, we're seeing more sort of an incentive to go down a particular route of play, like we saw in the previous game, having all of those 2-star 5 costs. That's a legitimate, regular composition. If you can make it happen, you've just got that additional motivation.
And right, we're seeing it here, a big gap between the first place close distance mates, 16 points for them, and next in line, another Polish team with Illusion Blackfire Ice sitting at 11 points, 3, and then from the bounties and 8 from their standings. Bald and Bold, 11 points for them, and unfortunately, the Spanish team, Blue Clover with Safwan Adithia currently sitting with 8 points in 4th place, but 2 more games left, a lot of time to maneuver back up in the standings, maybe even a complete reversal of the current standings if things go well for the Spanish team in the next 2 games.
Well, something that jumped out to me for Blue Clover was, the difference between the game points and the bounty points. And for Blue Clover, they had basically no bounty points in there, so there's an enormous amount of potential if they can somehow ride the line between a good game and a bounty-rich game to still come back.
Exactly, it's kind of like an untapped point reserve that you can tap into in games 2 and 3, and then suddenly have this major, reversal of the points, and you can really climb back up in the standings. So we'll see how that pans out. You do have to find the correct spot to accomplish these bounties. They're not all very easy. Some of them, I think, are more forceable, and you can't just go into a game saying, I'm going to complete this, and you do 100% of the time. Others, you have to expect certain things in the game to go your way, like the Piltover start, for example, that failed for Blackfire Ice, but it was a valiant attempt. He got to like 45, 50 stacks, so we'll see if anyone can achieve that, if anyone has a really strong Piltover start in the next 2 games.
I mean, something you did point out in the previous game as well, when it was being tracked by our admin stuff, is seeing our players, directly trying to grief each other to try and make sure that didn't happen. So, particularly if you're on a team that's got the point advantage already, all eyes are on you at this point, and the other 3 teams, they've got a lot of motivation. That if they can grief just one team in the lobby, it makes sense to go for the team that's currently ahead.
And that's what makes this Piltover bounty so difficult. Everyone is going to be scouting you. They know what you're trying to do. At any point in time, they can ruin your loss streak, they can ruin your econ management, and make it difficult or impossible to reach 70 stacks on that T-Hex. So in this environment where everyone is aware of what others are trying to do, everyone has full information about what the bounties are and how to achieve them, it will be even more difficult to get those. No Scuttle Puddle offered this time around. Platinum Library from Ionia, Glass Industries from Zon, and the University for Piltover. If players want a high roll start, they can go for that one.
It does look like that's potentially on the cards, though. This time around, we're not seeing quite as much agreement between the players as to what they're doing, as it will be the University. So at least we'll have a little bit of prismatic in our life to make sure we get started off right.
Second time that Adithia wins the vote there. Does she have some secret tech, some secret democratic double vote technology to make sure she wins all the portals? We'll never know, but for now, it will be the University. The first augment offered to this game will be Prismatic, unlike Jace's Workshop, which is all 3 augments in a game.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the possibility we will see more as it goes on, but what we have got guaranteed, particularly for our players with their legend locked in, is they will have...
Experience laughing, and I'm not surprised. He gets an Akshan, he gets the sword, he has a Jin on the board.
Well,
what more do you
shucks.
want? The game has told you where to go, now just follow the path.
All right, so we check in on our legends again. So Experian, of course, we've got the Aurelion Solar in the mix, the potential push off the top, the Lush with the Earth, Lee Sin back in place as well. It doesn't seem like our players are messing with success too much.
And such a strong start here. We talked about it. We saw it from Lelouch to some extent last game. An early Akshan does so much, either at helping you win streak or at helping you preserve HP. One of the best units in the game at killing off units after he ults, especially in stage 2 where units don't have that much HP, they're not upgraded. It's very easy to guarantee kills. And if, once again, with a prismatic start, Experian wants to go for a level up to have this Ace of Legend really shine, he's going to have a very easy time preserving HP all throughout the game.
So we know again that we're looking at some pretty scary late game boards coming together. We'll of course update you guys as we get the rest of the information in on what our players have chosen. Of course, our Poro players will be a little bit less predictable as to what they've made of that early prismatic.
Lelouch holding the strategist, the sorcerers here could have a very strong start. Team 1 Swain, one of the best pairings of units in the early game because of how much the strategist shield does for Swain, and Swain as a unit already with this kit is incredibly strong in terms of that drain and just really having a good time in stage 2.
All right, so there we go. We knew that this is one of the things people were fishing for. Again, one of the bounties is getting 3 emblems in 1 unit, so if you've got access to the Tome of Traits, you are 2/3 of the way there from the start of the game.
Easy choice here for Lelouch. Sorcerer Crown leads perfectly into the board. He was already playing with that Swain and Teemo on the board, has Multicaster online now, has the emblem as well to add on to the Teemo, and just a perfectly synergistic traits now activated for his board throughout stage 2. And a great item you get as well, the Shojin, I think the most important item in most AP comps, already has it right away from the augment.
Yeah, a very promising start, and the Shadow Isles, of course, we saw what they could do in the previous games. A really incredible item start here for Sappho. This Kalista really just couldn't ask for more.
It seems like all the components and units that are dropping from orbs have been tailored for these players. They're all lining up perfectly. The Akshan with a sword, now we're seeing this. Shiv and Rageblade already slammed on the Kalista. Just very, very strong start. We'll see who's even going to win this fight here between Lelouch, who seemed to be so strong, but Sappho as well. Unfortunately, not really any upgrade. That's the one downside to this board from Sappho. Has great items, but can this Irelia do enough here? It looks like it might be the case. Kalista, with these items, she's just so strong in stage 2.
She's going to get away with it. The Shadow Isle shield enough to keep her alive and keep her stacking up. See, we're pretty happy with how things are developing so far. Experian, Sappho, we've got no one who's kind of seemingly putting in the full open fort we saw in the previous game.
And back in the last patch, Orianna, in this case, upgraded. When she didn't really fit your board, you would maybe consider not even playing her. In this case, she is much stronger now. She can be considered to play, but no, Sappho gives up on Orianna altogether. Really does not mix in with this current board that is so synergistic with a 4 challenger now online for Sappho alongside 2 Shadow Owls.
Yeah, so far, so good. It's certainly a promising board from the early going. I mean, Sappho, spending really aggressively to keep this streak intact. Will have the level advantage of a Black Variety. He doesn't seem too interested in following that, but has picked up the Targon emblem themselves. That is an unusual choice.
It is, but it is quite a strong one if you're playing certain lines, and it is part of an emblem, right? You do have that 4 Targon as one of the bounties that you can pick up in this game. So maybe Black Variety is playing for that bounty instead and trying to make the best of this Targon emblem from the Prismatic.
Yeah, we'll need to hit a top 4 to make that happen. Well, there will be 2 points in the bank. It's at least a decent-sized board. In fact, you can almost sort of read the strategy for the rest of the game from that choice.
And Sappho with this very early level up to 5 at 2-2, essentially saying, I'm going to make sure I win streak all of stage 2. If I don't, though, there's a massive kind of drawback of losing most of your econ because of that double pump onto the level. So Sappho has to be very careful. I'm sure he's scouted the rest of the lobby, has measured how strong his board is relative to the others, and can almost guarantee he will be winning most of the fights here. But he has to be very careful not to make any mistakes.
Let's see who his opponent will be. So Shredden, who of course will be taking things a little bit more easy with the level up augment, so Sappho can relax for the time being, knowing that the streak remains intact, the economy remains on the table. So again, we saw these incredible late game boards in our previous lobby. Now we've got the most direct way of getting there with the level up. How does this affect the lobby as a whole to have these level ups in play?
Overall, it's going to be weaker players who are just trying to kill as many units as possible, preserve as much HP as possible without necessarily using up their resources, their economy, to then have this massive spike when they go level 8 and level 9. We saw it last game from Experian. He couldn't quite make it work. It is a risky playstyle. It's hard to navigate. You have to have some luck at level 9 to hit your 2-star, your upgrades, and make sure your board can be stable with Bel'Veth 2, with things like Heimerdinger, etc. But if you make it to that point, you're going to be incredibly strong, and obviously you have a bounty attached to it, so even more incentive to have that playstyle online for this game.
All right, so if we take a quick look on the right-hand side, we can see the players have been mostly across the lobby keeping their gold in their pockets. Level 4 for nearly everybody apart from Sappho and Experian, who are currently on the win streaks.
This is the case for Sappho as well, why he leveled to 5. He's trying to punish these players that are trying to preserve their HP by leveling up, dealing more damage overall throughout stages 2 and 3, and making it harder for these level up players to make it to 9. They'll have to have some amount of trade-off between going 9 very quickly or trying to preserve some HP, rolling at 8, and then going 9 a bit later.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense to be looking towards that longer term when your opponents are doing the same as well. Experian gathering all the units very tightly around the action, maybe a little worried about getting sniped off here against Sappho. The 2 win-streaking players against each other.
We'll see how it pans out here. 2 items on Kalista, only 1 item on this Akshan. The Renekton going to be doing a lot in the early game with his stone play, but already he's been taken down. The Akshan, if these bullets manage to find a little hole they can kill off the Kalista through, that could be massive, but I think it's not going to be enough. The stone plate Irelia with the Shadow Alt emblem is doing far too much, and the Rage Blade as well, stacking with the Shiv. The perfect synergy between items, but also with the champion itself.
Yes, Sappho finding great success with the Shadow Isles, as done on the other end of the table. Blackfire and Doki both dip into the 70s, but we've got the 4 Shadow Isles online, which, as we mentioned before, is a pretty big step up in terms of those shields and the mana generation as well. I mean, Sappho's in a pretty good spot. We've got the full streak going forwards, 20 gold in the bank as well. Could potentially spend out to push a level, but I don't feel like he's under too much threat.
And Aditya as well has picked up the Freljord Soul, so a mirrored strategy to Blackfire Ice. Blackfire Ice has a Targon Soul, Aditya has a Freljord Soul. Both are trying to have 4 Freljord or 4 Targon on their boards, while also getting a top 4. That is the requirement for getting those 2 bounty points in this next game. So we'll see if it works out for them too.
Yeah, well, I suppose when your target is just to get into the top 4, you definitely can play the game very differently than before when you just give up on the opportunity to get through and get that top 1. Simply here, can we bring out something a little bit different, picking up the birthday presents from our good friend Mort Dog. Again, an unusual choice here in the gold lobby. This is our 2nd highest lobby in the tournament.
I think birthday present is an augment that is much worse in a game or in a patch that is not well balanced, because if you get the wrong unit upgraded at level 6, 7, or 8, it can really ruin your tempo and really makes the augment not quite work. I think in a patch like this one, it's become much better, and it will be even strong, I think, in this case. Especially if you know how to play it well, making sure to level pretty aggressively, get that value, the tempo value from the augment itself, and try and have either a win streak or just overall a very healthy game in the first 2 stages.
We'll take a quick look at the economy on the right-hand side. We can see we basically got matching win and loss streaks between our top 2 and our bottom 3. Doki and Blackfire, of course, taking things a little bit more risky by sacking off their HP to make sure they've got the gold in the bank. But still, we know how quickly people can swing around.
The one we have not talked about is Doki, who is on Double Trouble. We saw 2 healthy, now we're seeing Double Trouble. This is once again the preferred comp for this augment. Not the only comp, but in most cases the preferred comp is going to be once again Talia and Set dual carry. Different game plan, slightly different game plan to 2 healthy. You do want to 3-star these units as soon as possible to then get the 2nd copy at a 2-star and try and level up from there. Add in more units that are able to have knock-up effects like Jarvan, like Sion, especially in the late game, for example.
I do notice though the Doki here, despite we've got a lot of onboard power from the Double Trouble, is saving a ton of money. It has a really impressive loss streak being put together. Once he does hit level 6, he's going to have a lot of ability to put these stronger versions of these units online quickly.
If you can high roll 2 copies of Talia and 2 copies of Set at 2-1 with this augment, you win streak. That's fine. You have good items especially. If you're not able to do so, it's just much more strategic to lose streak and then have much more gold to find these copies of these units to then stabilize on stage 3 in this big roll down at 3-2. He'll level to 6 here and try to, at the very least, find, I think, 4 copies of each of those units and make sure he has enough combat power to survive here. So social distancing looks like a very good option here.
All right, so for Doki, going to be picking up the infusion. So more mana means more cast means more knockups, and the entire composition working well together. Decides not to upgrade the Irelia. In fact, sells off because we're at level 6 and the roll down has arrived.
And already has 2 copies of each unit on his bench. Wants to find more, wants to potentially find the Talias. the sets, and the swains. If you're wondering at home, why is he buying all these other 2-cost units? It's because as he continues to roll down, he will have higher chances of hitting the other 2-cost units by removing more of them from the pool. So just trying to min-max his chances at finding this more stable board without losing too much of his econ.
We've got the strategists in place now with the Teemo as well, and the Talia is looking relatively healthy, so things are at least on track to turn things around slightly, simply on the other side. But a pretty solid looking, though non-committal board as of yet, using the Tacticbear as an item holder.
And just with Birthday Present, you're kind of transitioning, playing essentially the strongest board, a mix with what you're being given by Birthday Present itself, by these little gifts that the gods, the Mort Dog gives you. But in this case, also mixing in with units you find on your shops and just trying to make the strongest board possible. In this case, we see now the power of Double Trouble. Once you have this board assembled from Ducky, has to try and find potentially a rod in this next carousel to really find that next spike with a Jewel Gauntlet on Talia.
Yeah, it would be a huge hunk of damage coming in as we typically take a look around the field to see what everybody else is up to. Of course, Lelouch currently on top with just barely ahead of Staff, where we saw the Sorcerers from early on. And of course, the Shadow Isles. I think you brought up really well that we've got the couple of players going for the Freljord and for the Targon. So far, it's looking pretty good. Like Arithia, Arithia's managing to hold tight in third place despite picking up an unusual augment.
Such a strong board for Lelouch. 6 Sorcerer already, one of the biggest trait spikes in the game in terms of how much AP you get from this, especially with Jewel Gauntlet already slammed in the Vel'Koz. Would have loved to have maybe a Vel'Koz too. That would really be the ultimate high roll spot for this part of the game that we're in right now, but still a very, very strong board. Great items on Swain as well. And definitely one of the players that I see making top 4, I think. Very good choice of picking the big grab bag as a second augment. This is a comp that really wants to have multiple carries, for which you need multiple items. You want to itemize Vel'Koz and then at least 2 items on Lux as well. So really good choice from Lelouch here.
See Shred in there, taking a moment to consider things. Has actually picked up the Rich Got Richer alongside Level Up. That's no power on the board whatsoever, but the promise of something spectacular to come.
We'll see if the promise comes through, if he is a man of his word, if he reaches that level 9 and tries to find that one bounty to upgrade 5 different legendary units in this game. It could be the option to do so. It's really, the stars have aligned with the Prismatic Augment coming up first with Level Up as an offer for both Experian and Shredden.
I'm not sure if for the close distance pals, they are currently leading right now, so picking up something that's pretty risky feels like, it's a real swing for the fences moment. Either it goes great and they basically stay where they are ahead of the pack, or it goes real bad and they drop back into the pack along with everybody else.
Quite a shop here for Arithia. Double Jarvan at level 6. Woo. That is quite a blessed shop right there. Has to maybe find a way to fit these in if she can. If not, maybe at level 7 once she gets there after this Wolves. But definitely wants to hold on to this. A Jarvan 2 in stage 4, especially the start of stage 4 is so big. And making sure you're able to stall out your fights. He offers so much utility with his Cataclysm ult and buys so much time for your units to really deal damage.
So from Arithia's position is a pretty unique one because of the path she's taken through this game. I did manage to find an Aphelios to get the Deadeye online in a more serious fashion, but what's your best guess of Arithia's next move from here?
Well, it's not really up to her. She has to really try and find the components for a Rage Blade in the Wolves round. She needs to find a bow and a rod. Aphelios, more than anything, wants attack speed. Here, he'll be doing well. Yes, the board here is strong, but she needs more. So ideally, she finds a bow and a rod at Wolves.
All right, this is a small ask, I suppose, but if it does
You'd be surprised. When I ask for components, I get the completely different ones every single time.
I mean, you should have just asked a little bit earlier, I suppose. But I mean, for Arithia, things are looking okay for the time being. We've got we've got a decent amount of defensive stats on the front line, and with the Targon as well, a lot of healing to make sure that things work out long term. We're looking at the rest of the lobby. Lelouch has started to build up to a more serious win streak up the top with those Sorcerers. Simply, still only barely behind.
And anytime maybe trying to get both 4 Freljord and 4 Targon in on the same board. If she finds an emblem or an augment at 4-2 that could give her that Targon emblem or the Targon +1, that could be massive as well. Maybe Ancient Archive is a way to do so. So we'll see if she can work that out. And she has a top 4, of course, to get those points from the bounty. So it'll be interesting to see how she navigates this game, especially the stage 4.
Well, of course, you know that there are players who are out for blood in this lobby. Lelouch continues his win streak at Arithia's expense, to handing out a pretty substantial loss. It does seem like she's not going to be able to put together any kind of streak one way or the other.
Big difference there, Lelouch is level 7 already. Aditya was still level 6, so she hasn't quite spiked it, so it's almost anticipated or expected to see that loss happen there. A very close fight here. The healing buff on Warwick, probably the difference maker there. Safo having a bit of a laugh. Loves to see that Warwick with double Stoneblade doing its thing. We had a game before the tournament started where Chuso was playing in the other stage, and he had Warwick as a mid-game carry with Rageblade and Shiv, and he was doing quite well with the extra healing. So maybe Safo inspired by seeing this game today and offered the Warwick some emblems and some items as well.
I mean, this is one of the unusual things, of course, about being here at Gamepolis LAN. Our players getting to sit in the audience and watch these games develop. Most of the time, they're playing the Golden Spatula Cup. They are playing their own games while these other games are going on. Here, they get to actively research every lobby that happens.
The Rich Get Richer gold comes through for Shredding. He stays at 7. He finds an Akshan 2.
Synergy, gotta love it.
Wants to swap the items, it looks like. Rolling down at level 8, trying to find some stability to then eventually go 9. And if this is not going to be enough, he needs to find some more board strength, some more combat power. Finds a Kaisa here as well. Has the 4 Deadeye online. I guess hoping to itemize the Aphelios. Now he's picked up the Rageblade as well, but does not find any more copies of Aphelios. He's sitting on Aphelios 1, unfortunately, and a 6 loss streak, and a very dire HP situation as well.
Yeah, this is Shredding going absolutely all in. From, I suppose to be fair, from when you're in a winning position as a team, you've got more of a cushion of points to maybe absorb a bad game, but for Shredding, this could get real bad real fast. Experience board is looking pretty reasonable, and it's actually, I think it's with this Nasus staying up and almost full health, the backline doesn't fall, Shredding is in major trouble.
We saw Simply Wojtek's little legend trying to see if his teammate's doing all right, if he's going to survive the fight. He does, but just barely. The player that dominated game number 1 is now at the back end of this game number 2. 8th place currently in the standings. Targan Heart offered for Shredding. We'll see if Aditya got that same offering and if she wanted to take it, but for now, Shredding will take Targan. We'll go to Targan 3 and now has to roll. Very unfortunate roll down. He had so much gold to work with at 8 and only found 1 copy of Aphelios. Now a second. Has a Nasus 2. Can he find finally that Aphelios 2-star?
Oh boy, things are looking very dicey indeed. I mean, it's definitely all in on trying to get through as many points as possible. Targon 3 still on the map. Shredding.
Finding every upgrade but the one
There
he
we go.
needs.
There's the Targon 4 in play, but Shredding is a little way off of hitting top 4.
He finds the Aphelios 2-star. Will this board be strong enough? All the upgrades have come through. It's only the Urgot and Soraka that are still at 1 star. The itemization is all right for the Aphelios, not so much so for the Sejuani and the Urgot, only 1 item on each. The Shroud comes through. Can he win these next few fights?
Yeah, I love the Shroud coming in there right into the corner. It's slowing down Aphelios quite a lot. We can see on the other side, Arithia probably not terribly pleased to see that Shredding has gone into a similar line to her.
Well, I think Shredding won't be around for long. It looks like the fight is not going in his favor. The Aphelios cannot do enough to cast it in. Once again, the start of the show in a different way on Aditya's board. Shredding from 1st to 8th taken out in this game too. And no other player is even close to being eliminated aside from himself. Blackfire Ice still at 35 HP in 7th place.
Oh boy, well, I mean, I suppose it could have been an absolute swing for the fences moment for Shredding, but instead, it's going to put a lot of the emphasis now on Wojtek for the rest of the game. I mean, the thing is, this is going to make, from our perspective, this is great, because it's going to mean that we've had the team that was threatening to take an uncatchable lead sink back into the center of the pack, allowing pretty much anybody to win the final game.
And we'll see now Safo has transitioned his board, has sold off the Warwick, who did so much, did his job for the stage 3. Now in stage 4, we have to upgrade our board to stronger units, to stronger 4-cost carries. 4 Shadow Owls now online. The Shen with the Shadow Owls emblem and the double stone plate trying to tank for as long as possible. While this Callista slowly ramps up that Rage Blade, ramps up the damage from the Shiv and the Guard Breaker as well. Will it be enough though? Aditya, they're facing each other, the teammates from Blue Clover, but Aditya seems to be so strong with his Targon.
Yeah, I mean, this is still only a preview of what this board's going to be doing longer term. A single item of Aphelios is still enough to hand out the L. Do remember, of course, Blue Clover, they do need a strong finish here. They have 8 points overall, the lowest of the 4 teams in the lobby. But they do have all those bounties ready to go if they can make them happen.
The Gwen would be big for Safo. He was sitting on 2 Gwens. That might be the combat strength upgrade he needs to try winning some of these next few fights. He's anxious to get out of his cage. Let me out, finally. He's out, and Gwen comes to him. He gets the upgrade, gets the glove as well, which can go on multiple of his carries. and hopefully has a chance to stabilize his board throughout the rest of this stage 4.
Do notice that Simply Wojtek picking up a potential tactician's crown as of that carousel. So if you are going to be a fan of finding these big late game turnarounds, that's maybe one way to make it happen.
Finds a birthday present. It's going to be an Urgot 2-star, has an Akshan already on the field, so has that Deadeye synergy going well. You're seeing this board and saying this is a very weird board to be playing in stage 4. That's correct, but that's how birthday present works. You do have to kind of adapt to what you're being given and try and make the best board possible.
I'm still curious to see how this Cassiopeia item carrier is going to be doing as a backline. I mean, Simply has been taking L's, but notice the HP is not that low, so apparently it's been working moderately well up against Sappho now, who has picked up the scope weapons and a pretty terrifying looking backline full of multiple carries. Looking to get even stronger as the game goes on.
The Shen already evaporated though for what he is, the main tank with the stubble, stoneplate, and the Shadow's emblem. He's already been taken down, but the Gwen upgrade seems to be the difference maker here. The Kaisa putting in some extra damage as well, Kalista doing her job, and the win will now go in favor of Sappho. Simply Wojtek takes a hit. Curious to see where Doki is. We just saw a set 3 upgrade came in for the French player, who was of course playing that double trouble board with the sets, with the Talias. Hasn't hit the Talia 3-star just yet, is still quite a few copies away, 2 to be precise, so not the place you want to be in where everyone else is spiking coming into stage 5. If you're not able to hit this Talia 3, you might be in trouble.
Well, I mean, it's the consolation prize of a Teemo 3. Duplicator makes that a very huge step forward for our French player. Of course, you know, Dougie will be able to fight back pretty well. A lot of the players above are not that many more HP than he is.
Has to try and find either 4 multicast, but I think is maybe not the correct play to go for now with double trouble. It might just be having more units that knock up. Things like the Jarvan, things like the Scion will be the next add-ins once we go level 7, once we go level 8. But of course, you have to win these next few fights and recover your economy to do so. Still 20 gold or so to level now for Doki. Talia taken down, Swain taken down, 1 Talia still left. Can they clean up? Can they take care of this Akshan? The answer seems like it'll be yes. Swain tanking some damage. Talia can't do it. Teemo, can you deliver? And Teemo, unfortunately, cannot.
You see that Experian, I think a little shocked that that's the way it played out as they took a life off of his teammate. You see Doki having the conversation now, it's like, that wasn't how that was supposed to go.
Well, if you're counting on Teemo to win you a fight in this set, unfortunately, maybe not the best of decisions. Teemo 4 has not been much of a comp players go for it just yet. Hoping to see more buff to Teemo in the future. We can have a 4-star Teemo Yordle as a viable comp to play for in the meta.
Well, probably for at least for some of our players, the last items coming in. Blackfire and Simply both in a perilous spot heading into stage 5. Simply's been putting together a pretty impressive loss streak, but doesn't have too much more runway.
He's on that 6 Invoker train. We are playing on the hotfix 13.14b patch, which means that Invokers and specifically Target are not as strong as they were yesterday. It is a Target, it is a Taric 3 rather, with some fairly good items. You have a lot of components to work with here. You can build maybe a second Redemption, maybe just a Warmog and the Taric here, and find out what you want to build on this Karma. But I see a Hodge might be the best option. Could be, yeah, a Chalice of Power as well in the Soraka to amplify the damage on both the Karma and the Aphelios. And that Warmog is built, and you'll leave a singular bow left over, and you have to find the next Karma item in the next carousel.
I mean, we've got a Rise ready to go if Blackfire can survive a little bit longer. That's definitely not a Karma 3 away from having that happen. But the front line seems good enough for the time being, and as the round wears on, you can see the healing and the shielding really coming together. The Targon 4 proving its worth.
Some healing nerfs came in for Soraka as well. This is Talia 3 you're fighting against. You don't have a Karma 3 for yourself for Blackfire Ice, so might be in trouble, but in the end, it will be enough to win this fight. The Taric tanking for so long, eating up so many of those ults, the seismic shoves from the Talia, and not taken down.
As we look across our players, we can see Experian hitting level 9. Things are picking up here in the second lobby for the gold players. Lelouch, of course, up at the top with the Sorcerers, still refuses to give over a single round, and everybody else is paying the price.
And of course, Doki wants that Swain 3-star for his own bounty as well with the double trouble board. We'll see if he'll get it before he dies here in this game 2. Blackfire and Doki, and really Simply Wojtek as well, are the players that could be in trouble. One fight could seal their game.
Simply has got a very nicely equipped Kaiser. We can see that Simply's working towards that 3 Goldenator bounty as well. So taking a little bit of money out of the board to put a nod towards the long-term tournament potential. The Kaiser and the Yasuo working together, though, absolutely delete Blackfire's backline. You may have an unkillable Tarek, but it just doesn't matter.
And that's the problem when you're going into comp that isn't necessarily front to back. If Kaisa can have that backline access with her Cathian Rain ult, you can kill off your damage deal with the Karma, and then Tarek is left all alone. He can't 1v9, at least not on this patch, and that means that's the end of the road for Blackfire Ice in this game too.
Experian, of course, we saw from before with the level up, has put together an extremely impressive legendary board. Sappho, I think it's going to be having some hesitation here. Has at least got the Golden Age, and thank you very much, production, for letting us know that is 3 points in the bank straight away for the team Blue Clover, who need it the most.
Has the scoped weapons pickup, so a lot more extra attack speed and range for Kalista. Kalista having to move to retarget a unit later in the fight that does decrease her DPS slightly, so this does help with that. Plus just the extra attack speed overall. For Yasuo as well, RFC is fantastic on Yasuo in general, so we'll see how these fights pan out, and if he's missing maybe some few more items on this Yasuo, on this Gwen as well.
We'll see if Blue Clover here, the two members playing against each other, have managed to navigate this round as well as we've seen other teams do before, to hand out as soft a loss as possible. They have to notice
doesn't look soft to me.
No,
that is a big, big win, and too big here. Safo unfortunately eliminates his teammate Arithia, taken down in 6th place, does not achieve that bounty for finishing the top 4 with 4 Freljord, which is really not ideal for this team who needed a lot of extra points coming to this game too.
And we've seen players in Safo's position before intentionally weaken their board to try and prevent that specific outcome from happening, but not going to be the case here.
Lelouch might want this Sorcerer Emblem. Is anyone going to try and take it away from him? Lelouch just slowly walks his way into the Kaisa, gets another Sorcerer Emblem. This could be just 6 Sorcerer dropping off one of the weaker units, or it could be trying to play that capped out 8 Sorcerer board. Not sure how strong it'll be in this current patch, but it looks like it'll be the case. The 7th Sorcerer comes in, and the emblem will go on to the only unit that is not a Sorcerer on this board, onto that Sona for that 8 Sorcerer power spike.
You talked before about the multiplicative power of the dual gauntlet.
Exactly.
That's an absolutely massive quantity of AP being pumped into this board. And we've got the mana font as well to enable even further cast for the Lelouch. I mean, he is on a loss streak right now somehow, but he's just gotten a ton stronger.
Up against Experian, trying to complete the bounty for multiple upgraded 5-cost units, has to survive a little bit longer to do so, and he's sitting on a singular life at this point in time, 9 HP. Any loss in stage 5, especially in stage 6, would be the end of the road for Experian. Can this Belveth do enough? Gold Collector, Hannah Justice, Gold Giant Slayer as well. She kills off most of the front line, but the back line is still left alive, and I think the Vel'Koz just does not have enough burst damage to kill off the Nasus. The Belveth takes over, and Experian survives.
Yeah, Experian definitely back in the comfort zone there. We're just having a board of everything good in this world. So we know even 8 Sorcerer wasn't enough to turn the tide here. I think we've got, yes, some itemization change here. Moving from the Malzahar to the Lux should make a massive difference in terms of what we're seeing being put out by Lelouch.
And Lelouch now really wants to go level 9 to hit that massive power spike, getting the Jarvan and getting 3 Demacia and getting a 3rd Radiant item, or a 3rd item, Radiant in this case for the Lux and the Demacia trait. Would be a massive power spike for Lelouch as well. And he has a lot of HP to work with, so definitely will be making it. Simply Wojtek Experian, not so much. A massive gap in the HP between 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, with Doki out of the way, Simply and Experian both up for potential execution up against each other. We will have a top 3 when this round is done. You see the Nasus striding through the middle as Belveth, newly fixed to make sure she keeps fighting the whole way through the round, is proving her worth here. An absolutely devastating loss simply is gone. Sappho and Lelouch remain safe.
Celebration there between Experian and his teammate Doki, who is no longer fighting for his own life in this game, but is cheering for his teammate, maybe helping navigate this end game, trying to make sure he can find all the upgrades he needs. We're seeing right now on the board a 2-star Belveth, but he's missing the Scion 2-star still. He's missing quite a few more of those upgrades to find the bounty, and Lelouch inching closer and closer to level 9. Once he gets a Jarvan in, once he upgrades the Jarvan especially, he will be so hard to beat.
Yeah, we got a Demacia 3 rating to come online. The Strategist as well, and maybe a 3rd item coming in to make sure that the Lux goes off fully. Guardbreaker could be an option, and it will be taken.
It's going to be the case there in the end. Lelouch has a lot of HP, maybe considering to really just slow roll this and not go 9 until he absolutely has to maximize his gold economy and to really make use of his HP standing right now. If you really want to play for the most capped board possible, I think that's the optimal way to do it.
Oh boy, so looking forward to our final three. We've still got Blue Clover again on 8 points overall. Lowest points currently with Sappho in first place. Lelouch fighting out of Black Lelouch. Ice on 11 points overall. Seems to be headed for a first place, particularly if you can take down Experian here and now.
That's the biggest thing, because this Gold Collector Belveth will continue farming more and more gold, giving more and more resources to Experian. If he hits a lot of these 5-cost upgrades, he might end up winning out in the end. And Belveth doing so much. This itemization is fantastic. The execution is so good with Gold Collector onto this Belveth. And a decisive win versus Lelouch. Lelouch now has to consider leveling up and trying to really strengthen his board.
Yeah, you can tell from his face, very disappointed with how that round wasn't even a little bit close. Lelouch definitely slipping down at quite some alarming speed. Goes up to level 9 to try and find salvation.
And Sappho sitting at 69 gold, not quite going to go to level nice. Has, you know, a very nice amount of gold to work with. Has to use it a little bit later on again. Similar thing for Lelouch. They have to try and camp out their boards as highly as possible to try and beat Experian, who is right now sitting on a very, very strong board.
You noted the Jarvan coming in, which should be a big step forward. That will at least buy a little bit more time. We've got the two main casters of the Ari and the Lux, both triple itemized. They've both got a lot of amplification here, but Sappho has been on a win streak for a while.
We'll see now if Lelouch is able to defeat this board. The Shen, as a solo tank, will suffer at the hands of Lux with her Return of Light, dealing so well with these mega tanks, and we'll see why here. Kalista is good, but she's not good enough. Sappho gets a big chunk of his HP taken away here. Lelouch survives. We saw it now, the importance of going level 9, how pivotal it was for that last fight.
Experian managing to hold on here, so we're still in a three-way fight coming into the tail end with Experian on a win streak. Of course, with so many few players remaining, Experian has proven that neither of the players with their current board have been able to get this nut cracked.
And watch out if we have a Freljord emblem on this next carousel. It could be so big for getting the bounty as well for the French team. They're on 3 Freljord right now on this board here for Experian. Experian, if he gets a little bit more gold again, buy this Aatrox as well, have one more upgraded 5-cost. We see Scion, we see Cassante, we see Belveth, and then we see the Aatrox. So still one would be missing after this upgrade here.
Yes, that illustrates just how ridiculously capped a board has to be to meet those conditions. Let's see if Experian can hold on for a little bit longer. Keep your eyes on that Belveth, because she'll be dancing through the storm of firepower coming back from Sappho. He's still got 30 HP in the bank, and he's going to need it, I think, because Belveth is chewing through everyone. We have got the Kaiser in the bottom left-hand corner dancing between, but she's only on 2 items, and Belveth is coming for everybody on this board.
The Archangel scaling is big on the Kai'Sa, but I think not big enough. Soon she'll be surrounded and killed off very quickly, as we see there. And that will be the case. Experian, 9 HP, still alive and thriving. We get to now the carousel. No Freljord emblem. There is a Slayer emblem and an Ionia emblem. Ionia emblem could be interesting, but Slayer as well for Sappho. He has that Gwen online, can power her up a tiny bit more.
Oh boy, and it's death by 1,000 cuts here. Sappho, the only player with any money left in the bank at all, but also the only player who's not at level 9 currently.
And Lelouch there picking up another guard breaker, going to be so good for this matchup against Sappho, against the Shadow Walls comp. So much shielding here with the trait itself. So important for Lelouch to pick up another great AP item from one of his carries.
Of course, do remember that Sappho running the triple Goldenated purely for the bounty here, sucking out a little bit of the potential damage from the board or potential utility, but still holding on into top 3. Again, Sappho trying to prop up the Blue Clover team, but with Lelouch on 25 points, he's the only one who can afford a loss.
And Experian, one more upgrade and he'll have that bounty as well. We find the Senna 2 potentially in the next few fights, Rise 2, Heimer 2 as well, but he has to survive. He's on 1 life. He's facing Lelouch, who's hit his his biggest power spike to this point in time. The Scion not doing so much. The Lux, the Ari not really touched until this point in time. I think Lelouch might have this. Might be the end of the road for Experian. Can Belveth do enough? She can. It looks like it's just Sona now left alive.
Oh my God.
And she's not strong enough at this point in time to deal enough damage. She's now been reduced to a trait bot that gives attack speed, but not really the damage dealer she was earlier in the set.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the Belveth picking up all the Void Coral, just proving to be, she's an incredible unit for coming back from the brink. But both of these players on that brink, both of these teams on 11
there
points.
There it is. Senna 2 has been found for Experian. The bounty is now complete. 5 upgraded legendary units are on his board. Lelouch coming to the board, making sure he's seeing the same thing we're seeing. Scion 2, Cassante 2, Aatrox 2, Belvet 2, and Senna 2. I can't count up to 5, thankfully, Counterfeit.
Well, you don't have to count too far because it looks like Experian is counting on another win here. I mean, as you said, getting these bounties in place can be worth as much as a win by themselves. I think at this point, just down to the Belveth and, of course, a huge Scion coming back to life repeatedly.
Oh, Belveth is in trouble, and Experian is out. He gets his upgrade, but he does not get the win. Lelouch coming back strong for Game 2, proving his caliber of a player, proving how well he can cap out that 8 sorcerer board. Knew when to level to 9, knew when to save his gold to really have as much gold as possible to find all the upgrades he needed to win this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, I think at that point, Experian was pretty happy with how things had gone. That was worth 4 points hitting that by itself. That was worth much more than even getting first place anyway. I think Lelouch is, I think going to be pretty pleased with how that ultimately worked out, but, with Blackfire not necessarily getting the highest of finishes, it somewhat neutralizes the win.
And Lelouch, I think all throughout that game, everything lined up perfectly with his strategy. Started off with that Swain and Teemo, found the Sorcerer Crown, the Prismatic Augment offered right away, a very strong early game, found the Overcharged Monofont, found the Sorcerer Emblem in the carousel that no one wanted. Everything lined up for him to hit that incredibly capped out Sorcerer board, which is not so easy. You can't force it, you have to find the extra emblems as well. So just a joy to see that board online. I think it's so bursty and so fun to see all that damage coming through.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly expected to see fairly big things from the Sorcerers. As much as the Invokers were the ones getting a lot of the love as of the most recent patch, pre-hotfix at least, I think, a few of these strays getting brought up by the Sorcerers there, swaying the Lux as well, not being able to be CC'd, I think is going to make such a big difference in how reliable that board can be.
And props to Sappho as well. I think he played a really good early game, pushing the tempo of the lobby, punishing players that were trying to play it a little bit more slowly with level up, for example, and really played a great game going to that top 3 against 2 very capped out boards. He managed his way into that top 3, and props to him as well.
Yeah, I'm really glad we are seeing a fair amount of Shadow Isles actually seeing play. Definitely one of my favorite compositions. But, we do have one more game to determine who is going to be leaving the gold lobby with the largest slice of the prize pool. So, general friends, do stay tuned. We'll be back shortly as we get into our final game of the day. Of course, tomorrow we'll bring you one more lobby. For today, this will be the final one coming up.
leave your worries at the door. Release that energy on the floor. You don't need those bad vibes anymore.
Welcome TFT fans from across the world to Malaga, where the Rising Legends Invitational Day 1 is about to come to a close. I'm here, of course, with Impetuous Panda. My name is Canafit, and we've got one more game from this absolutely astonishing gold lobby who have been giving us absolutely everything.
I would bump them up to Prismatic because the games have been excellent. We've seen a great variety of comps, players really knowing how to go for these bounties, where to trade off board strength to try and accomplish the bounty. We saw that from Experian in that last game at the very end. Weaken this board to find that 7-2. You get a ton of points for the bounties. I think it does make sense in the end. And really, I'm so excited for Game 3. Everything on the line. Players that have not done their homework with the bounties now have a chance to do so. And we'll see which bounties they go for, where they try and force the easier ones or try and go for the very hard ones. If we see a Piltover, 70 hit stack T-Hex, that would be the excellent thing to top it all off.
I hope we get to see that sometime before today is done. Perhaps we'll have to wait for the Prismatic lobby you mentioned, which we'll be playing tomorrow with our absolute tippy top players. These are the players just one step below there in our gold lobbies. But they still been showing us some absolutely astonishing stuff. We did see in this lobby, of course, some of the little unusual approaches being taken, with Targon being brought in Freljord as well. Emblems we wouldn't normally see players taking because they gave them access to bounties.
Exactly. There's some strategies like Drasana reroll that you would play this comp anyway, and then the bounties are a bonus. Similar for Experian, he's playing Aurelion Sol as his legend. He wants to play a fast time strategy anyway. He wants to pick level up regardless. And having a bounty that is, upgrading 5 legendary units is just the icing on the cake for him because that's his playstyle that he prefers anyway, in a normal game of TFT as well. So I think it really worked out for him. Happy to achieve that bounty. It's one of the harder ones to achieve for sure. You have to really reach this kind of capped out legendary soup board that is not easy to get to.
I'm kind of wondering, looking into Game 3, I mean, we've seen several lobbies where the endgame state of the game has been beyond ridiculous. You know the experience is going to be in there, probably leveling up, or at least putting in some studies to make sure that happens. Does that push out players who are kind of more oriented towards the early game?
It comes down to the augments. We saw prismatic starts in both of those games, so it really accelerated the amount of resources and just general board strength we'll see in the late game as well. If you make it to that point, we saw some players dying out much earlier who were not able to really capitulate on their position, with Blackfire Ice having 2 tough games where he was playing from a lost streak start or playing from a rough spot overall in stage 4 and couldn't really find a way to stabilize. So we'll see in game 3 if players have similar strategies, if players are pushing the tempo of the lobby, like Sappho, for example, going to 5 very early, shredding in that first game with a Cassin and Riftwalker. Really depends on the lobby tempo, I think, how the outcome is.
Well, let's take a look so we can see the score on the left is the score they got from the game, the score on the right are the bounty scores, and we've been left in a position where we have 2 teams separated by only a single point.
So close. Even, I think every single team here, 6 points between first and 4th place, is a much smaller gap than it seems like because you're adding the points of 2 players. You also have the bounty points that can be added in as well. So it's really a very small gap. I think anyone at this point can win, but the French players have now taken over the Polish players that were at the top before. Closest mates now 2nd place by only 1 point.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a really exciting lobby. As we mentioned before, for Blue Clover in particular, they've only gained 4 bounty points overall. When you look at, say, the first game for close distance mates, they got 12 in a single game.
And shout out to production for actually having the names of the Bald and Bold team in the right order to what the team name is. I think that's a little special detail. I'm not sure if it's a 50-50 or if they actually did it on purpose, but regardless, props to them.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is always one of the wonderful things about having players playing in teams. You get to see them express their personality, whether that personality involves a ton of hair or otherwise.
Exactly. And just, I think overall, Experian expressed a lot in this last game, regardless with the board he was able to build there. Really excited to see what portal is offered, what the options are. If players vote for certain portals depending on the bounties they have yet to achieve, it could be the case with like Scuttle Puddle, for example, and trying to reach the 4 3-star copies of a unit, or trying to play a Kale, or just trying to reroll, for example. So it's like another layer on top of an already very complex game, especially this set when you have comps, and then augments, and then legends, and then portals, and now bounties. So even next level, that next lever of trying to min-max and play an optimal game of TFT according to these parameters.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm really hoping we do get to see the Tristana come in from before. You know, I know that our players in this lobby were in the audience when the Silvers were playing, and so they've seen how incredibly powerful it can be, particularly for our players who are on the, the two teams who are on the lower end. They need to get some really big hits in here. You know, from the Spanish side of things, of course, they're on the lowest points of all, so they need to have an absolutely miraculous game.
We'll see how they can come back into it if they're able to achieve that target 4, failure 4 that Arita was going for in that game 2. We're loading up and we're seeing the portals that are offered here for the final game of this gold lobby. Warlord's Palace, Platinum Library, Hearthhome. They've been locked into position. The final vote recount is coming through. The ballots are coming through from this electoral vote for game 3. Hearthhome is the option. Freljord is going to be in government for this game at the very least. And that will dictate, of course, Rise's Realm Warp. Later in the game, if any player tries to go for those upgraded 5 costs, Rise might be one of those units.
All right, well, the table is set here for the final feast of TFT of the day. We'll be looking out for any of these early drops that push them ahead again. For anyone who has just tuned in, the bold, Experian and Doki are currently in the lead. Experian has been incredibly impressive all day.
And a huge gold drop here for Experian. Has 3 2-star units and that Garen as well. So can decide to make gold, can decide to sell off some units if he chooses to, if he wants to go for more of an econ strategy here.
Yeah, a pretty solid start to the board. Again, so look, talk to me a little bit about this Masterwork upgrade. So our players will be able to choose any item they've got currently completed and turn it into a Radiant version. Are there any items you particularly want to see our players move towards with that being the case?
There are certain units that really want that kind of the BIS of a certain item. Oh, we're seeing a lot of Aurelion Soul here with the Legend Earth as well, Lee Sin. So I think really players dictating their Legend choice and their playstyle according to the bounties they have to achieve. In the case of the Polish team with Shredden and Simply Wojtek, maybe both trying to get to that fast 9 board that gets that upgraded 5 cost bounty potentially. But I was talking about the Radiant items. Rageblade, for example, very important for some carries. Whatever item that you think is like really best in slot for a unit that he needs it to really thrive, having a Radiant version of it, it's kind of even more important. And then just generically good items like Redemption is very good in the Radiant version, Gunblade as well.
Well, I suppose because you're not getting this Masterwork upgrade until 4-5, I believe, so quite a long way through the game. So I'd like to see them come in as, I was hoping we'd see someone run Spoils of War, because if you want to go all out and make a game your own, that's a great way to do it.
Experian is the money maker out of these 8 players, and all that shivers gives you a lot of money. Rerolls the other 2. I think the choice is obvious for a player like him. All that shimmers is picked up. A throwback to Dragonlance, a throwback to that shimmer skill trait that was so fun with Idis and so many great units, alongside Volibear as well with the Archangel or the Goldmancer staff. But Mogul's Mail is a pickup here for Experian. Gonna try and make it so that this Vi can survive 40 different hits. You can stack up those 40 different stacks on the Mogul's Mail, and then you get your gold. If your unit dies before then, you're in trouble. There's no gold for you that round.
I do want to take a second to point out Simply Wojtek has picked up the Piltover Soul. And we'll be seeing it on display here. So immediate Piltover. This is what you said you wanted, Panda, from the very beginning of the game. Could this be the 70-stack T-Hex that we've been promised all day long?
Well, the rest of the players in the lobby know that he's playing Piltover, have probably scouted his augment, and will make it very difficult for him to have his perfect loss streak throughout all of Stage 2. We'll see what he can do to try and play mind games with the rest of the opponents in this lobby.
All right, all the way from 2-1. Again, we talked about this before. They're in a pretty good position here for Simply and the other members of his team. For the close distance pals, they are 1 point behind the leaders of Bold and Bald. They don't necessarily have to go for a high-risk strategy, but if this pays off, surely they're going to win the entirety of the gold lobby.
The one hidden tech with having Piltover Soul as your augment is that you are allowed to play 2 units on your board while also still having Piltover online. So your board is even weaker than the usual Piltover board. And the only way to really, for someone to screw this up is to really just open for it entirely against you. It seems like no one is doing so. If Wojtek is able to buy this Renekton and slot him in, I think he knows. He's scouted the rest of the boards. He sees no one's open forwarding. He knows he'll lose anyway. He might as well try and conserve some HP.
Well, speaking of players who are open forwarding before, Lelouch decided to go a very different route this time round, has found some pretty tasty early game units to make maximum use of double trouble from the beginning of the game.
We were talking about it. Double trouble is an augment that if you don't have a good win streak start for it, you tend to just lose streak entirely and have more gold to hit those units in the 3-2 roll down. If you manage to have a win streak start for it with these key units already in your shops, it's just really going to be so easy for the Lelouch to navigate this early game.
So a quick word about the other augments being picked up here. For Shredding, we've got Patient Study, as we would have expected. The Freljord Heart coming for Doki, of course. We know why that would be from our previous game. We have as well got Arithia going for the trait sector. So maybe we do have a reroll in our midst.
And Blackfire Ice as well on trait sector, so maybe similar strategy for both of these players. We'll see what Doki can do here with that Freljord Heart. For now, just gonna get some extra Fred and Sundering at the not the start of the fight, but 5 seconds in. The Mogul's Mail, though, is a key thing to look out for here. He has to reach 40 stacks, and Jin is maybe trying to stop that from happening. Will it make it there? It's so close. The Vi's taking some damage. It doesn't make it in time. Unfortunately, the gold is taken away from Experian in this fight into 3. And it's so big. This 2 gold could be worth so much more when it comes to the exponential value of gold in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one of the reasons why you really love to have that Mogul's Mail for an almost guaranteed 2 gold into the bank and to build up that interest. To take a look across the field, though, Shredden and Lelouch currently both undefeated so far. Our players keeping things nice and chill, all on level 4 so far.
See if anyone wants this spatula. Could be interesting to build a few of the emblems in the game. Right now, maybe players just not really valuing it too much. No spatula is open, of course, so no Tactician's Crown is being threatened here by any of the players.
Ah, come on, Shredden. No, nobody wants a spatula at all. It feels like our players, particularly in this last lobby, they know every point counts, are just not willing to even try for the 3 emblem bonus route.
And Shredden going to 5, probably going to make 20 in the process as well. He's adding in Piltover to his board too. He says, you know, if you do it, I will too.
It does feel maybe a little late to be throwing that in, maybe just kind of troll for a little bit, but hey, if you do what you can do, Shredden certainly got some pretty tasty backline items in the mix there, already in Archangels and Shojin.
In this case, it's a win streak Piltover angle, and it makes sense to me. His board is not necessarily weak by adding this T-Hex. The Orianna is now a buff unit that actually is pickable and can do things on your board. So playing Piltover win streak makes a little bit more sense in this case in the early game. And if he wins anyway, he gets that extra bit of resources from the T-Hex he wants to cash out early on in stage 3.
All right, so far so good. Shredden up against Lelouch, our 2 win streakers against each other. You can see from the Lelouch's side of things.
Ooh.
I think it's going to maybe just inch this one. The Archangels has built up, so that Jinx should explode pretty effectively. And I don't think Soraka's got quite enough in the tank.
The perfect cast comes off from that Malzahar. The Archangel stacking as well, so big in the early game. Lelouch not happy with the outcome of that fight. I thought Lelouch had it with that last set ult right before he died, but not quite enough.
I'm fascinated to see this is the board that Shredden's putting together a win streak with. The Patient Study as well as, yeah, we'll get an immediate cash out on the T-Hex just for the Reforger. I mean, why not if you can get away with it?
Yeah, a little bit of a min-max now. Your board is stronger by taking out Piltover, so it makes sense to, again, try and defend this win streak, go for the 5 win streak going into Krugs. It was a great play from Shredden. I think he definitely knew exactly how strong he was and what he could get away with.
So it looks like Sorcerers are on the menu here for Shredden up against Experian. Of course, doesn't have that Patient Study that Shredden does to go to immediately towards the late game. Has to rely on that gold ticking through, and I think this time it should do.
The Dragon Claw helping so much against what is a mostly AP comp, and Shredden unfortunately will not get his 5 win streak going into Krugs. The last Cho'Gath Feast comes through, Orianna gets eaten, and Shredden's win streak comes to an end. Still 4 win streak, decent amount of gold, good amount of HP for Shredden as well. Sappho though, another high tempo player, had a win streak most of game 2, and now again repeats the same start in game 3.
I'll give all credit to Sappho and to Blue Clover as a team. They have recovered pretty well from what have been, some of the disappointing finishes during our first 2 games to still be in contention. As you mentioned, with so many bounties for Blue Clover in particular still in play, they still got a chance of hitting first.
And Blackfire Ice is bringing in the old reliable from the silver lobby. We're seeing it now. Tristana, reroll can open up. So many of these bounties can make it very easy to hit the 4 3-stars especially, but the one that we haven't seen yet is the 5 Yordles with 2 4-star Yordles in the late game. That's something we haven't seen yet, and would be very curious to see But Blackfire Ice taking a page from French TFT, taking a page from Double 61, almost losing to Krugs, but he's Polish, he's not French, so we know he can do it.
I love that Danny, our observer, of course, was absolutely all over that moment, just in case it happened, was ready with a zoom. Thank you, Danny, for making sure we catch every moment, no matter how, it may be a wonderful moment for our players or a moment they'll come to live down forever.
The roll down coming through, still a few away from his key upgrades. Very, very far, well, 3 away from Viego, 2 away, or 1 away now from the Tristana. Find another Viego here, but still has not hit any 3-stars yet, has rolled down all the way to 0. Has to make use of these items here, can build some tankiness on the Maokai, still missing potentially a sword for that Gunblade that is so important on this Tristana reroll comp.
So what we saw from the reroll comp before was, it did pretty well, but then kind of fell off before it really got going. Based on what we've seen so far from Blackfire Ice, are we feeling like this could go all the way to putting in Heimas and getting those upgrades, or is it too weak?
Considering he's rolled down on his gold, I think he's a little bit too far. It's not Scuttle Puddle where you have a chance to really recover your economy later in the game. I think right now this is not the best spot to be in. If he hits in his natural shots a ton of natural upgrade to trade sector, potentially so, but he has to hit all his upgrades fast and start pumping up that gold to level and start spiking this board with Heimerdinger later into the game. Maybe the right augments could help him. Training reward, going to be the easy one here. Feeds into his strategy perfectly.
Yeah, we'll be able to grab a Tristana 3 straight away if that was on the card, but it's starting to find the 3-stars nonetheless. So the training reward, the money, and the position for Blackfire Ice to maybe turn a corner.
So far away from Poppy, though. That's the one worry for me here. You are many, many, many copies away from that Poppy 3. You have a Tristana now, yes. You have the Viego, you have the 2 duplicators rather here as well. But you're still 3 copies off of Maokai, who's your main tank in this comp, and so many off of Poppy. And now we know why. Aditya is also going for the same strategy, and she has a whole lot of Poppies to her name.
Yeah, we haven't seen necessarily a ton of people contesting, but it has happened before, and that's going to be such a major problem going forward. So from Aristia's side of things, you can see that the Poppy is, absolutely up to 3-star ready. It's well itemized, and it's looking like the rest of the items as well are pretty promising. The trade sector there as well. In fact, almost an identical setup from both of them.
Same legend, same augment picked off, which is what the legends offer. If you want a certain playstyle, which these players do to complete these bounties, you have a chance to play that exact playstyle and have these exact augments show up, which is the case for both Blackfire Ice and for Aditya. But in this case, big loss against Experian, who is playing all that Shimmers, has found an Akshan now already with the Runons and the bow slammed.
Oh boy. It's particularly painful to have Blackfire and Aritia be the ones who are contesting each other, being that they're both on the teams with the least amount of points. If anyone would be contesting, you'd hope it would be the teams that are currently in the lead.
There's a Poppy 3 already. You're very far from Viego, or relatively far. You have 2 duplicators though still as well, so you're really just 2 more units of any kind away, and then you can use both duplicators to finish off the board and start popping up the levels. You hold the Kled here to try and get all the Yorls in as you continue to level up, but you need to find these last few upgrades, and they're not there.
No, slowing down exactly as you'd expect with the contest. I mean, there's certainly a lot of determination, and of course the sinking feeling for whoever doesn't manage to hit in time. To Shredden, though, we've got something interesting developing here, a Bastion emblem on the back line.
I think just adding it wherever it can go now, giving a 3rd item to Malzahar, allowing him to be a little bit more tanky in stage 2 fights in the early game. One more thing to note, we see only a 3 loss streak for Aditya here despite having this relatively weak board. Simply Wojtek ruining the chances for both Aditya and Blackfire Ice of having that clean loss streak because he is playing Piltover, and he is playing the weakest board in the lobby all throughout stages 2 and 3.
Yeah, and I think a really good illustration of how important it is to try and find a path that can let you off this wild ride if things don't work out as they would. Simply going down to 32. We've got a very, very big separation between our bottom 3 and everybody else.
Maokai on the carousel, 100% worth the pickup here if you're still missing that 3-star Aditya. Taking a bit of a breather. It's been a high-intensity game of TFT. 1 or 2 seconds, he sees it's not contested, and then slowly picks up the Maokai, trying to get closer and closer to that 3-star.
Of course, while this isn't double up, our players will, of course, on these carousels, need to be considerate of what their teammate is needing. Much like double up is now, you can't send your teammate anything. You can only try and make sure that what they need remains.
We'll see now these 3 players at the bottom end all playing this very risky 1st or 8 strategy, or 1st or 5th in the case of just on a reroll, it seemed like throughout today. But Tristana 3 has been hit by Alethea. She's hitting most of her upgrades. I assume she's rolled down most of her gold here as well. No upgrades coming in for Blackfire Ice. Not a good sign.
No, and I mean, that's got to be just an absolute death knell. Simply though, speaking of death knells, has managed to keep the 8-round loss streak intact. We've got 37 stacks on that T-Hex. Remember, 70 is the magic number, which will be awarding 3 tournament points. But I mean, I'm impressed. Simply's put together a pretty strong board while keeping losing.
And we're seeing the bench could be playing for a Jinx 3 reroll game, potentially now with a different mod that is not Robotic Arm after the changes to how strong Jinx was with this singular mod. We'll see now if it's Shimmer Injector, which mod it is, but overall still seems to be very strong. Finally gets a win here, cashes out that T-Hex, and again, stabilizes for preserves some HP against his teammate, Shredden.
So talk to me a little bit about the changes that came in for Akshan, and particularly for Jinx in this case here. So she's not only getting the kind of the on-hit style effects every other attack. Is that a huge difference in terms of her overall power level?
Yes, very big difference. Both units were interacting their abilities with items like Runons, and it was just maybe not intended. It was just kind of off the radar for the developers. I think it was just a little bit too strong in terms of how much raw damage they would get, how much more DPS they would get from this interaction. It's now been changed, so and in most cases, Akshan has been compensated a little bit. I thought the Hofix came in after that. He was compensated too much. But in this case now, they should be, I think, in the right place. Not too strong, not too weak. And it allows you to build her without Runons. It doesn't make her so dependent on a single item.
Well, so in this case, though, Simply has gone for both the Ginsus and the Runons. I'm presuming this would be a substantially less strong Jinx than we would have seen on previous patches.
Yes, but with some mods, as we can see here, it's still strong enough. The T-Hex now is bringing a lot of power to this board. You have a mostly fully upgraded board with all the gold you got from the Lost Streak. You're level 7 already. And you have this project for Jinx 3. If you hit it, it's still definitely a comp that can top 4, can even maybe win out lobbies if you have the right setup.
So we take in the overall lobby, we can see the Tristana 3 for Isiev coming in clutch against the Lush there, who's, you can see, maybe not in the best of moods right now. Seeing things out with not a lot of gold in the bank. And this double trouble board, we had some high hopes for it, but it seems like we might be transitioning to something a little different.
So both Double Trouble and Too Healthy have the option to be playing around Talia, but in some cases around Jinx as well, especially last patch when she was so strong with Robotic Arm. With the right setup, you can play Jinx with Too Healthy or with Double Trouble, and she could actually really pop off. Not sure where Lelouch is going with this. I'm going to say maybe just did not hit any natural Talias, and instead had to build some items and just trying to preserve HP and not go 8th. But we'll see where he goes with this game, because I'm very interested to see what he's going to do with this. He has a Runons built. He cannot play Talia in this case.
No, and the Talias keep coming by saying, why don't you call anymore, Lelouch? I mean, for Lelouch to be trying to go for this line knowing that Wojtek is also building Jinx up in the same way, it feels like it's going to be a huge uphill struggle.
He could be trying to contest Wojtek and make sure he can't hit his own bounty with a T-Hex as well, and make it so that, again, you're kind of contesting units, but also contesting bounties to some extent. If you can deny a bounty, that's worth a lot of points for your team as well.
We check with Wojtek, and we do see that we've got the 4 Zorn in place now. The backline gunners, of course, going to be pouring out an absolute massive amount of damage, and the 39 stack T-Hex, we can see, holds up pretty well as the frontliner as well.
And once again, Safo itemizing Warwick in the mid-game. Take notes if you're at home. This might be the strategy to go for to make your mid-games more stable. Safo has been extremely healthy all throughout stages 2 and 3. Definitely knows how to preserve HP and navigate these 2 stages, so could be kind of a tip to write down and take home with you for your own ladder games.
No, absolutely. Working very well indeed. Blackfire currently at the bottom along with Simply. Did get an upgrade as of the previous round. We can see it's starting to come online. So the contested Tristana line is going a little better than it could be.
Last augment coming through, and Shredden wants to go 9. He wants to level up. He wants to hit those 5 upgraded 5-cost units to get yet another bounty. Safo has hit Zeri 2 now as well. Alethea has completed her bounty of hitting 4 3-star units with the Viego, the Maokai, the Poppy, and the Tristana. So some players are finding a lot of success now with their bounty hunting.
Yeah, I mean, 4 points is enormous, especially if you're looking to try and stay out of last place here in the gold lobby. So that can make all the difference. As you said, even though the Tristana lines were contested, they're both doing, well, I say for Arisia at least, is doing pretty well under the circumstances. Blackfire might even be able to form a comeback as well.
I believe he's also achieved this bounty of reaching 4 3-star units. We're seeing it now. Poppy, Viego, Maokai, and Tristana also all upgraded. Great items on Tristana, great items on the Maokai. Can he come back from this? He's used up all his gold to make this bounty happen. We're sitting at level 5 on 4-2, and you have absolutely no gold to recover this economy, no gold to get back up to 50, and then eventually level to 6 and 7 and 8. So you've achieved the bounty, yes, but I don't think you're making it very far.
We do check in on the Lucius board here. You can see that the double trouble jinx is now in place. So we've got a confirmation there. The Blackfire Ice has the extra 4 points, so that will basically neutralize what we saw for Aricia before. Those two teams, Lelouch Ice and Blue Clover, they're almost identical points to each other, and they've gotten the same bounty.
We haven't seen a board like Doki's, for example, in quite a while. Let's see if we can pan over to the French player and see how he's doing in the middle of the pack now, sitting at a relatively safe amount of HP. We know he's one of the Freljord soul players trying to reach for. Freljord has to find a Sejuani somewhere alongside this, a stage 4. We're seeing him still on level 7, so I assume it's been a big roll down and has not been able to find a single Sejuani. Unfortunate. Has 2 more bows as well. The Aphelios is fully itemized, is upgraded, so he is not in a bad spot, but missing some Sejuanis. I think we see why now Staffel has his Sejuani 2 already on the board.
Yes, they're going to have a lot less time for that Aphelios to be safe, but the damage is pretty off the charts. The Urgot frontline for Staffo cannot stand up to the DPS, and even without the fully online frontline, Doki's board is pretty impressive.
Makes sense. Tons of stat into Gifts of the Fallen, a lot of combat power given to an already strong board. So in some cases, you have combat power, but you don't have the gold to upgrade your board, so you're relatively weak. In this case, you have the best of both worlds for Doki. He's upgraded his entire board. He's rolled on 7 pretty deeply, and he has a lot of combat strength for now. He might have trouble keeping up this strength going to stage 5. He's not able to go level 8.
Well, speaking of players who are struggling for strength, Aricia and Blackfire Ice, the Tristana reroll players contesting each other, seem to be on the fast track to going out 7th and 8th together as well.
And Shredden picks up a rise from the carousel, potentially working towards his game plan of trying to go 9, trying to find all these different legendaries. We'll see how far away he is from this goal. He is relatively low in the HP, 24 HP to his name. And apparently still, finally going 9 now. Has a few rolls here, has to look for that yellow color is really most of what he's looking for. Finds the Cassante, finds the Aatrox here as well. Can start slowly pivoting his board into this legendary soup.
And do remind, and of course, thank you, production, for reminding us the Masterwork upgrade is coming in as of this round. So one of the items on the board right now can be upgraded for Radiant version. Shredden, of course, doesn't have to go for that item right now. I could hold off maybe for something better.
You have to try and do it quickly before the fight starts, or you might be in trouble with getting that item online for this fight. It's happened to me too many times to count. I'm not able to do it in time because I'm transitioning, and then you just have a fight. You're down a Radiant item. It's not ideal.
All right, Shredden, you can see, pretty concerned here. Has got a pretty substantial loss streak, but not a lot of money in the bank. And we look like we've got a very harsh loss on the cards here. I think Shredden was right to be worried.
4 gold, 6 loss streak, down now to a very low amount of HP, just 10, double digits, but just barely. And Aricia and Blackfire Ice, both of the reroll players in an even worse spot, sitting at 7 and 6 HP respectively.
I mean, Blackfire, I think, a little lucky to make it out of that round with a win, but it still leaves 8th place up for grabs. So remember, of course, that those are 2 players from the lower scoring team. So in terms of fighting for first place, it's amazing news for the teams of the Bold and and the close distance mates.
Sunlight Cape will be offering one of the better items when it comes to the stats, or at least the stats that were in place a few days ago. Maybe it's a different case now with stats being removed from the game, but for now, a tough spot for Shredden. Ari up in the air in a fight he has to win. His 2-item carry out of the fight for the first 4 seconds. Will it be enough to beat Experian? But Ari is still alive. She's not being touched right now by the Akshan. No damage coming into her, and that will be a big, big win for Shredden. He needed this. He's sitting on so many 5-cost pairs as well.
At least he's got the reprieve of 1 more round, but yeah, I'm with you there. I think having the Scion, a Bastion side, a 4 Bastion side of that, with a Sunfire Cape, the Radiant being able to charge into the opposing backline and spread that Sunfire everywhere he goes is very promising indeed for Shredden's chances of rising up the table, even without the money in the bank.
We're seeing Doki's combat strength still streaking now, 48 HP, leading the lobby. Blackfire Ice eliminated Aricia on 1 life. And the rest of the standings, I mean, pretty close to the top end as well. Experience, Safo, and Lelouch all sitting above 30 HP.
I can't help but notice Lelouch on level 6 while we've got level 9 players in the lobby. But maybe this is one of the reasons why. Of course, the double trouble board, we're seeing a hybrid board between the Talia and the Jinx reroll.
Some big upgrades coming through. He would love to go 9 here to have a slot to add in this swing without taking out the Zeri, without taking out the Gunner from not 1 Jinx, but 2 Jinxes. Has to survive at least 1 more fight. He has still some HP to work with, so he's not really on his last life in this case, but could be in some trouble, as Aditya is as well, potentially with only a single item on this Tristana.
You noted before, having the Radiant Ginsus in there is going to be absolutely massive, and a lovely Zephyr onto Doki's Aphelios in the corner means he's not stacking up his own Ginsus in the same way. If this Tristana does get focused by the action, it's major, major trouble. Aricia has only got 1 more life remaining. The Tristana is staying up for the time being, with the front line starting to fray.
And the problem here is that Aditya hits the Poppy 3-star before the Maokai, and that made it so she had to itemize the Poppy. And the Poppy takes away that 4-star Yordle capability from the Tristana. You don't have enough DPS, so overall, a tough game to navigate. Being contested on the same line is not ideal when you're playing a 1-cost reroll. And that was the case for both Blackfire Ice and Aditya, who end up holding hands 7th and 8th in this game 3.
It was shredding his gun as well in 6th, which is honestly pretty surprising based on what we saw from before. The patient study, the late game board not quite getting there.
Experian trying to run it back. He's once again on level 9. He once again has quite a few 5 costs on his board. And he is a little bit healthier than he was in the last game. He's now sitting above 30 HP, but he's facing up against a 46 stack T-Hex. A Zeri 2, well itemized as well, and this board is just running over Experian for now. I'm not sure Belveth with just 2 items can do enough. The Radiant Edge of Night is great, but I think maybe not quite enough. Is it though?
Oh,
Zeri
come on!
is now a unit. She does actually kill and execute opponents' units. She is a clickable unit once again, and we're seeing why here.
Oh boy, I thought we were going to see the resets we saw from before, with how ridiculous they can be for the Belveth, but Experience spending down to the bone here, trying to find just a little bit more for the board, currently sitting in the middle of the pack.
Lelouch down to a dangerous amount of HP as well, especially with Blackfire Ice going out 8th. Lelouch had to have a heroic comeback and really finish 1st or 2nd in this game to have a good placement for his team. It's looking really, really tough here. Just so far behind, was not able to play maybe the more traditional Talia board with the Jewel Lotus, especially as the final augment. And we'll see what he can do here. Has not gone 7 yet even as well. And so far from Jinx 3.
I think Sappho is here to deliver the final piece, the resistance. Lelouch, you can see already just the Jinx getting blown to pieces. There's way too much DPS coming in from the Spanish player side of things. Lelouch is out of there.
And 3 out of the 4 Polish players bought 4 in this game 3, so a great start for Poland overall for both teams in game 1. Not so much the case now in this final game. The French coming back into it, the Spanish coming back into it as well. Sappho and Aditya really needed this comeback. Maybe Sappho can do it here, completing a few more bounties along the way. We'll see what he can do. And Doki, who needed that Sejuani for 4 Freljord, might actually achieve it, has guaranteed top 4, so if he finds the Sejuani, he's online to complete that bounty.
Yeah, and that could be this thing that swings the points. So remember, this is the gold lobby, so wherever the players finish overall, they don't have to finish first. They just need to finish as high as they can. They'll be getting bigger prizes. So they will be fighting tooth and nail for every point. Experience hitting the 2-star Belveth. You've got to think that's going to be a big swing from the current 4th place.
And you cannot complete a bounty 2 times. You can't go for the 5 legendary 5-cost upgrade again. But if you want to win the lobby, that might be the best choice to do it. We see it there, Rise upgraded as well. Can this man do it 2 games in a row?
I mean, we know Experience knows exactly what he is doing at this point. And I think everybody else knows what's coming down the pipe, just an absolute world of pain. Sappho has been dominant, but now we'll see if Experience gotten far enough across the line.
Some big upgrades just came through. The Belveth is still missing that 3rd item, but already she's doing so much. The Shurima emblem gives her attack speed, which is what the stat that really Belveth wants the most. Urgot trying to tank, trying to do his best, trying to buy time for the Zeri to execute, to kill off a few more units. Can Belveth do it by herself? I don't think it's the case. Ganged up now between the Urgot and the Zeri. And finally, the Belveth taken down. Aatrox comes out for a final fight.
No way!
And Experience taken down in 3rd. Simply Void taken down in 4th. Doki and Sappho remain the France versus Spain rivalry that has been, touted across all esports and traditional sports as well, once again here in the final 2.
Oh my gosh, you can see the respect amongst the players here. I mean, Sappho has been putting on a hell of a game. Doki just has got nothing else left. No gold. At least does have a win streak to be going forwards with, but I mean, comparing the 2 boards, they're very similar.
And a great symbolic finish showing the changes of the meta. Both of the AD carries that were forgotten in the last few patches, they find resurgence. Aphelios versus Zeri in this final matchup between Safo and Doki. We'll see which of these AD carries can do the most. If the Urgot moves into position alongside Aphelios, he could be very impactful, but already taken down so low. Urgot demolished. Sejuani now the last line of defense on that front line. She's slowly being taken down. The Warmog is doing so much though, but she can't do quite enough. Safo has a big pool of HP to work with though. He can still go level 8. We see he hasn't spent his gold just yet. He has a big power spike remaining after this PV round.
Oh boy, so do remember that this is our last game of the day. Tomorrow, of course, we'll be bringing you the Prismatic lobby, but right now our players are fighting tooth and nail for every point. You can see, of course, for Doki's side of things, 26 points already secured. For Safo, only 20 on his team overall, so they definitely can't be catching up, but at least Safo can push the team further forward.
And we'll see if this level 8 will give Safo the surge he needs to come back into this fight, to have a chance of maybe winning this next round against Doki, who is still lower in the HP standings. Urgot as well, fully itemized. You can maybe find a third item for Sejuani. The roll down is coming through for Safo.
Holding our breath for one more moment to see if Safo can make it happen. But all right, we've just got the final pieces coming in. Looks like Urgot's going to be itemized over on Doki's side of things. Still got a little bit of fuel.
Has to practice item amble, find maybe that third tank item for that Sejuani. Looks like it will be that Zephyr coming through. Can he hit the right unit? No, it's gonna be the Ashe coming up into the air instead. 6 seconds of jail time for Ashe, but Aphelios untouched, stacking that Radiant Rage Blade throughout the entirety of this fight.
Yeah, Radiant Rage Blades on both sides of the equation means that both of these AD carries, exactly you say, are so influential. But Doki gets the better of that one. Akshan with a single item removes the single most important unit on Safo's board.
Now Safo has a couple more chances to try and perfect this Zephyr, try and mind game his opponent, try and hit the right unit. I think ideally the Aphelios pretty much in every situation because it slows down that Rage Blade stacking so much. It slows down the speed at which Aphelios stacks those chakrams, which deal more and more damage with that kind of exponential AD that Aphelios receives as he continues to ult.
All right, we've still got a little bit of health left in for both of our players. I like as well that we've got the long distance pals coming in from Safo, can really change up where the emphasis is being put on the board. So it looks like it's going to be Urgot and Zeri together. This Urgot's got to stand against an absolute tidal wave of damage.
Aphelios once again not hit by the Zephyr. It will be the Akshan taking that hit instead. And Aphelios just untouched, dishing so much damage. The Urgot can't quite move into position. The healing not coming through, but Zeri is moving up on the right side. She might have a direct hit on Aphelios in this case now, and it is going to be the case. A big win for Safo, showing that it's not as clear as we thought it would be in these last few fights.
Oh my gosh, to know your enemy in place. I mean, this is exactly what we're here for here in the Gold Lobby at the end of 5 games today, for our players to show exactly just how damn good they are and how much they can find a way past each other.
And the Zephyr juggle from Safo, selling off the Senna, keeping the Zephyr on his bench now, having the chance to almost guarantee a hit on Aphelios how long he has a unit on the same slot, the same mirrored slot as the fight begins.
It's going to be difficult with the long distance pals to get that positioning absolutely right.
He might be in trouble. The Zeri is there, but there's a spot next to Lissandra. That'll be perfect to hit the Aphelios.
He's up in the air, and that's a huge amount of damage gone for Doki. We can see French squad looking on with great concern. The Aphelios is going to land back at half health, but the Urgot is right onto him, and just like that, the round is over.
And finally the fight going as Safo has been hoping for all this time, trying to line up the Urgot on the same side as that Aphelios. Are there any key items here? The Freljord Soul might be one for the bounty as well. And that might be the pickup here for Safo. Everything going in favor of the Spanish player. The emoting coming through as well. He knows he's secured, one, a very good emblem for his comp, but also some extra bounty points.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not get both if you can get away with it? But all right, so Safo just has a little bit more in the tank over on Doki's side of things. Has only got that 1 life remaining.
Was trying to find a second Lissandra to sell the one on the board and have, once again, the Zephyr freed up, but could not find it. Does not want to lose it for Freljord, of course, so we'll keep the Lissandra with the Zephyr in that backline, but now has to rely on his predictive skills to actually hit the Zephyr one more time on the Aphelios.
It's going to be pointed towards the top left in this round. We'll see. You see Sappho just resigning himself to the whims of fate. It's the action sent up in the air, so both of our main carries will be allowed to pour out unlimited damage. There's only a single life left up here for Doki as the Freljord 4 drops in. It's a massive dose of CC. The Argoth is unstoppable. The Zeri on the backline says, I'm the superior AD carry, and ends out the game for the Spanish player.
And a wonderful final battle between two AD carries, Zeri and Aphelios, back in the meta. Great showing of positioning, of different itemization with the Shroud and the Zephyr, impacting those last fights so much. The Urgot position, the Scion positioning as well. Just a great display of TFT to close out this game 3. We see the fist bump there between the players. I think just really a great finale to this game 3.
And I think as well, coming to the end of day 1, it's quite a thing for these players, particularly for players again who haven't been to LAN before, to prove that they can perform under these very trying circumstances. When you've got such a complex format to navigate, as well as playing a regular, incredibly high-level game of TFT.
We see a recognizable face of Spanish TFT in the crowd, Suribu. Also here as a viewer, trying to see what these players are able to cook up when it comes to these bounties. I think we saw a great display of skill, both in just normal TFT, but also in adapting to this new format, 2v2, bounty hunting as well, and overall, it was just a great display all throughout these 3 games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all about trying to find out what the final scores are going to be. So we're going to have to do some collating to make sure everything is right. Because, of course, we've got the regular scores, we've got the bounties all together. And in that last game, of course, we saw our players finding every single way through to get every point they could.
As casters were told not to do math on air, especially not today when we have the extra layer of difficulty, of additive difficulty, which is difficulty for us, of adding up the different bounty scores as well from across 3 different games, remembering who got what. But it looks like our production crew is much smarter than us. They have the standings ready to go, and we will declare now the winner of this gold lobby of these last 3 games. It will be the Bald and the Bold, Experian and Doki. Another win for French TMT, as if they needed any more.
Yeah, just picking up a massive amount of bounty points in that last game. Just astonishing stuff. And again, putting everything together here, our players being asked to find a way to make a team work, to make the bounties work. And honestly, I'm really, really impressed with what Bold and Bold were doing.
And huge shout out to all 3 of the other teams in this group as well. I think we saw some great TFT all throughout, some great, again, adapting to what the bounties were, making sure to play different lines a little bit, slightly differently to try and get the bounties done as well. Just ton of rerolls, the valiant effort from Aditya and Blackfire Ice in this last game to try and get some bounty points, alongside some good placements in the last game. So just really, really excited for what happened today, and what will happen tomorrow as well with the Prismatic Lobby. In theory, the players that best adapted to this format in the online phase, we're curious to see how they play it out, if they do anything differently to this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious. Again, we talked about this before. They definitely have been watching some of these games developing today and seeing what's been working and what's not. That's 3 games tomorrow for them to show exactly what they're made of. But, I mean, I think from the thing that really does stand out for me from the previous game, which is exactly what you said, finding a way to get deeper into the meta, to bring the AD carries to the fore, and just find incredible raw ball power.
And we haven't mentioned it. This is a completely new patch. We had the hotfix literally coming today. Most players have been traveling the last 2 days, haven't had a chance to grind their usual 20, 30, 40 games on ladder on a new patch to really get used to it. So even more props to them to solving the patch as quickly as possible, finding out how to play certain lines differently with different nerfs to Akshan, to the Invokers, to Taric as well, and still, I think, making some very strong boards all throughout.
Yeah, absolutely. But still, the best is yet to come. So just a quick word about, of course, what we will be seeing coming up tomorrow. At 11:30 CEST is when the Prismatic Lobby will be starting. We'll have 3 different lobbies there with, of course, our very tippy-top best performing players from this particular format. We know, of course, individual skill aligned with every other kind of play. It's absolutely where it's at. If you'd like to join in the conversation, of course, on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, you can go across to Play TFT on there. Very easy to find. On Twitter, a little bit more complicated. TFT Esports EMEA, and the hashtag TFT Rising Legends to join in the conversation there. We'd love to hear what you had to say about today. But again, the best is yet to come. So again, 11:30 CEST. Come and join us tomorrow for the very best of the tournament.
stay, breaking my own limits, and I won't say I'm not gonna win it, 'cause this crown's made for me. You just wait and see. All my haters getting bitter 'cause I'm working overtime. It's my moment, and I own it. Stay in focus, and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. 'Cause it's my moment, my moment, my moment, oh, my moment, oh. My energy's contagious, I'm the master of my fate. Conquering my fears, I'm in control and taking names. I just speak my truth, babe, you should follow suit.